What's up, party people? I forgot what I said the second part of that was. Choo-choo. Or choo-choo time. This is how it goes now. Chew. Fucking chew. I like that. I think I like that. I'll be right back. Let's go. We got some videos to publish. This is not late for me, little pound cakes. I very frequently start streams after 11 o'clock. I often stream past 2. Yeah. My, that gender debate video that we're releasing tonight, that ended at 5 a.m., I think. I tend to alternate based on when I have my kid between having a late stream week and then a not as late stream week. No. That's a shame, Maddie, but you get your sleep. You rest up. I have to go back to work tomorrow myself. But I want to get these videos done. Spent a lot of time fact-checking myself earlier today. Oh. Had to go to bed. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a shame. But hey, now you'll actually be able to watch it. Or listen to it, probably. Man, bags under my eyes are real bad. I was up super late for New Year's last night. I mean, New Year's plus then when I got home watching Stranger Things finale, you know, it's the same thing. And then I was also Happy New Year, or Happy Year, I guess. Happy, kind of an old year now. Less than 2 weeks away from my birthday. Woo, let's go. Listen to The Convert while cleaning today. Good for you. He sounded like he was on the edge, but you got him there. Yeah. I mean, he came in pretty sure that he was a Republican, but then he realized how quickly he was willing to take the left side on multiple topics. And then he voiced his opinion that there were like 2 strong topics, and then we brought him home. It was a joint effort. Okay. I mean, this is a common thing. Like if you, well, there's that too, that they're just clinging on desperately. But the other thing is, like, you have to approach them from their side, because then they're not meeting opposition while possibly moving left. If you're standing in the way of them moving left, they're never going to get there. That's how I view these things, at least. I kind of like walk across the line, go stand with them, and I go, how about you show me the way you got out here? And we walk back towards center. And then from there, they're like, wait, which way did we come from? Go far enough left, you get your guns back. Yay, horseshoe theory. Oh boy. And if y'all haven't noticed, I'm being my volume turned down just a little bit on my voice tonight, but that's because once a week we do sleepover and my kid comes over and stays over with me. What's going on, evil alien robot? When I say once a week, I mean once a week on the weeks that I don't have her, then she comes over. And then on the weeks I have her, she goes over there one night. Forced myself into leftist spaces against their will. Elaney, I forget, where are you at? It's a non-consensual change. Now the libs who didn't want me to change are right wing of me. Anyway. Okay. I'm pretty sure we had some news today. Let me go to ground news real quick. Oh, the inauguration is here. Oh. Oop. All right, here we are on ground news. Just because you like food assistance and Social Security to want to be left-wing doesn't mean you still get to be a racist and sexist. Yeah. I wish we could just, like, when they bring up a racist or sexist talking point or anything about somebody's immutable characteristics, I wish we could just be like, hey, I don't know if somebody hasn't told you this yet, but that's just like a bad and dumb opinion. It's not a good one. If you took any time at all, you would leave it behind. Ditto, evil alien robot. I feel too distant from New York politics to realistically feel like I have any say or opinion on it, but I'm excited to see what comes out of it. Oh, pound cakes, are we sure we're still not talking about the same Emily from Houston? I mean, this one was, the one I met was already pretty far right. She really wanted to talk about conspiracy theories. Oh, you're right. We already decided it was the same Emily. I forgot. I'm getting so confused here now for a second, little pound cakes. You are not my friend who, like, encouraged me to start this channel. I know that's not true. It's hurting my head. Yeah, Maddie. True. Right wing is the default in America. Right wing is the default everywhere. Right wing is the default position. Because right wing is a maintenance of the powers that be. If you're moving from a position, like if you're moving from a political system to a new political system, the right wing is going to be, I mean, yes, if you move from a traditional political system to a new political system. So if you're moving from monarchy or... Oh, like, I'm not saying that the majority of people in the US are right wing. I'm just saying that right wing is where everyone moves away from. Or where societies move away from. I mean, I guess you could move back to right wing, but if we're talking about centralized forms of power, empire, monarchy, etc. I mean, generally we're talking about the move out of monarchy a few centuries ago. Right wing is really just the inheritors of monarchy. Okay, looking at ground news. Maduro open to talks with U.S. on drug trafficking and oil, dodges on CIA drone strike. Nobody wants to have a war with America. Mamdani signs EO to undo Eric Adams' orders since his indictment. I mean, your best bet if you're Venezuela at this point is try everything you fucking can to make some kind of peace happen, and then hope to negotiate with whoever comes after Trump to, like, restore order. Yeah, that's why I had to, like, couch what I said, Maddie. We are moving back to right wing. Pentagon says Lockheed Martin gets $328.5 million Taiwan. Come on. I saw something about, like, new Epstein stories. Do I have to specifically look for that, or what? Oh, right. Right. It was the Trump spa doing house calls and sending girls over there. And the final straw where he, quote-unquote, kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago, even though he wasn't a member, was when a girl did a house call and she came back and complained about sexual assault. And so Trump then had to do something about it. But he was sending girls over there regularly. I don't know anything about a video about Somali daycares. I haven't seen that one. $5.2 million more pages of Epstein files. Oh yeah, we learned that there was way more time missing on the Epstein cell tapes than was initially said. They said there was initially a couple of minutes missing, but there's like hours. Well, that's all we're going to get out of that. Bullshit daycare thing is being used to dead stop all child care payments by the federal government. Is this separate from the Minnesota fraud thing? Okay, that's what it is. Okay, got it. Was there also like a lunch program fraud? Was that a separate fraud issue? Okay. I need to respond to that one dude. What one dude? Some kid made a video and the vice president says it's worthy of a Pulitzer. Wow. Wow. What do y'all think of a title for this 3-hour debate video, or three-hour gender debate video? Is that it? Dude, oh, here we go. Got it. A 3-hour tour of Gender Island. 3-hour tour. Oh, I got it. I got it. Very nice. Dude try to force his way into a daycare. Wow. That's disturbing. I feel like this is pushing the bit too hard. This is trying too hard. Maddie, what do you think on the spin on your idea? What do you think of the spin on your idea? Is it too much? Or is it just right? Sounds like Gilligan. His name is Tim. See, trying too hard. Yeah. That's what I thought. Is there a good play on words for Gilligan, though? Ew. Yeah, I guess we just abandoned Gilligan's Island. Here, how about we put it on the right winger? Okay. Dismantling a right winger's gender arguments for 3 hours until they become a broken record. Ew. Ew. This is the part I haven't figured out about content creation. The only part I haven't figured out. Everything else I absolutely know, and I'm a genius and I'm perfect on. I also don't know what to do about a thumbnail. What's up, Kinda Clueless 51? Good evening, Happy New Year. Auto-generated. Oh. What does it look like? Okay, select an image from your video. Okay. Contorting a gender conformist. Well, this is something. He really wasn't much of a performer, though. Can't give him much credit on a performance. Yes, yes. For 3 hours. I do like the idea of saying doing something for 3 hours. Dismantling tired gender tropes for 3 hours. That doesn't make it clear it's a debate, though. What is going on with this? What is this? Why is it doing this? Is it because it's 3 hours long? It's sitting here going, I don't know what the fuck you want me to do, dude. I'm a right-winger popping in and saying, hi, I'd love to hear everyone's take on things. Well, we've had a busy week. We had a 3-hour gender debate. Then we had like an hour and a half dissection of the PragerU 5-minute video on fascism, where they claim it's left-wing. And then we had our first Lefty conversion. That was nice. Why is cancel culture not a removal of free speech? It's not a violation of your right to free speech. Did my debate topic slide say something else? Or I think it said it doesn't violate free speech. Your right to free speech. I mean, the basic question is, you tell me, kind of clueless, what is the right to free speech? Cancel culture is just speech. I don't know if this is ever going to finish. So now I'm kind of clueless about what to do for a thumbnail. I guess I need to go find a clip from the video myself. Agreed, Hexnoxy, and welcome in. I am doing great. Kind of reluctantly, like, looking toward the end of this day. I've been off since last Tuesday. Not ready to go back to work tomorrow. Right to say whatever you want without causing a violent reaction. Well, society doesn't grant you that. No society grants you that. Oh no. Speaking views is communism. Okay. An immediate violent reaction? You don't have a right to speech without immediate violent action, I'm afraid. I mean, maybe you have a human right to that, and then another human can violate that. But, I mean, it's not one we generally talk about. Social democrat. I hate social democrats. I'm a democratic socialist. You mean like conservatives canceling people praising Luigi, or canceling people making fun of A, Charlie Kirk, or B, we are Charlie Kirk? Okay, I hate this. Nicki Minaj getting her career curb stomped by fans is not violence. That's just the free market. Yeah, it's just speech. Well, kind of clueless. I hate to think that good men would have the opinion that a black pilot should be under greater scrutiny because they are black as to whether or not they can fly a plane. We can just start there. Okay, we're gonna have to look at our video, and Charlie Kirk died invoking racist tropes to deflect his transphobic statements. Yeah, it was a twofer. Charlie Kirk, I mean, I didn't blatantly say it. I will blatantly say it. Hey, kind of clueless. Kind of clueless. Do you support? Let no one else answer this question. Do not answer this. Kind of clueless. Do you support hiring people based on skill alone? Based on whether or not they meet the requirements to fulfill their duties for their job? Great, you support DEI. Way to go. You're a DEI supporter. Ugh, Maddie couldn't hold back. Kind of clueless up in here supporting DEI like some kind of lefty. Name, age, and pronouns, please.
My name is Tim. I'm 21, and he.
Okay. No one is hiring under. Oh, that was evil alien robot. The orange names are confusing me now. Currently seeing evil alien robot and kind of clueless is both orange. I kind of feel like Kind of Clueless went over to Google DEI after I said that. Based on what? Kind of Clueless? Only in the sense that they are focusing on their ability to fulfill the job requirements, and not that the field should be full of white, cis, heterosexual males. Streamer doesn't get it. What do I not get? Are you asking me if I support nepotism? I don't support nepotism. I hate nepotism. Eleni, I think it's even simpler than that. We have 10 slots, and every time we have 10 slots, all 10 of those slots go to white, cis, heterosexual, white males. Or I already said white. White, cis, heterosexual males. Why do we do that? Is it because they're the only ones that are qualified? Maybe we should look at why we do that. I'm washed out. What's going on here? Let's stick with that for now. I was Hexnoxy, I was being overdramatic. Social democracy is fine. I'm just a democratic socialist. No, Kind of Clueless. It is not an incentive to hire based on color. It is removing the incentive to hire based on color, because hiring is already based on color. It is overrepresentedly white. Kind of Clueless, are you up? I mean, I was trying to get these videos out. Kind of Clueless, are you up for coming on to voice chat? No, it's okay. It's okay. If I'm gonna do voice chat, it would be cool if somebody went to the VOD from, God, I can't fucking remember when anything is from anymore. 3-hour debate on gender was, God, I don't even remember anymore. Yeah, it becomes really confusing when everybody's trying to do it in chat. This is true. Me too, Hexnoxy, so it's not fair for me to do that. Oh, Kind of Clueless. Our general mode here is casual chat. I offer debate or casual chat. My goal is not to corner you. It is not to make fun of you. It is not to make you feel like you've lost something. It's just a talk. Uh-oh. Oh man, little pound cakes, one for bullying. Dongs. Kind of Clueless, we're the sweetest group of people ever. I'm even friendlier to people in voice chat than in the chat box. Okay, Maddie, okay. Maddie and I cancel each other out. Okay, let's look at this video. I meant to put it in window capture. Oh, I did get it in window capture, I just didn't turn it on. Billy Blee, how's it going? Are you ready for some standard English lessons? Because this is how everyone talks. I don't think it would hurt my feelings. Chinese are going to feel more comfortable with it. All right, kind of clueless. No voice chat. Okay, we're imagining everything. Elaine's walking us through all the imagines. Okay. Kind of clueless. What I need you to do is imagine dragons. Okay, we're gonna find maybe.
So you're.
I'm not gonna get a good picture out of
It's
this.
a different kind.
I mean, maybe I can just snip myself. Oh, yeah, look, there's a picture of me like being super thoughtful, looking up in the top corner. It's too late, little pound cakes. You're already imagining dragons.
It is like own being wrong.
Yeah, that's what you're saying though. I think you're wrong. It's not the word.
Demonstrated. You said.
Do I not go to just me at the end of this? No? Alright, what kind of face are we trying to capture, y'all? What captures the gender debate? Might as well just bring it down here. Happy New Year, American friends. Greetings from Russia. I hope this year we don't start launching nuclear weapons at each other. I still need to finish building my garage. I've got some plans too, Boom Beer Man. I've got some plans too. Not a big fan of, you know. Well, I was gonna say I'm not a big fan of mutually assured destruction, but that is better than unilateral destruction. See, guys, I feel like this conversation is going worse than it could because it's happening in chat instead of happening over voice. This is it. If it's going to sit in chat, it's just going to be unproductive, y'all. Hey, all right. I love that. I love that. Okay. Take me a second to get prepped. Can somebody cue the Discord command? And what I need one of the devotees to do, because I'm sure that's what anyone in this chat would call themselves. Somebody here is a devotee. Let's see. I can figure out which stream it is. Let me just get rid of all this. I need to figure out which stream it was. Okay, something fucking weird happened on December 25th, on Christmas. That stream has 105 views on YouTube. What the fuck is going on? What happened in that stream? All right. I'll pull this up real quick. Now, while you hop up in the... Nobody's posted the Discord yet. Somebody do exclamation Discord. While you're hopping up in there, I will check this out real quick. Why can't I find what I'm looking for? Okay. YouTube. Okay, what happened on Christmas?
The more you stop thinking that way. And classic curse of knowledge problem is once you stop thinking that way, you forget.
All I talked about on Christmas was like
really
the Second Amendment, which is not something that I have a huge amount of like opinion about, except that I really hate the Heller case. The Heller case is really stupid. I don't know why this got so many views. Weird. Okay, I'm looking for a extraordinarily long stream. Okay, if somebody could hop up in the while I'm having this conversation, if somebody could hop up on the stream from 4 days ago, it's got 15 views right now, and just find an image that would make a good thumbnail of me for that debate, or some suggestions, and you can post them in the Discord. That way I can work on videos and take this call at the same time. And then it's just a matter of waiting for Kind of Clueless to hop up in the waiting room voice chat. I can bring him up into the on-air channel. Sure, but I'm not up, Hexnoxy, I'm not up here like advocating to change the Second Amendment. I mean, it's generally something I think it's the touchiest freedom, but I don't think so far it's the right that gets rid of established freedoms and not the left. And I don't think the left is in a rush to remove the individual right to keep and bear arms, especially with they'll like whiplash the negative attention it's gotten them in the past. They'll promote regulation. I doubt they will try to get rid of the individual right to keep and bear arms that was made up by the Supreme Court. Well, Congress can't get rid of an amendment, right? Only the Supreme Court can do that. That's true. I mean, it was I thought it was like 3 veterans, but maybe a bunch of them came in together. It was real odd. Like multiple veterans came into my Christmas stream at the same time, and every one of them that talked said that they were too drunk or too high to jump on the voice chat. It didn't matter how nice I said I would be. So we talked about the Heller case and how bad the Heller case was, how the individual right to keep and bear arms was made up by the Supreme Court in 2008. Can't even drive yet. Wait, no, it can drive. Can't vote yet. Heller case is where the individual right to keep and bear arms was decided. That was the outcome of that case. The individual right was not even a common political theory until the 80s. During the 80s, it was a fringe political theory pushed by the NRA. In the early 90s, former Supreme Court Chief Justice Warren Burger did an interview where he said, like, the idea that special interests are pushing the individual right to keep and bear arms is one of the greatest frauds committed on the American people. Hey now. What you trying to post there, little pound cakes? Yes, I am an attorney. You're banned? Who's banned? Who's banned from what? Paralegal duties. I mean, it's not that we haven't had an issue with links in chat before. This doesn't even say that hyperlinks are blocked. It says that's off. Laws aren't... An attorney for what field? I do compliance advising and program design for Medicaid, state Medicaid programs for hospitals. Oh, Heller. But I mean, you should be able to post it though. I don't understand what's going on. Hello? Hello? Block hyperlinks is turned off. Huh. I don't see any other like setting that I can change for that. Oh well. Guess we'll deal with that later. Oh, cool. Good stuff. All right, give me one more moment. I kind of stopped setting up. What are we doing? And then we'll do, where's our research document? It's not research document, just, there we go. I'm gonna assume your name is John from the get-go, and then we'll do window capture. Yo, that's a little much. Don't think that's what I meant to do. Excuse me, don't do that. Guys, I'm just fucking everything up right now. I blame my mouse. There's a ghost in the mouse. I'm gonna need to zoom in more than that, aren't I? There we go, that's better. Okay, got our note-taking device. Dude, don't. There. Okay, fine. Fine. I just can't deal with the windows today. I can't do it. I've had it up to here. Okay, we're sorted. We're sorted. We'll go ahead and bump up the font size so everybody can read it. Okay. Name one politician who went to jail in America. I don't know what's going on right now. Okay, pulling John up. What's up, John? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up, man? Can you hear me?
I can. What's going on? How you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty good. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. Hopefully 26 is better than 25. Things
We
got
can
kind
only
of
hope.
crazy.
Right?
Yeah. Lots of crazy stuff that I would never be repeated. I would hope would never be repeated. I don't know if I got those words out. Before we start, can I get okay, cool. Before we start, I assume your name is John?
Yes, sir. What's your name?
Austin or no nothing, however you prefer.
Austin. Perfect.
Can I get age and pronouns, please?
I'm just John. A male is okay.
Do you have male is a noun? Do you have issues with parts of English speech?
Well, I'm confused on what the pronouns like. Are you? What do you mean by pronoun?
Do you like it when people call you he or she or they? Which one of those Doesn't upset you.
I
What
just
upsets you
go
the least?
I just go by John, but I'm a he, I guess.
Well, problem is people don't want to refer to you by your name every time they refer to you. That's not normal speech. But we can do the he, him. And what'd you say your age was?
I'm 30.
Okay. And then I also think it helps sometimes, and you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. What part of the world or country are you from?
I'm an American. Right.
Yeah. What
Yep.
part, if you don't mind me asking?
Over near Virginia's.
Near the Virginias. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that could be a lot of things.
Yeah, it's a broad one. Yeah. Yeah.
That could be many different things, but yeah, sure. I'm from Texas myself. I'm 36. He, him. Yeah. So the initial thing that I think you brought it up. I'm not sure. I don't remember how it went, but I think it got brought up in chat, DEI, and that was something that we wanted to discuss further because it was going kind of crazy in chat.
Yeah, the DEI hires.
Can you explain to me what your understanding of what DEI or DEIA is? Actually, no, wait, stop. I don't want to forget to do my usual questions because I want to get on a personal level a little bit because I think that helps us understand each other better. And you're welcome to ask me any questions you want. I'm a completely open book. No questions bother me. I'm an oversharer.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, sure. So I understand from what you said in chat that you would prefer the casual chat mode to the debate mode. Is that right?
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to get too aggressive with it.
Cool. I prefer casual chats anyway. I find that they tend to be more helpful to both people. And I can assume from that you don't believe anybody's going to win today. We can only walk away more
Correct,
informed. Yeah. That's cool. I don't think I did my actual sign on today. Oh my god, it's a sin. For my sign on, I'm Know Nothing attorney. I know nothing, so you can too. Because it's only in embracing that we know nothing that we can actually learn anything, and that's what we're always here to do. So that was.
I know nothing and kind of clueless, man. We got to get along.
Hell yeah. I aim to have a high degree of confidence in whatever I can, but I always know that it's totally possible that I don't know something.
That's right. Yep, that's it.
Nightbot just blocked somebody saying lol 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 lol. Nightbot, come on, man. And now I'm learning why streamers get frustrated with Nightbot because this isn't the usual filtered message where I can allow or deny. Okay.
I've seen that happen a bunch of times. A lot of you guys are getting frustrated with him.
Wow, it's really weird to hear somebody say "you guys" in reference to streamers. I'm not used to that. I've been doing this like a month.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, I've been streaming like mostly on YouTube for a couple months, but a huge chunk of that was just me streaming myself, learning from the ground up how to start a streaming channel and how to like edit a video. And like the first thing I did was release a 30-minute video about an Article 5 constitutional convention. And then the weekend after I released that, I started streaming on Twitch also. And that was like Thanksgiving weekend, and I actually started building a community. So I've really just been doing this for a month. But okay,
Nice.
back to the more important questions. Well, thank you. What's my other one? Oh, have you taken any time to pause and like define your own epistemology?
I'm not too good with big words. What does epistemology mean?
Oh, epistemology is like your methodology for discerning like what is knowledge, what is truth, what is falsehood, how do you know what is true and what's not?
So in my own kind of make-believe world, right? Because we all live in a make-believe world. I just look at things through the eyes of right and wrong.
Okay. Now, do you I'm glad that I get to talk to you about that because I think a lot of people have just assumptions about what other people consider to be valid epistemologies. I would define mine as, and this would be kind of more the scientific method route, which is make no claim or hold no position until you have evidence sufficient to justify it, and then hold that claim until you have sufficient evidence to overcome the claim, at which point you must change your position.
That's a good
And
way to do it. Yeah.
well, I mean, I appreciate that, but like your instinctual gut check, and I think this goes for a lot of people, is to go, well, like what seems right or wrong, what goes with what my understandings of right and wrong are. Which of those two things do you think you hold more to? The right and wrong gut check, or the more scientific method way of doing things?
Definitely the right or wrong gut check, because without the right or wrong gut check, then I don't believe that we would have any heroes.
Hmm. You know, that's really interesting because I've always had an issue with the idea of heroes, at least in the like real world context. Because like,
Yeah, definitely in the real world. Yeah.
yeah, going through school like as a kid, whenever they would ask you like who are your heroes, I would always sit there and go, I don't know what the hell you mean. Because every single person I could come up with is just a person. And like
You didn't
there's
say dad?
my dad is definitely not my hero.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man.
I recently learned, and this wasn't the straw that broke the camel's back or anything like that. It just kind of made it worse. But I recently learned that my dad was involved in the post Civil Rights Act gerrymandering of Texas in the early 1970s that was overruled by the Supreme Court as unconstitutionally racially discriminatory. And
Wait,
he's
are
proud of that.
you stand against your dad on politics?
Oh,
And
absolutely.
but I mean, like,
I crush him on politics.
is that why the family is divided? I mean, between you and him was just on politics alone?
What what makes you say my family's divided?
No, I mean, like, I don't mean it in the
My family
sense of
is
like
divided.
if you, I may have misinterpreted. I thought you were having a problem with your father on more than politics. I thought he wasn't in the picture altogether.
Oh, well, I mean, I've got complex PTSD because I was like emotionally neglected as a kid. I was just ignored and told to go
Oh,
sit somewhere and do other shit. And I learned that within like the past, 5 years. And I did not talk to my dad for 3 years after realizing how much of a shitty parent he was, and how much
okay, okay,
and how much I was like, oh
I
shit,
got.
like I now understand all my like why I'm uncomfortable around my family. I'm just like fucking traumatized, and now I don't get a benefit from this relationship, so I'm just gonna cut it off.
Okay, I got you.
Recently reestablished because my daughter wanted to know my side of the family more, so I do get to talk to him some.
Of course.
Um, and so like my mom passed away when I was in high school, so we got me, my two siblings, and my dad, and we don't get along on politics terms. And I would cut him out for 3
Hey,
years.
you
And
had a
then,
rough go of it, man. That's gonna make you tough.
boy, we haven't even gotten into it. I also got out of like recently got out of a 10-year emotionally abusive marriage, so um,
Well,
I'm
we can get along on that one.
I'm figuring shit out. Figuring shit out. So you go for the gut check, because otherwise we wouldn't
Yes.
have heroes. Can you fill me in on that one more? I'm sorry, it's going to take us a
So
little bit to get to DEI because I just want to know who you are.
I'm good with it. So I think in the concept of what you're explaining, where you're doing the scientific meaning, where you're like, I need to wait to have more evidence. I believe a court should work on that system. But with the civilian population, if somebody's out there choking, for instance,
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't wait to see if they're, for sure choking with more. You see what I'm saying? Where
Well,
you're allotting more time on confirmation than reaction.
well, I'm sure I understand what you're saying, but like just to give an example of how this works realistically is like if I don't see any evidence that a person is choking, I'm not going to react as if they are. I'm not going to go try
Right.
to give Heimlich to somebody who's not acting like they're choking. Um, but if I do see some kind of sign that they're choking, like classic, you know, universal sign of choking, I'm gonna run over there and try to assist. But if they're giving a
Right.
universal
And
sign of choking and I run over there to assist, and then they go, like wave me off. I'm just like, oh, okay. I am reacting on evidence as I get it.
Right. And choking's just a simple example, but it gets more and more complex, which is where our courts start to handle those type of matters.
Oh my God, Maddie over here using the Daubert standard in like just a Twitch chat. Like, whoa, you talking my language, Maddie. Calm down. Whew. Um, sorry, that's
No, you're good.
way too legal of a joke. You know the silliest ass thing about. I'm going to talk about the Daubert standard just real quick, and I'm not even going to talk about the standard. The Daubert standard is a standard used to determine if somebody can qualify as an expert witness. And the funny thing is that no one calls it the Daubert standard. It's called the Daubert standard. Because everybody looks at that name and goes, well, that's a fancy ass name. We're going to call it the Daubert standard. And it's fucking like all throughout the court systems all across America. It's called the Daubert standard. And there's an interview where the family's like, I don't know why people keep calling us that. We're the Dauberts. But that hasn't changed anything. Maddie, it's been too long since I've looked at Fry.
The greatest achievement stolen from pronunciation.
What's that?
I said the guy's greatest achievement stole from pronunciation.
It's like, we're Americans. Can you not act like we're French, please?
Right.
Anyway, okay. So, can you explain the hero thing to me though? Like you tried to explain like your gut check instinct a little bit more, but I wanted to understand your comment on we wouldn't have heroes.
So, along with the Heimlich maneuver, we'll go back into that example.
Oh, sure.
Remember we passed that law. Now we've jumped around laws on that, where if you were to jump up and give somebody a Heimlich and you broke their rib, we could sue. At one point, we could sue that person for breaking the rib, even though they were helping, which is where we jumped into the Good Samaritan law.
I mean, this is going to vary state by state for sure.
Of course, yeah. As it should.
Uh-huh.
But I look at it as a kind of, even though that person was sued for doing a good thing, sometimes people assume doing the right thing comes with no consequences. But I've seen most of the time doing the right thing comes with a lot of consequences.
What does this have to do with a truth value claim, though?
So when you're doing the right thing or the wrong thing, as we look at politics, I would look at sometimes the right thing feels like the wrong thing.
Do you not differentiate between right versus wrong and true versus false?
So I would look at right versus wrong as
I could determine like a person is choking, and then like I could on some weird basis determine like it would be wrong to try to help them, but it would still be accurate that I have an understanding of what's happening.
It's all going to be circumstantial,
I'm afraid I don't know what you mean. Like the circumstances determine what is true and what is false? I mean, sure.
No, for right and wrong. For you lean on whatever's right you react to, whatever's wrong you react to. The true versus false, I believe, is going to be something that's hindsight 2020. It'll come into the picture afterwards.
I mean, it's really curious that Eleni, let me handle my political conversations the way that I handle my political conversations. I'm not here to just quiz him on all of his political feelings. I'm here to try to understand a person. So, let's see. Where was I? Now I've lost my train of thought on it. So I find it really interesting that I wanted to ask you about how you ascertain truth as opposed to falsehood, and you brought this to a conversation on what is right and what is wrong. So I would like to try to get back to that. I'm not sure how we crossed the lines on those two things, but I'm going to assume from what you've said so far that you believe in objective morality.
Could you define it?
I mean, that's a hard one for me to understand. So I was just assuming that from your point of view, that was the case. where there would be a right or wrong that exists outside of any mind's determination of what is right and wrong. Like any mind could be wrong about what is right and wrong. So the right and wrong has to exist outside of the confines of any mind.
Okay, I see. Yeah. Okay, then yes, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Okay. Um, how do you know, like, can you know what is the objective morality is?
No, unless you were living in a hive mind, of course not.
I mean, couldn't the hive mind be wrong?
Of course, a hive mind could be wrong, but if a hive mind's proven wrong, that would just show that the hive mind didn't know the objective reality.
I mean, I don't know how a hive mind would be proven wrong if they're a hive mind. I mean, I guess there could be another mind outside the hive mind that could
Right.
prove the hive mind
They
wrong.
would have to be, yeah.
Okay. So what makes you believe that there is an objective morality if every mind could be wrong?
So I would reference the Bible on that, and I know your chat's gonna hate that, most likely.
Well, as much as the chat's going to hate it, you're here to talk to me. And I mean, I can have very strong feelings about it too, but I'm going to try my best not to like make it an attack or anything like that. I definitely have things to ask or talk about.
Do you believe in the Bible at all?
I believe it exists. I believe that the books go back thousands of years now. Um, but I don't believe that there's any reason to believe that any of the supernatural claims that are made in there hold water. I think it'd be the equivalent
Fair
of
enough.
saying that there's been a recent pivot in history to talking about Spider-Man the same way. I don't believe in 2,000 years somebody would have a basis to look back at Spider-Man comics and go, well, there's New York City. We knew New York City exists. There are all this evidence of former American presidents in there around the time that they were presidents. So this is all good factual information. So maybe there's such thing as superheroes in New York City. Uh, Same grounds.
I could see where you're going with it, yeah.
Yeah. So the thing that I find most interesting is, let's say, okay, let me ask, do you have a photographic memory of every verse in the Bible?
Oh no, definitely not.
I didn't figure. That wouldn't be fair for me to expect of you. So do you have some moral feelings about do you have some moral feelings that you feel are grounded in Christian theology that you
Yeah.
couldn't necessarily verify on a textual basis? You would just believe that you are backed up by the Bible in those moral beliefs.
I I used to, but I've recently started expanding my knowledge on the Bible, going past the New Testament to Old Testament and Ethiopian Bible.
Mm-hmm. Like, would you be surprised if there was something brought to your attention that was a verse in the Bible and it was something that you just didn't remember was in there?
Something that I would disagree with, I wouldn't be surprised, no.
Okay. So like it's very possible that you could hold a moral stance and then somebody could show you a verse that is stands in opposition to your moral stance that you held up until somebody showed you that verse.
Well, that would be a misunderstanding of the core belief of Christianity. The Christianity is just the belief in simple that Jesus died for our sins and was resurrected.
Well,
That's the one simple belief.
right now I believe in John more than I believe in the Bible. So I'm curious about those two things as separate from each other. So I'm trying to ask a question that gets the two of you separated. And you may misunderstand some core things about Christianity. Every single Christian would say every single other Christian does. And my question here is like, is it possible, because you don't have a photographic memory of the Bible, is it possible that you hold a stance that the Bible is contrary to?
It's actually more likely because human is sin.
This is fair, But now the thing that concerns me is you hold position A, and then somebody comes to you and goes, "Have you looked at this verse? It is counter to position A."
Well, you could do that with
What do
every
you,
position in the
uh,
Bible, right?
I mean, sure, the Bible contradicts itself a lot, but what would you do in that situation? Would you continue to hold position A, or would you change your position to counter position A?
I would rely on Jesus Christ to guide me.
And does that look like a personal relationship thing where he could tell you
So
A is true, or would Jesus just back up
my
counter position A?
my favorite method, which I love telling people, but my favorite method is I don't necessarily look through the Bible for context to believe in. I look through the Bible to provide an answer. So I will ask a question out loud, close my eyes, open the Bible, and point to a random scripture. And that scripture will be God's answer.
Okay. And if that scripture was counter to your position A, you would then say, my assumption from what you've said so far is that you would at that point go, well, God guided me to this verse for a reason. I then need
Yeah,
to change my position to counter position A.
correct. Yeah.
Wow, John, that that concerns me a lot, because
Why?
in that case you are rejecting your own sense of what is right and wrong for what another person told you. God,
If
if you're asking God to point you to a verse in the Bible, then I mean I could do the same thing with it, like, and I hate to go back to the same example because I feel like it might confuse things. Let me go with a different one. I could open up a copy of the Communist Manifesto and go, God, point me to the best page in the Communist Manifesto to help me understand how to deal with this situation in my life.
well, let me ask
In
you a
either
question here.
case, let me finish the thought. In either case, I am just looking at text that another person gave me. And I can ask God for all the advice that I want on it. But even if God were real, God could only point me to the text that I was given, the one that I asked him to refer me to. But you go ahead.
So I see where you're going with that, and that would be a conflict with, the belief in God, which I understand. You said you had that,
I mean, no, that
but
wouldn't have to conflict with God, with a belief in God. I mean, I could believe in
it
God and that would still be the same problem.
it wouldn't, because when you look at God, I would question, do you have an older writing of right and wrong?
Sure, you do. Christianity isn't the oldest religion on earth.
No. Which, well, I mean, do you have an older, like, any writing that, as far as history and like where we came from and what created who we are now and our belief system of right and wrong, do you have anything that is older than the Bible?
Sure, you do. We have lots of older text. You've got Egyptian texts, you've got Mesopotamian texts, you've got Indian texts, you've got Chinese texts.
The Ethiopian Bible, yeah.
We have Hammurabi's
What,
Code as I mean, I said Hammurabi's Mesopotamian, right? Do I have that wrong?
when was that written?
Well, let me own my brand and say I don't know the correct answer to that. Let's pull up Hammurabi's Code. Is this something that you would accept Wikipedia on?
Yeah, sure.
This is written about 2,000 years before the birth of Christ.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to, well, I'm curious what the writing is. I don't want to jump into the writing on it just because I know it's gonna take a whole lot of our conversation.
Well, I don't want to say that it's the origin of an eye for an eye, but it's definitely an eye for an eye context that comes pre Judaism.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
but in addition to that, let me ask you: do you think that Christianity has a monopoly on any moral claim?
Currently, in today's standards, yes.
What moral claim would you say that Christianity has a monopoly on?
Well, in the sense that you're saying Christianity is the majority of the world currently, so
No, it's
it
not.
would have a majority standing.
Non-Christianity is the majority.
I think we're probably getting our sources from other places.
What source would you accept Wikipedia on this one?
Yeah, just for a conversation, yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Number of followers 2.3 billion.
For the world?
Yep. That's the
And
estimate.
how many followers?
How many non-followers? That would be what, over 6 billion at this point? What's the current world population?
That number seems wrong to me. I don't know that I would fully believe that one.
Interesting. Why? Let me get to the root of
Well,
that and say, why do you disbelieve that?
well, because when you look at the history throughout, I mean, just would you like the history for America versus the rest of the world, or
I'm not. If we're going to talk about history, then I want to know the history that you're relying on, because my question is about John. Why does
okay?
John
So the world's history was
currently Islam, just as an addition here, as Islam has an estimated 2 billion followers according to Wikipedia.
yeah, the Islam that is currently Netanyahu. I don't necessarily agree with him. I think he's very flawed on a lot of
Wait, whoa,
terms.
hold on, whoa, what? What is Netanyahu in Islam?
Or you said Israel?
No, Islam.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so I
I got
misunderstood you.
super confused there for a second.
My bad. I thought it was a jump.
I mean, while we're at it, we'll look at the quote unquote big three. Um, yeah, there are apparently 15 million Jews, much smaller than either of the other two.
Right, of course. I think
I
the
mean,
Bible is definitely worth the read.
let's just go to. Dude, I grew up. I was a fundy Christian, like in as of 2019.
Okay.
Let's look at Hinduism. Oh my God. You know what? This would probably be easier if I just look for a chart. Religions with the most followers. Here we go. Stop it. No.
Imagine India would probably smoke us.
This is a percentage chart. I want numbers. Dude, come on. Okay, this has numbers with it. Okay, when was this from? This is June 2025. So it looks like these estimates vary quite a bit because this is 2.2 billion for Christians, and I saw Maddie put 2.5 in the chat. So 2.2 billion Christians, 1.6 billion Muslims. That's way different than the 2 billion that we saw earlier. A whole billion people follow Hinduism.
I think that would
Half a
be a
million
very
Buddhists.
I think that'd be a very difficult number to gather and compile realistically. And understanding, you know, I understand the internet very minimal, but I don't see getting a reliable number on that type of worldly view. You see what I'm saying?
Let me ask you, John, do you think that there are people who devote their lives to this stuff?
Oh, I'm sure there are.
And you don't think that they have within their own field of study a trusted way of getting at least somewhat accurate numbers?
I would answer that the same way I did last time. Humans are inherently flawed or
Sure.
sinful.
But now I have to ask you, we've found 2.5, 2.3, 2.2 billion Christians. Well,
I could. Okay,
I just realized that the title still says DEI, and we haven't gotten anywhere close to that. But no, this is fine. This is a great constructive conversation. Why do you assume that humans are flawed? So this must be an undercount.
So I can acknowledge for now until if I were to find a different number, which I probably won't. I think you've done your thorough research on this.
I haven't. I wouldn't claim I've gotten anywhere close to thorough research. All I did was look at Wikipedia and then Google a chart.
Well, then, for the sake of conversation, then I would acknowledge that Christians are the less. Wait, you said it was 2.5 billion?
Yeah, the highest number we've gotten. That was just from Maddie in chat. It's 2 billion.
Okay, so then
2.5 billion.
Was it atheists would be the majority?
No, just non-Christian. Atheism
Okay, so
is
now,
definitely
so you're
not a
taking
majority.
all the other religions and adding them up
Well,
versus Christianity.
You said Christianity was the majority. If you meant the plurality, then yeah, Christianity is the plurality currently, but Islam is quickly catching up, and I doubt you would say Islam has any greater of a truth claim because it will suddenly have more people.
So as far as religions go, Christianity is the majority, unless you take every other belief and add it up and put it against Christianity.
That's a plurality. Yeah, Christianity is the plurality. But the problem with that is when you say they're the majority, if you looked for Christian opinions and non-Christian opinions, Christians are going to be outnumbered almost 3-1.
I was just looking to see what the majority belief was. That's all I was.
Okay, so that depends on what you mean by a belief. So the majority belief is that Christ was no more than, if anything, a human being. That is a majority belief.
Okay, so Hindus still believe that there's a God. They just don't acknowledge Jesus as a prophet.
They believe in multiple gods.
Right, and that goes along with many other religions as well. They just don't acknowledge Jesus. They just call Jesus a prophet and not God.
Is that not foundational to Christianity, that Christ is God born in the flesh and sacrificed himself for man's sins?
I believe it would be relevant on the sense that the Bible would be relevant in more than one religion.
I doubt those religions would agree with you.
You don't think Islam would acknowledge the Bible?
Islam would believe, well, no. It depends on what you mean. Like, Islam would acknowledge Christ as a prophet, but they wouldn't believe like any of the like New Testament that depends on him being the Son of God and having sacrificed himself for people's salvation.
Right, they wouldn't acknowledge Jesus. They would read the Bible, but they wouldn't acknowledge Jesus. So that would put Islam on the Bible side.
So Maddie's telling me that Islam does acknowledge the Bible, but I can't imagine that they. I mean, I guess there's the thing that Christ never claimed to be the Son of God, like in the direct literal sense. So I mean, I guess they accepted it in that way.
What I'm saying is, the Bible is relevant in a majority of religion, and then Christianity is the majority, not the majority of people in the world, but the majority of the religions out there. Christianity is the most popular.
Well, John, I think this is a way of like really muddying what we mean. If we can take things claim by claim and say this is a majority belief, then we can figure some things out. Does the majority of the world believe in the supernatural? Yes. Does the majority of the world believe in the concept of divinity? Yes. Does the majority of the world believe in some kind of God, one that interacts with the world and has a direct impact on it? Yes. Does the majority of the world believe that Jesus Christ was a real human being? I think so. Does the majority of the world believe that Jesus Christ was God born in the flesh, come to save mankind? No.
Yeah, that one gets a little iffy.
Does the majority of the world believe that it's wrong to kill another human being without some kind of justification? Yes. Do the
No.
majority of atheists believe that? Yes. So we can't make the claim that this is derived from divinity. So we need to look at each moral claim and wonder where that comes from, or where's the majority on each claim, not on some kind of muddy. I still don't know what you're defining as, like, what the majority claim is supposedly.
Well, the definition of my right and wrong is I mean, it's what I would define as right and wrong. And then you brought in the objective morality, which I would agree that that's, normally the case. But on my life and how I react to things, it would be how I react to right and wrong, which is based off the Bible.
I mean, you can get your right and wrong from the Bible. I would challenge you to actually think through a lot of stuff and be like, do I actually get this from the Bible or from an inherent sense of what I think is right and wrong? 1 second.
Of course I do that. That's just a human trait. That's what
You need water?
most people do that.
Okay. Give me just 1 second. My kid needs some water.
Take your time, man. All right, I'm going through chat now, guys. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, Islam views Jesus. Yeah, Jesus as a prophet. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, yeah. Chat, you guys are much nicer than all the rest of the Twitch streams. I've jumped into a couple of different Twitch streams.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
It sounded like I was missing a little bit of discussion in here. What was going on?
No, I jumped back over to the Twitch stream and was reading chat while you were gone.
Oh my God, are Nazis here? What's up,
No,
bad boy?
they were all being really nice. I was thanking them for being nice. You guys are much better than a lot of other streams that I've jumped into.
Well, I love to hear that. I wasn't insulting anyone. Our Nazi is here. How's it going, the bad boy? The bad guy is nice if misinformed. And we may need to talk again at some point. Maddie, have you not met the bad guy? This is the first guy that I ever had a conversation with on the stream. This is a self-described Nazi.
Oh God.
Yeah. I think he's been in here a couple times.
Is he gonna be a right winger too?
Of course he is.
Now, see, he gives right wingers a bad name. That's now okay. So, admittedly, I'm central right, but I disagree with far right and far left beliefs. I think we need a purple country.
Well, we can start talking about that as soon as far left beliefs become like a political norm. Far right beliefs are very much in the political norm right now.
You guys just had 4 years. We went 4 years red.
There was literally nothing normal. There was nothing far left about the Biden administration.
The healthcare,
very center left.
The healthcare. I think free healthcare is a good concept. I think the way it was pushed was.
There's no such thing as free healthcare.
Well, of course, yeah. Okay, yeah, you're right about that.
There would just be cheaper healthcare. Yeah,
I think it's now. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I did a quick Google search a
Mhm.
while ago, probably a month ago. And from what I landed on was healthcare was a major driver in the national debt.
Because of Medicare and Medicaid.
Yeah.
Well, sure, but if you made healthcare universal, then you could tax more, and it would still be cheaper for the American people.
But also with the Obamacare, which is the current federal health care, that would be the cause of our debt, which as our debt goes up, the interest goes up. And as you know, interest going up creates a whole lot of other problems.
Wait, hold on. Repeat that.
So if our debt goes up as a country, which, healthcare would be a majority problem of that from what I've seen, then our interest goes up. And as our
Did
interest
Did you
goes
hear
up
what
as a
I just said
country,
though?
I didn't know. I can't remember. I heard it, but I didn't remember it.
We could grant universal health care and
Right.
tax Americans more, and it would still cost Americans less.
You want to tax us more?
If it costs us less, yeah.
Anytime somebody's in favor of taxing us more, that sounds nutty to me.
You don't want to pay less?
I'm already paying more.
But you could pay more you could pay more taxes while paying less money.
Let me ask you, do you believe if you
No,
give
we
the
gotta
government
finish
more
this
money?
point. We gotta finish this point before we move to the next point.
Yeah, and I'm staying on point.
Okay. Let me just clarify what I mean then. Who do you pay the majority of your healthcare costs to?
I just backed out of healthcare altogether. I have no health coverage at all.
I'm asking you as an average American. Does the average American pay the majority of their healthcare costs to?
I would assume private, but I don't know.
Private insurers.
Right. Okay.
And what value do private insurers add to your healthcare benefits?
Oh, they suck.
Okay, so what happens when we remove the private insurers and make the state an insurer that all Americans can rely on?
Okay, so then you're relying on the state.
Yeah, and the state doesn't have to make profit.
I don't want to be relying on the government, though.
Oh, and the insurers are more trustworthy than the government? Do you get to
No, they're
elect
not. But
insurers?
they're not more trustworthy, but there is more of them, and you can pick the less evil.
Great. Which insurer is more trustworthy than your representatives?
I mean,
Yeah, evil alien robots, right. You rely on the government whether you want to or not.
of course you have to,
Yeah. And also,
but I don't.
just because the state is an insurer doesn't mean you can't also have private insurers. But if you guarantee the state as an insurer to everyone, then you have affordable health care. And the doctors don't necessarily have to get paid any less if you just cut out the middleman that you pay profit to.
And that's going to raise our taxes.
Right, but the average American would pay less in healthcare costs.
But more in taxes.
And netting a net benefit.
You're putting all the money into a pool of taxes, and then you're relying on a government entity of state or federal.
Hold on. I just want to take a moment to appreciate what you said. You're putting all the money into a pool. So far, you're describing insurance.
Right.
Okay.
Except for the difference being a government entity or a private entity, which I agree both of them are very corrupt.
I didn't say either one was particularly corrupt, but sure. Fair.
Okay. So would you agree with? I'm sorry, I jumped ship. I was assuming you would agree with it.
I have no problem saying that any capitalist incentive is corrupt inherently. But when it comes to representatives being corrupt, now we're gonna have to go to like a case by case basis, and I'm gonna have to like get evidence of like who you think is corrupt and why.
So for the past 20 years, as a majority, do you believe our tax dollars have been used well, or do you believe that they have been mistreated and politicians have enriched themselves?
First, I want to say, Eleni, I agree. You can vastly make it a progressive tax system. Definitely tax the rich more than the poor, for sure.
You can't do that. No, you can't. I mean, we're already doing that.
Well, we need to do it more. We're not doing it enough.
Well, what's to stop them from leaving the country and going somewhere where they're not taxed?
The fact that there's no evidence that they do that,
Why would they not do that?
because America is home, and if you make greater guarantees of freedoms, then people don't tend to like to leave those. But also, people have families, people have friends, people have communities. People don't just tend to up and leave those things. And then if you make America the shining city on the hill and demonstrate to the world how things should be done, then every viable nation will start to do the same thing. And then where are they going to go? You can stop bending over backwards to let the rich do what they want to do with you.
No, China's been cleaning up on every mistake we've made. China's been cleaning up on them, and they're doing very well for themselves right now.
That's because we
If
keep making
anything,
economic mistakes, and Republicans ruin the economy.
and another mistake we could make is tax the crap out of the billionaires and make them run from America so China can pick them up.
Can you tell me at what point that we were taxing the wealthy more than we are now, that we were economically hurting in comparison to the rest of the world?
This was in reference to taxing them more.
Yeah, we have definitely taxed the wealthy more than we are now. We are nowhere close to the highest like echelon, or is it the why can't I think of the word right now? The tier.
Aren't the billionaires paying like 30% of all taxes, or even more already?
How much wealth do they have?
Oh, they have a lot, but a lot of it.
Yeah.
Do you believe that the money is make believe current day, or do you believe that money is devaluing more and more?
Do I believe that money is fiat currency? Yeah, money is fiat currency.
So all the money they have is just getting less and less valuable.
Right, and they are going to drive it into the ground so long as they keep a greater share of it. That is their incentive.
So we should focus on silver and gold. Just get out of the whole money market altogether.
The value in
Just
silver
ignore the
and gold is
billion.
made up too.
No, silver tripled this year.
So it's made up.
No.
Did silver become more valuable as a thing? Is there something inherent in silver that makes it better now than it was 10 years ago? No, it's just a rock.
Yeah.
Its value is made up.
Trump declared it a rare earth mineral, which was an opportunity to buy silver and triple it.
Okay.
That happened this year.
I'm still confused why you... So, hold on. Are you opposed to taxation as a concept?
I'm opposed to going above 40% taxation, 100%, yeah.
Give me 1 second. Guys, why can't I think of the term right now? The tiers of taxation. What are the tiers called? I can't get the word in my head.
There shouldn't be tiers. There's so many levels to taxation.
Well, that's a bad idea. So you're saying we should have a flat tax rate?
That'd be nice, yeah. Kind of like a 1099, yeah.
Well, here I'm here to break down for you that you are subject to propaganda of the rich, because there's no such thing as a flat tax rate.
I'm saying we should have a flat tax rate.
There's no such thing. Because
asked me.
It all depends on how you measure what is being taxed. Because if you have a 30% tax rate, then you apply a 30% rate to the poor. What rate, like what percentage of the money being paid from them is from necessity money.
I mean, that's going to be very hard to calculate.
All of it. We're talking about the poor. When we're talking about the
How is my
poor, they need all of their money, virtually all of it, to pay for housing, to pay for gas, to pay for food. All of it is
right? Okay, okay.
necessities. How much of a billionaire's money is coming out of their pocket if they pay, coming out of necessities if they pay a 30% tax rate?
Well, they're going to rely on borrowing money more
0%.
than right.
So is that a flat tax?
That's an advantage to a capitalist system.
Is it a flat tax?
Yeah.
Depends on how you look at it, because right now the poor are being taxed way more on what they need to live than the wealthy people are. And to see it any other way is just to side with the rich because they're rich.
No, no. You're saying you should tax us more to advance our health care, assuming the government's actually going to advance our health care.
Wait, what?
Which
What did I assume?
you said that we should get taxed more so that we could afford a free healthcare system, correct? That way it would
I
save
mean,
us more money in the long run.
at a minimum, we should if it costs the average American less. Yeah.
Okay, but we're putting that money in a pool and handing it over to the government, and Biden didn't do it. Obama didn't do it.
Well,
Obama's mess
how
actually
is
led.
Biden going to do it?
How would he not do it?
Um, what was the distribution of Congress during the Biden term?
Well, he doesn't have executive power.
Whoa, dude. What do you think executive power is for?
I think he could write
You're
executive orders
scaring me
just like
now.
Trump is. Well, I mean, Trump is passing executive order after executive order, and a lot of them get shut down. But he's making an attempt, right?
John, pause. Take a breath. What does John think executive power is for?
It's I'm pausing to think out.
And then I'm going to
Executive
ask you,
order.
what do American values think executive power is for? Because those might be two different answers. But first, I want to know what you think executive power is for.
To help maintain the balance of the country.
By doing what?
By passing executive orders in spots that need immediate progression rather than Congress delay.
So is it your opinion that the president can make law?
No, but he can write an executive order and get it frontlined into Congress.
That's not what an executive order is.
But that's what happens, though, right?
No, that's not what an executive order even in practice is. An executive
Now, you got to
order
look at
an executive order is a command to the executive branch. It is only a command to the executive branch.
right, but whenever you look at what Trump's done, where he passes an executive order, an issue,
Mm-hmm.
and then as soon as that issue is passed on the executive order, then it becomes front stream. You know, that's now our problem. That's what we're going to deal with in Congress.
Well, hopefully the Supreme Court would shoot it down first.
Which they have a lot of times. I'm happy Trump has guardrails. I won't lie on that.
Well, he only has guardrails as far as someone is willing to enforce them. Like there's still wrong he can do even if it's not enforced.
Now, I think the wrong that's perceived nowadays has been going on for a while, and I am curious on why we're jumping on it now.
Dude, this is so concerning. What do you think the framers thought about executive power?
The framers? You talking about the people that founded America?
Yeah.
I think they were looking for freedom of religion, freedom of speech, and everything else in there.
But what do you think they thought of executive power? Not what should
It
it
should be
do, just
controlled.
what did they think of it in general?
It should be controlled
And why?
because otherwise somebody would go all nuts with it.
Executive power is the greatest threat to liberty.
Right.
Period.
Okay.
Okay. So, do you know what the take care clause is in the Constitution?
I've heard of it, but I don't know it.
Okay, it is the executive branch's responsibility to take care that the laws are faithfully executed.
Okay.
It is Congress's job to decide what law is, and then the executive branch is to fucking do it. It is not the president's job to decide what should be done with America's money, what should be done to earn the dollars that Congress decides are supposed to be paid out. It is not even the president's job to declare war or conduct acts of war in general.
What is the job of the president to respond to an attack
Yes,
if
that's
somebody
true.
were to attack us? So if somebody
Yes.
were to attack us, then the president could respond to that attack, in which case
To
a
what
response
extent?
to the attack would be you see where I'm going.
To what extent? How far can the president go in response to an attack?
Well, that's going to be kind of back to that right or wrong difference, right? So when we got attacked
It's
on
not a
Pearl
right or wrong
Harbor,
issue. It's not a right or wrong issue. It's a constitutional issue.
well, the Constitution's
We
ultimately
decided
gonna
this
bend to
together.
the Constitution's ultimately going to bend to the objective reality of right and wrong, right?
So you do believe in objective right and wrong. Okay, yeah, I think we did get there.
Yeah,
Weird.
yeah, I mentioned it earlier. Yeah,
But that doesn't even make any fucking sense because you said that we can't know for sure whether we have discerned what objective right and wrong is. And that's why we have a constitution, so that people can't just decide on a whim what is right or wrong, and it changes every 4 fucking years.
the Constitution's that's not changing.
Well, your boy made an executive order where he wants to unilaterally change the Constitution.
In which case, I think guardrails would probably stop that. I think a lot of it's just fear
And
about.
it's not concerning to you
fear.
that he wants to use his executive power to do that?
I think it's. I see no reason to fear something that hasn't happened.
It has happened.
He's changed the Constitution.
No, he's tried to change the Constitution. That has happened.
So why would I fear that he's changed?
If
why would
somebody
I
shoots
fear
at your
that-
daughter and misses, are you fine until he hits her?
I don't see that as the same. That's a much heightened version of that.
That's your logical inconsistency, not mine. I will treat a threat as a threat, and I will not pretend
So-
it's not one.
So when you look at the healthcare problem we have, right,
Uh-huh.
which you acknowledged before that healthcare is creating a national debt problem. Is that not a shot at the American public?
Come again one more time?
So when you look at the healthcare problem that we're currently in,
Uh-huh.
that was created by the Obama and passed by the Biden administration, just carried on, and that caused all sorts of
Wait,
problems that you guys are
what
having.
was passed by the Biden administration?
And no, it was carried on.
Oh,
So
okay, got it.
Obamacare.
Obamacare.
When you look at that,
And just to make sure,
now
what are your feelings about Obamacare versus the Affordable Care Act?
I think the Obamacare is causing a big crisis in our national debt problem, raising
how do you-
interest rates.
And do you have the same feelings about the Affordable Care Act?
I'm not too familiar with the Affordable Care Act, to be honest with you. But I would believe it was created by Obama as well.
Obamacare is the label that Republicans came up with for the Affordable Care Act.
Okay, perfect. Then yeah, that's what I'm talking about then.
Okay. Okay, when it comes to debt, My concern about this is you don't care about that.
I do care about
That's
that.
a factual statement. Are you aware of what the estimates were of how much debt we would take on under the Trump campaign's intended plans and the Harris campaign's intended plans?
I mean, we can look at estimates or we can look at the national debt currently that was delivered to us by the Affordable Care Act. One is make believe, possibly, could come to fruition, or we could look at the one that's already happened.
So you don't believe in statistics or expert knowledge?
So if the Obama Care Act, the Affordable Care Act from Obama and carried on by Biden, this election we had Trump or Kamala. Kamala
Wait, hold on.
obviously
I need
being
to just
Biden's
clarify.
president.
I'm sorry. I have to pause you because I need to clarify. Do you have a problem with Americans having a baseline standard of living?
No, definitely not.
Do you have a problem with Americans having a baseline standard of health care?
No.
So you're okay
Why?
with us having health care coverage through the Affordable Care Act?
Not through the Affordable Care Act because it's been putting us in debt.
Would you prefer Trump's alternative?
No.
Okay. So you're losing me here, dog.
Okay, so let me explain it to you this way. All right. So I voted Trump because Obama screwed it up. Biden carried that screw up on. And then we had three parties: independent, Democrat,
Well, hold
Republican.
on. You just glossed over something. What are you saying they screwed up?
The healthcare.
How did they screw it up?
So the healthcare that Obama made that people have been relying on and then was extended has put us into a national debt. It's a large majority of it.
How do you think debt works? Like, having costs doesn't put you in debt. Having excess costs over revenues puts you in debt. I mean, no, it's
So
like
yeah,
debt makes you in debt, but like if you can't pay it. Also, debt on its own isn't a bad thing if you have the ability to pay it off.
so do you think more people are? I mean, people are putting. I think I'm just gonna throw numbers. They're not exactly accurate. You gotta give me a break on that one. But a while ago, I did a little research on it,
Okay.
and I believe the numbers were looking more like people were putting in $1,500 worth of insurance and getting out 3,500.
Are you talking about from the Affordable Care Act or are you talking about in
Correct.
general?
Yeah. Yeah. Correct. On the Affordable Care Act.
Okay. Here's what I'm going to do for that. Do you mind if it is a common thing on this channel that we don't pretend that people are not going to use AI, that is a new reality of our world. People have replaced search engines with AI, and I would like to enforce that. Oh my God, ADHD is just sitting in the waiting room. What's going on, ADHD? Whoa, I've lost track of what I was saying.
I think you're going to search something.
Well, I was going to ask you about how we want to go about it, but I wanted to point out, like, AIs are not search engines. They are sycophants. They will give you something you want to hear before they will give you something correct. But there are ways to account for that. So we want to model how to use AIs appropriately. Would you mind if I asked an AI to substantiate your claims and then ask what sources we can look to support that?
I think to extend the conversation, yeah, but majority, I hate AI.
No, I mean, I kind of, I don't have the numbers that you're talking about, so I would like to, like, be able to substantiate something here to know what we're talking about.
Can I lead the question then for what you type in?
Sure. I will follow up with you and model good question asking.
Okay.
Sure.
Does the Affordable Care Act contribute to the national debt?
Yes.
And so I'm curious on what it says on that. If it leans towards a majority, or if it leans towards the minority, or if it specifies.
Leans toward the majority or the minority? What do you mean? Okay, here I'll prep the AI real quick. We're live
Oh, I
on.
thought when you said yes, I thought that was the AI's. I thought you typed it in that
No,
quick.
no, that was just me responding to you. That's a very direct question. We're live on January 2nd, 1:32 a.m. We have a voice chat guest ready to prompt you with a healthcare question. All right, then I'm going to bring that up. All right. Just for fun, I modeled our stream AI off of historical American figures. So we've got some of them in here.
That's fun.
Healthcare question incoming, depending on the angle we could look at. Okay.
That's what
And
I was trying to avoid.
I have a weird idea of fun too. What's that?
I said that's what my question was trying to avoid, was the angle. It was just trying to be an impartial question.
Sure, and I appreciate that. Okay, so what question do you want to ask them?
Does the Affordable Care Act contribute to the national debt?
Do you mind if I add, please provide sources we can look into if we want to?
Oh, of course, yeah, yeah.
Oh, if we want to. Fun part of the conversation where we sit and wait.
Oh, that's a fun one.
Where it starts with the answer is nuanced. All right, the original ACA is enacted actually reduces the deficit according to the Congressional Budget Office. However, recent expansions of subsidies do add to the deficit 2021 to 2025. The CBO's original 2010 estimate that points to the Biden administration, like you were saying. In March 2010, just before the Affordable Care Act was enacted, CBO and the staff of the Joint Committee on Taxation estimated that changes in direct spending and revenues under the legislation would reduce federal budget deficits by $124 billion over the 2010 to 2019 period, and by roughly 0.5% of gross domestic product over the ensuing decade. CBO's 2011 comprehensive analysis, the 2011 comprehensive CBO estimate projected a net deficit reduction of more than $200 billion during the 2012 to 2021 period. It calculated, wow, CBO over a year changed their analysis to almost double the savings. It calculated the law would result in $604 billion in total outlays. Oh no, I've got it backwards. Net deficit reduction. Oh, net deficit reduction. Okay. $604 billion in total outlays offset by $813 billion in total receipts. Nice. What happens if you repeal it? CBO and JCT estimate that federal deficits would increase by $353 billion over this 2016-2025 period if the ACA was repealed. Why does the ACA reduce deficits? The CBO reported in multiple studies that the ACA would reduce the deficit and repealing it would increase the deficit, primarily because of the elimination of Medicare reimbursement cuts. The caveat. The expanded premium tax credits from the American Rescue Plan and Inflation Reduction Act are a different story. CBO and JCT reported that Democrats' plan to permanently extend the expanded Obamacare subsidies would cost taxpayers $383 billion over the next 10 years. And that may be what you're referring to.
Yeah, I was just about to question. They all seem kind of one-sided there.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying this about left or right. Facts tend to be one-sided. That's how facts work.
AI doesn't, though. You've used this AI platform before?
Claude? Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, your typical answers, so whatever questions, as soon as you have an account on AI, they're going to lean one direction from that account. because that's what they know you as.
Sure, and I consistently ask this account to provide neutral sources. So, doing my best.
Yeah,
This is not
I
how
hear
money
you,
and
but
debt works, ARG. Light Spectre knows.
I know I agreed to agreeing to talking to AI with this. I didn't have very much hopes on it. I was just a little bit more concerned that I think there should be a view if AI was doing the job right. There's an open view on both sides.
Oh, okay. Maddie has a good point. She wants me to point to sources. Do you have any issues with the Congressional Budget Office?
No,
What else have we got up here? The Center on Budget and Policy Priorities.
I'm not familiar with them. No, I'm not sure if they're good or bad.
House Budget Committee.
Yeah, okay, they're good.
Okay. Anyway, I'm not super devoted to this question. I just wanted to get some baseline figures based on what you were talking about, so I could get a clearer picture on what we were talking about.
Can we take a step back and kind of look at it through a more common sense kind of objective?
Sure. I'm not sure that I will agree with your common sense, but let's go for it.
Okay, fair enough. I'll lay it out. Do you think America has better or worse health than a lot of other countries?
That's a
Like,
super broad question.
do we have do we have an obesity problem, a drinking problem?
We have worse health than like comparative nations.
Okay,
They're comparable
so
nations.
when you look at healthcare for Americans, it would be more expensive for us.
Absolutely, it's more expensive.
Right, because we need more care because our food is crap. You know, all
No,
these other
because
things
of private
contribute.
insurance, my guy.
Yeah, but why do you wind up in the hospital?
Why do you? A huge reason we wind up in the hospitals because we don't have preventive care. People in other countries
Yeah,
get preventive care all the fucking time.
yeah, I think preventive care is a big part of it. So I think when we look
And
at
how
the
do you want to pay
healthcare,
for that? Americans
well,
can't
through
afford preventive care.
education,
What? How does education help you get preventive care?
how to prevent problems, the education system can help you with that. Yeah.
It can help you, but people still develop health issues. And people
Which
will
I think,
avoid getting care, finding out if they have developing issues because it's prohibitively expensive, and then they just sit there and get worse and worse and worse until they need inpatient care.
how come that doesn't apply
Preventive
to
care like
China?
insulin. What's that?
I was saying, how come that doesn't apply to, how come that logic of education doesn't help the rest of the civilian population with preventive care? How come that doesn't apply to China? Because it works for them.
I can't speak to China's healthcare system, but I know like the Japanese and Europeans, they have their preventive care taken care of, and they have much better health outcomes because they don't wait until problems need drastic solutions.
Well, I mean, Japan's also wildly funded by America.
Their
I mean,
healthcare
we send a lot of our money to every other country but America
to pay for their healthcare.
to pay for their government, their people, and yeah, I'm sure a lot of that goes to their healthcare as well.
John, why do you believe that other nations' healthcare is being paid for by America?
Um, for instance, we'll jump into AI. So where is NVIDIA based?
I don't know where Nvidia is based.
That'd be, I mean, would you mind looking that up?
California?
No, that's their new plant.
Okay.
There's TSM, NVIDIA, they both run together.
Headquarters
TSM is
California.
So TSM, I'm sorry, I may have misspoke on the Nvidia. I may have been wrong on the Nvidia. TSM, where they're buying their chips from, the Taiwan Semiconductors.
Okay. We're going to
So
have to wrap
when
this up
Biden,
soon because I want to get back to a point that actually matters to me. But
well, you mentioned, where are we sending our money? Taiwan
I didn't
Semiconductors, we
mention where
sent
we're
them
sending our
billions of
money.
dollars
You
to
mentioned where
advance
we're
their
sending
AI.
our money.
We sent a whole bunch of money over to Taiwan for the semiconductors to help, advance AI chips.
Okay.
And that was through the Biden administration
Okay. And where is Taiwan?
in Taiwan. TSM,
Okay.
the
Wait,
company,
but where is Taiwan?
it's, oh, you're asking me like geography?
Uh-huh.
It's in Asia.
Okay.
I'm sorry to give you a broad answer to that. I couldn't tell you the exact geographic location, like what country it's next to.
Give me a minute here. I'm trying to get a better understanding so to make sure that I know what I'm talking about before. Because the relationship between Taiwan and China is a whole. I'm committing a hate crime. Oh, because I'm asking in American geography. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, can we get back to Trump for a second? Because you told me that you voted Trump in 2020, right? Oh no, 2024.
Correct. Yeah.
I have to ask you about my specific pet peeve. What do you know about the fake electors plot?
So is that the one for the January 6th thing?
Well, there are multiple January 6th things.
Okay, then I guess not much then.
Do you know that Trump's team, including people who testified that Trump, this was what he wanted to do, and he had multiple conversations with people on, like, that we have records of about this subject, his team got uncertified electoral votes on the Congress floor on January 6th in Pence's hands with the expectation that he would count uncertified votes instead of certified votes. Elaney, I do also stream on YouTube.
So, okay, so from what you just told me, has that been verified fact and has he been taken to court of law for that?
You know, I actually love that you asked me that question. He was indicted for that. But I love that you asked me that question because it gives me the opportunity to pitch my 30-minute video that we're only going to watch a tiny, tiny segment of. And I want to know what your thoughts are after we watch this.
Okay.
Videos.
Am I supposed to be on the Twitch channel to watch it?
Yeah, I'll let you know when I'm about to start it, and then you could swap over there.
Okay, I got you.
You do the right window capture here. He did his constitutional duty. They tried to get... Okay. We are ready for you to swap over to the Twitch stream.
All right, I'm
It'll
there.
be a lot easier for me to recap with a video that has already done it. Oh, no. Actual shrinking. There we go. Thank you, Elaney. Hell yeah, we've got commands that work now. We're just a baby channel. Okay. And John, you can tell me in Twitch chat or over voice if you're still on voice that if you're ready.
Yeah, I'm here and I'm ready. Can you hear me?
Okay, and I think I need to turn up the volume on this. Maybe not. Maybe that's just on my end. I'm gonna let it run for a second, then I'm gonna pause and ask you if you can hear it. All right. Mike Pence to rely on fraudulent electoral votes
Yeah, and I'm.
to choose the next president unilaterally. Can you hear it? Okay.
Yep, I can.
Okay. But you don't have to listen to me on this one. Listen to the people who took part in the months of scheming. We have the receipts. Uncomfortable. Yeah, this is gonna go too fast. Unsound. Well, I don't know if we want to. I'll just let it run, and then you can let me know if you want to look into any of these in particular. I'll back it up just a second here. There we go. Unsound. Not valid. No good. Illegal. Dangerous for the Republic itself. Treasonous. What the president wanted. Fake. Sorry. Alternative. These were all quotes from people that were in the inner workings, who were communicating with each other in the background about organizing states to get fake electors together to create a fake certificate of ascertainment for the electoral votes. This particular one was from an attorney in, I believe it was Arizona, and he was the one communicating back and forth with like the initial planning stage, and he said, yes, the votes aren't legal under federal law, or until signed by the governor, so that members, we would do this so that members of Congress can fight about whether they should. This is kind of a wild or creative idea. We would just be sending in fake electoral votes to Pence, so that someone, quote unquote, would make an objection when they start counting votes and start arguing that the fake votes should be counted. The same person does a follow-up email minutes later. Sorry. Alternative, with this recommendation, that is the one the Trump campaign, the Trump campaign ran with. We'll call them alternative votes.
Okay, I kind of see where you're going with this.
Well, I hope so, because they were completely fraudulent votes that were handed to Pence for every single swing state. 7
But
states.
I have a question.
Yeah, what's your question?
So we had two choices. We had Kamala or Trump.
Hey, no, okay, hold on. We got to deal with this shit before we start talking about our choice between Trump or Kamala Harris. I need your confirmation that this president tried to overturn the results of the 2020 election, tried to change outcomes for 7 states, regardless of what those states said their outcomes were.
Now, of course, you know, me just watching a Twitch video and talking to you, that I'm not going to fully agree with this right off rip. I got to do a little bit more research than 3 introductions.
Okay, well then I'll tell you something, and then we can continue talking about it with the assumption that it's true. But what I will tell you is their argument, their legal argument, is these are alternative votes because we didn't know for sure who won those states, and other presidents have sent in other states have sent in quote unquote alternative votes before in the past. And I can tell you how those were. Huh?
Do you have this same amount of research done on the illegal votes with Kamala and Biden?
I'm glad we're on Twitch and not on TikTok. We can look into any 2020 oddity claim that you want to, but I assure you that we are going to find that there was an insufficient amount of any amount of fraud, of voter fraud, to make any impact on the outcome of any election. We are going to find that in most cases, if not all cases, any amount of voter fraud tended to lean more in favor of Trump than in favor of Biden. And we're going to find that most of the claims that you find aren't even going to be like have results of any voter fraud. And do you know that why can't I remember his name? Trump's attorney general at the time, Bill Barr. Are you aware that Bill Barr told Trump and America that it was the most secure election we've ever had?
Oh yeah, they say that every time. That's politics.
Are you aware that Trump's internal team all told him that there was no substance to any of the voter fraud claims?
I have a question as far as, do you believe when we look at a president, do you believe we should focus on the gossip or the policies?
Well, there is one thing that I consider to be above all things, way more significant and more important than policy. Are you familiar with the term polity?
I'm not, no.
There are a couple of different definitions of polity, but the one that I like to refer to is the system of governance we have in place. The distributions of power, how government is run, the limitations on government, the extent that rights are upheld, how they're upheld. None of this has to do with policy. But if there is a person seeking power that does not uphold your country's system of polity, they should never touch power ever.
Well, now,
if a presidential candidate does not believe in the concept of a democratically fair election, they should not touch power ever.
Well, the government's already corrupt, so
bullshit.
I mean, if
don't give me that bullshit.
Just
we talk about individuals. When we talk about corruption, we talk about individuals, and we're talking about a person that didn't care what the people voted, and you want to give him power.
On
Why?
opposed
what
to
justifies that?
As opposed to the other option,
that you have no evidence had any distaste for democratic power.
We did, though, because she was vice president for Biden and voted for a lot of his policies.
Okay.
Are you a big fan of Biden's policies?
What is the polity concern here, dude?
So you're saying, why did we vote for Trump instead of Kamala? Because that was our other option. We only had two options.
So you prefer a moderate, as opposed to a moderate liberal, you prefer someone that doesn't support democracy.
I support somebody that's going to go into the government.
Doesn't support democracy, dude.
That's, again, I'm going to call that gossip and hearsay till I can,
dude,
get.
I apologize. It's true.
For
We're going to assume it's true for the moment, because I don't believe at this point that you wouldn't support him anyway.
Wait, no, that's a challenge. That's a challenge on character.
It's not a challenge on character, dude.
You're saying that even if I was provided factual evidence, then I would deny it. And I'm saying that I would like to dive deeper on the evidence you just provided me with, rather than acknowledge
That's
what
not what I'm challenging you on.
me.
That's not what I'm challenging you on. I'm challenging you on if it's true. You don't need to research you just said whether it's true. I need to understand your feelings
we're going
if it's
to acknowledge true. It's true.
I don't after this call, I'm not going to sit here and say John accepts that Donald Trump tried to overturn the results of the 2020 election. I'm not going to say that. What I'm concerned with is what John thinks if Donald Trump did, in fact, try to overturn the results of the 2020 election.
To be honest, I don't really care if he did or didn't.
John, Jesus Christ, John. You are willing
because it makes
you are willing to return to authoritarianism.
No, let's be honest here. All right, so you and me both agree. What does that change?
It ruins the republic. It's no longer a republic at that point, dude.
How does it help us now?
We maintain a republic.
Okay, so if you and me agree, then we can get Trump out right now.
I don't think we can get Trump out right now.
So it changes nothing. So what's the point?
The point is that I need to rely on you as another American to make decisions that don't fuck us, John.
Right.
And if you're
So
willing to
let's
throw away republicanism,
not
that's
willing to throw it away. It's
that
been
is
gone. Where
throwing
have you
away.
been?
You don't get it back, John. If you lose
Where
it, you don't get it back.
America lives on money. When we got off the gold standard, where was our money?
What does this have to do with our polity, John?
I'm saying you're trying to save a dying system. Why would you not just vote Trump and throw somebody in there
So
that's going
you're
to
in
fuck up the
favor of
system even more?
authoritarianism as long as it helps you.
No, I'm in favor of screwing up the government.
So you're an accelerationist?
Yeah, you throw Trump. Well, I don't know. I don't know
To
what you
what
mean by
end,
that.
man?
To
Where
the end
where
that
do you want us
everybody
to be?
becomes awakened and realizes, hey, there's problems here because nobody's done that in the last 20 years. And Trump's doing a good job of making
Dude, that's
people
what I'm
wake
fucking
up to
sitting here
politics.
doing with this channel. This channel's intended purpose is to have a constitutional convention so we can fix this shit so that Donald Trump can't do this fucking shit again and no one like him can.
Okay, but your alternative was Kamala, right?
Who did nothing
Right.
to earn your
I
ire.
would sum that. I would sum that up 100% accurate. Of she did nothing, so why would we vote her in?
Because she's infinitely more, like, qualified for the position?
Now, when you say qualified, we're going to go by the DEI standards by skill. So she was president for 4 years beforehand.
No, she was not president beforehand.
Okay, so there was somebody that had more skill in that region than her.
That does not determine that he had skill in that position.
But it shows he had 4 years experience more than her.
If you
Correct.
consider that he was gaining experience during that all that time, sure. 4 years more
Well, I mean, it
experience
would be
as a president.
4 years good or bad for one person and 0 experience for the other person, correct?
But way more years in government, way more years as a civil servant, dedicating her life to doing things that are not fiscally beneficial to her so that she could have a job serving the government. That was her career.
Right. If you were to explain the president as multiple branches of jobs rather than a singular job, but we did have a candidate that was 4 years experience in that job.
Okay.
So by DEI standards, we would vote for the guy that had more experience in that job and was
No,
not leaning
I don't
towards
vote
to the
based on
last.
experience. I vote based on qualifications. Experience alone
well,
isn't a
you-
qualification. Did
Okay,
they
then
fuck it
how
up
would-
the entire time? Then that's not a qualification.
Okay, but Biden didn't fuck it up the whole time?
What did he fuck up?
What did he not fuck up?
The economy? Dude was
Okay,
a fucking
so the
miracle worker with the
extension-
economy.
So the extension on healthcare was a good idea?
I would need more to make a claim on that, but I know that we very quickly recovered on inflation.
So you would call the extension on Obamacare, the one that we're dealing with now, that Biden passed, that was a good idea.
What was my answer?
It wasn't an answer. It wasn't a yes or no.
Because I can't provide one. I said I need more information on it. I don't make bullshit claims.
Right. That's fair enough. Okay, so when he drained the oil reserves,
Man, I vaguely know some facts on this. I need to refresh myself on that.
or when he started selling off military equipment so we could start funding the military more and providing the military with new equipment.
What about that? You have an
Or are
issue
you
with
in
that?
favor with giving the military more money?
No,
All right.
but
So
that's
if you were to
that's
tell
both
us,
parties there.
correct. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I'm trying to figure out
I'm saying
what
you're
justifies like discarding Republican values. And I mean that in the literal sense, not in terms of the party. I mean in terms of honoring a republic.
I focus
What
on right and wrong.
so if an authoritarian regime is right, you're all for the authoritarian regime?
It's not authoritarianism. It's I
I
know what
didn't
the
ask
last 4
about
years.
I didn't ask about a specific administration. Are you in favor of an authoritarian regime if they agree with your values?
If they agree with the direction I need to go and they have a time limit, then yes.
Fuck, John. That's dumb.
Well, you may perceive it as dumb.
It's dumb because it gives you no security. You have
How come
no instinct for protecting yourself and other people in the future.
how come that applies to me, but when you look at DEI based on skill, it doesn't
Okay.
apply to
Okay,
Kamala
let's
versus
talk
Trump?
about DEI because that was the thing I put in the title of this. Let's talk about this ridiculous DEI concept. What is your concept of what DEI or DEIA is?
So from what I understand of it, which a lot of people seem to back up against the wall against, is it is choosing separate races other than white.
Nope.
So it's not
Can you back
race-based
that up?
hiring at all. Would you call it race-based hiring at all?
No, it's the opposite of race-based hiring.
Do you call the opposite of race-based hiring at the exclusion of whites to try and put more other people of color into a job to make it fit the state standard?
Well, what you just described isn't DEI.
So what do you call DEI?
DEI is a practice to eliminate unconscious
Race-based hiring.
yeah, to eliminate subconscious or unconscious race-based hiring or race-based practices.
Okay. So it is a racial hiring practice.
Only in that you could say that it's attempting to target a race-based issue. It's trying to get race
So what
out of the
is
question.
well, it is targeting a race. It is targeting a white race, correct?
No,
How is it not?
it's trying to create standards that do not rely on race.
It's specifically saying that whites have too many jobs. We should pass out more jobs to minorities.
I'm curious about your phrasing of that. DEI doesn't itself say anything, so I'm curious who you're
Of
saying
course,
is saying what.
of course, it doesn't say that, but it implies it, and it backs it up.
What you read into something is not the responsibility of the people that are trying to come up with non-racial based practices.
I hope
See,
you back that up with the
your
same.
concern is that equal treatment means I am not
Equal.
treated as favorably as I used to be.
No, it means that everybody should be treated equal, and if you're
That's
going
not what
to
you care about because
discriminate,
that's what DEI cares about. You don't care about that.
no, DEI cares about putting more blacks in, more Hispanics in, more people that fit the atmosphere of a state as far as color is concerned.
Nope. You're just making bullshit up or repeating stuff. That's
Okay,
not
so
what
read to me
DEI
what.
even is. You point to me
Okay,
a DEI policy that does that.
diversity, equity, and inclusion, correct?
Yep.
So what is the diversity part of that?
Diversity is that it should reflect the population as it is a like diverse people, a
In what
populist group.
sense?
No,
In
that's
what
not what
sense?
pluralist. It's a pluralist reflection of society.
Reflection in what sense?
Any sense. That's what diversity is.
No,
Do you only
diversity.
think it's about race? It's not even about race.
Diversity in what sense? It's not just what you about cultures, all that type of
It
stuff.
is. It's about sex. It's about gender. It's about race. It's about like cultural background. It's about like uh I guess technically it could be about like whether you're a first or second generation person to go to college, like a first or second generation immigrant, like anybody.
Okay, so
Diversity,
just to be
like the
clear,
population of America.
what just to be clear, what you're saying is that at this point in time in our political climate, we should choose another race over a certain race.
No, wait, what? No.
Or we should choose another culture over a certain culture. Is that
We
what you're
should
saying?
give equal opportunities to other cultures and other races. That's not even
But
to
if
say that you should hire like those people. It's like they should have the same opportunities as the like white cisgendered heterosexual males that tend to have all these positions in government and in high up in corporations, etc. The
I'm glad you brought
problem
up incentive.
is that the systems in place have tended to defer to this group, and
So the incentive,
it's not based on their like like how much more qualified white heterosexual cisgendered males are.
then why do you guys keep getting angry at white cisgendered males?
Who's mad at them? I am one of those, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? You believe in a
Democrats.
mythologized
Democrats
world.
Democrats in general.
No, they don't. You believe in a mythologized world.
No,
Yeah.
I would. Okay, so jump on Proudly Radical. He's live right now.
Who am I mad about? Dude, I don't care about random individuals. Random individuals can have any kind of bullshit insane opinions, like how we should hand the government over to an authoritarian and remove the idea of a republic that this country was founded upon if they agree with my beliefs. Any random person can have insane opinions.
And of course, they're going to, but I believe that DEI is an incentive to hire people based on. I'll join you on the culture thing.
John,
So
I haven't even
culture,
pointed out to you that
race.
you are un-American.
So did you hear what I said?
I just wanted to point out to you, one of the core American ideals is a limited executive. That is a core American ideal. Republicanism is a core American ideal. You are anti-American.
Did you hear what I said?
Go for it.
No, I mean before where you jumped in with the anti-American thing.
I'm asking you for the thing that you want to say. I don't know why you're harping on this. I want to hear what you have to say.
What? So DEI,
Go
as
for it.
you just said, was a culture thing as you presented.
It
So
can be.
we're passing a law to incentivize people to hire a different race, a different culture, a different person than the
No.
majority that currently obtains the job.
Still wrong. Still
Okay,
wrong.
why is that different?
Let me try to think of a really good metaphor for you, because I love teaching with metaphors. I used to be an LSAT teacher, so I have practiced.
Who's the majority that holds jobs?
White cisgendered heterosexual males.
Okay, so what do you think the law is incentivizing against?
Choosing white cisgendered heterosexual males because of their race, gender, sex, or wait.
So you're passing a law. You're passing a law to incentivize to not hire white males, correct?
No. Still getting that wrong. You are welcome to hire as many white cisgendered heterosexual males as you want. Like, if they are more qualified than other people, go for it. If they are equally qualified with a black, gay, trans woman who is asexual, then your decision should be based on something other than all of those criteria.
So then what's the point passing the law if you could just do whatever you want anyway?
Okay, first off, you're going to have to tell me what law you're talking about.
The
Second of all,
DEI?
what, which one?
Just the basic concept
Which
of
one?
DEI.
You said a
I
law.
don't know.
I can't tell you what law you're talking about.
Well, what is DEI? Where did that come into it?
It's a policy push.
Oh,
That
okay.
doesn't make
So where did
make it enacted into law.
All right, so it's an
It's often
incentive.
something that corporations institute themselves.
Okay, so it's an incentive.
And I not like a monetary incentive. Like it can be something that the federal government goes, we want to encourage corporations, we like corporations that we partner with, we want to encourage corporations to like make sure that they're not hiring based on gross things. So please don't do that. And then corporations go, diversity actually helps us. All research shows that having a diverse population actually is a benefit. So we want to do that. And it also gives us a better public image. So
Wait, diversified on what sense?
dude, you are focusing on this from
Culture.
the exact opposite direction. They are trying
Yeah, because
to
I'm confused how you can fight racism with racism.
they're trying to remove racism. What would you like it to look like without racism? Let's ask it that way. What would it look like without racism?
You just don't focus on race. You just hire people based on skill based in general, which
So
is
DEI.
what we've been doing.
No, it's
No,
not. The problem is that the systems. No, dude. Research shows that like things are like
terribly
based on race.
Research shows
the freaking resume studies, dude. The callback studies. Callback studies prove this.
America was founded by
The United States of America it was founded by a bunch of Brits.
Okay, what color are they?
Well, I assume the majority of them are white. I don't know how that matters at all.
So when you walk into America, that was founded by.
Do we want the country to be uneducated too?
Well, I'm confused on you're wondering why the majority of the country is white when the country itself was founded by white people. Where's the confusion there? Does that mean now because the country was founded by
white people maintain people wanting to hire white people based on the color of their skin?
No, you're assuming that because by the numbers the country is racist because it's a majority of white when it was founded by white men.
And why should that matter for hiring?
In the same sense that incentivizing people on DEI hires to hire outside of the color of the majority.
So you want people to hire more white people?
No, I want people to not pay attention to color.
That's what this is doing.
No, it's not. It's calling into attention, hey, pay attention to culture and color.
Okay. So if callback studies show that people are accepting resumes that are identical with a white-sounding last name more than a Hispanic-sounding last name, like 5-1, that shows that there's a discriminatory practice there, right?
Now, I'm going to separate state and federal. Federal makes things worse. State, you can get rich on.
I'm just talking about the private sector.
Right, which I'm going to lean towards what you're talking about now is state.
It's private. What are you talking about?
So when people handle their private situations in the state that they are, and they open their court cases, handle what they're doing, listen, they can find all sorts of racial discrimination, and I believe that they are correct.
Okay.
But when
who's
when
correct?
government,
Hold on, who's correct?
when different companies, like we'll say just a random company. So when somebody has found on those type of studies that McDonald's is hiring mostly white men in their state, then that's a
Let's
problem.
narrow
They
this to
get
callback studies because it's a very clear example. Let's narrow this to callback studies. McDonald's is hiring 5-to-1 white names with identical resumes compared to Hispanic names with identical resumes.
right.
I am not making that claim about McDonald's, but I'm saying if they did, what would be the solution? Well, first off, is there a problem there?
Of course, there's a problem there. Yeah,
Okay, so what is the solution to the problem?
the state needs to handle that problem
With what? How does the state handle the problem?
with state laws
That do what, dude?
that are going to target and punish them when they get sued in the court. So typically that problem handles itself because whenever that happens, somebody goes out and gets a private investigator and has that type of thing done. And that's why it hits the news. They get sued, and that person that was applying for the job suddenly becomes a millionaire.
Would there be any problem in that case to say, okay, what if we instituted a law that said whoever's reviewing resumes has to leave off the review of the name that is on the resume?
Yes. Yeah, I could see problems there, yeah.
What is the problem with that?
So if you're
We're
leaving the name
literally
off the
talking about a
resume,
list of qualifications now.
if you leave the name off the resume, that leaves room for illegal immigrants to squeeze in.
Let's just let's assume somebody else in the company has validated that all applicants are legal immigrants. It's just the person reviewing the resumes at this point. They're leaving the name off.
You're gonna have to run that by me one more time.
The person reviewing the resumes, we're not talking about the person at the company that validates legal working status. The person who reviews the resumes to determine who they want to call back for an interview. Would there be any issue with a policy or a law, because you're saying the state law should handle this, with a law that says the person reviewing the resumes to determine callbacks cannot review the name on file? It's just the qualifications listed.
So I would like to.
Why do you feel like you're getting cornered here? I don't understand this.
Well, I want to make sure that I speak clearly, because if I were to, which I already did, for instance, when I responded with, I believe state law should be the response to that problem, I don't necessarily think state law should be. I think that people should go out and get their private investigators and
Is
get
there any
rich off of
problem
that.
with the company itself instituting a policy that the person that reviews resumes to determine callbacks looks only at the qualifications listed and the name is left off the resume?
Yes.
What is the problem with that?
The problem with that is that it leaves room for illegal immigrants to take our
It
jobs.
doesn't, because someone else at the company is reviewing the legal working status. They're
Who's
making
that
sure
person
all these resumes are good. These are all potential workers. Here you go. Review these resumes.
Okay, then there would be no problem with that then.
You liberal DEI loving motherfucker.
No.
That is DEI, dude. That's literally what it is.
Okay, so
That is a DEI policy. That is literally an example of a DEI policy.
An example of one singular DEI policy.
That is representative of what DEI does.
No, that's not represent. No.
Based on what, dude? Why do you believe this bullshit, this mythologized world that you live in? Why do you believe in that?
Okay, so
give me an example that you rely on for your DEI feelings.
I've given you, I think, several examples on this.
You haven't given me a real world example. Give me a real world example.
No, you have not acknowledged a real world example.
Which one?
Okay, so flight attendants. Lately, all right, so you remember during Biden administration, we were pushing way more, we should hire outside of color because the whites were owning way too many jobs. This was a big thing for a while.
Based on DEI. For what?
Well, I mean, it was all over television. It was incentivized through
That isn't
mainstream
answering the
media.
question.
What part of that didn't answer the question?
Mainstream media isn't the government.
No, it's the people. And
So,
incentivized
so you're
incentivized
conflating actual
federal regulation.
DEI policy with mainstream media representation of DEI policy?
Well, who do you think DEI affects?
Workers.
The people.
Yeah.
Okay, so if mainstream media is reflecting it in some sort of way, wouldn't that have some sort of merit in this conversation?
I believe mainstream media likely tends to represent the corporate class.
And I don't necessarily believe it all the time, but in this situation of what I'm referring to,
Okay, and I still want like an
you're
actual
saying,
example.
okay, so all right, so I'm gonna try
Flight
and
attendants.
get this
Flight
down.
attendants. So a specific airline. What airline are we talking about?
Do you think DEI wound up hiring more non-whites than whites?
God, I hope so. But
Why?
not based on their race.
Why do you hope so?
Because it was unfairly benefiting white people. Corporate
Okay,
practices
so
were unfairly benefiting white people, and that's based on race. And so if we remove the racial element, if it's
okay,
true
okay,
that it's unfairly benefiting white people, then if you remove the unfairness, then more like fewer white people would be hired, but it wouldn't be because of the other people's race. That would just be how it evens out when you remove race as a question.
okay. So thanks to the policy DEI being preached and practiced, you're saying that
By
white people
whom?
have a majority. Well, wait, hold on.
Okay.
White people
You
have a
just make a lot of
majority
general
of.
statements, and I don't know what you're referring to most of the time. But continue. Sorry.
So, essentially, thanks to DEI, you're rooting against white people and hoping more minorities get hired, right?
It's not rooting against white people.
That's what you just did. You just said, I
I
hope
certainly
so.
hope that white people do well because I also hope that black people do well, and I hope that Indian people do well, and I hope that Hispanic people do well, and like I hope that all Americans do well. I don't hope
And I
anybody
believe
does better than anyone else because of their race, dude, and that's what you're asking for.
I do. Now, may I take a quick pause?
Okay?
I know you and me have probably had plenty of political conversations,
Mm-hmm.
and it is very different for a right-leaning person to be talking to a left-leaning person about uh, race-based. Usually, it's the opposite way. So I would just kind of like to see the humor in that.
I don't think we should ever
I'm
talk
not
about
trying to
race.
attack you at this point. I'm just taking a pause to see the irony of the situation.
I feel like this is a very common conversation. I'm very confused. I don't know, man.
All right. Well,
Because I
I
feel
don't
like
know that.
I don't know what viewpoint you're coming at this from. You're saying like as a leftist, my core value is egalitarianism and pluralism. Those are my core values. I
What
believe
is
that
that?
egalitarianism
Yeah.
is equal treatment under the laws and systems for all people, regardless of what any immutable characteristic, and on many mutable characteristics.
Well, that's ironic. Okay.
You say that, but this is the problem we
All
keep
right.
running into. Like, I I know you're not going to believe me on this, but like one of the like crazy things that I have to deal with all the time, and this is one of the things that I'm trying to work towards. Like, I want to make a video series as an appeal to the right so that I can explain this. A war is being waged against you by the people who claim to represent your political stance, where they are using words in ways that are not accurate. And they are grouping ideas under umbrella terms. And so they will take an idea under an umbrella term, and they will put another bad, evil idea under the same umbrella term. And oftentimes, people who support the good thing, they don't support the bad thing either. But then when you put it under the same umbrella, and one side goes, well, yeah, I agree that the good thing is under that umbrella. Then the people who talk to you, your pundits, your politicians, will refer to the umbrella and say, ah, but the bad thing is also under the umbrella. And so people who support the umbrella also support the bad thing. It is a
I see where you're
constant,
going.
it's a constant war of words waged against you to trick you into associating bad things with totally fine things.
Let me ask you
And
though,
like you assume that I want to hire people on the basis of race, and that's not a thing I support. I don't support that.
and
And you people
and
tell
by
you that I do.
and by my argument, you would assume that I would want more whites hired. That's the same concept, but vice versa put on me would be that by my argument, everybody
But
would assume that I want
when I
people
ask you
white.
for the solution, John, when I ask you for the solution, you give me an example of a solution that I agree with. And that's
Right, we
what
just ignore.
DEI is. So
No, no,
you
DEI is the practice of putting in a policy while I said just ignore it. We don't need a law. We don't need any of
if you
that
just
crap. You just
ignore it,
ignore it.
if you just ignore it, then the system continues to be racist, John.
No, the people will stand up and take their cases to the court of law like we talked about.
No, they won't because there isn't sufficient evidence to deal with it.
But you
How do
have
you
sufficient evidence to show that there was racial-based hiring.
right, but
How do you think you got that evidence?
you're talking about like broad systemic studies versus one person feeling like they've been wronged and they don't even know if they've been wronged, dude. Like in most cases, if somebody's name was chosen over another person's name on a resume that's identical, like if we imagined that scenario, how is the person going to know that they were racially discriminated against? A study might reveal that, but the individual person's going to have no fucking idea.
I
They
think
cannot
Americans
protect their own
gotten
rights.
I think that's going to jump into a conversation of America's psychology, and I think America's gotten really soft. I think we're very sensitive and we're very delicate towards our feelings.
I don't
And
know what this means, John.
I think so. Yeah, we're always going to be offended. So when they apply for a job and they're like, "Oh, I didn't get the job," it's a race thing.
Dude, I don't care
I
about
didn't get
offense. I care about harm. Demonstrable harm is a problem.
right, which is going to be based on feelings.
No, dude, it's based on measurable statistics.
Okay, so
If
I
there's
hate
a
to be
5-to-1 discrimination on callback studies, that's not feelings.
okay. So there is evidence that there was some sort of racial-based hiring that a
Not that an
civilian put out
individual that
there.
has experienced harm can get. How is an individual going to figure that out?
Well, they would
And
hire a
let me
private
challenge you with
investigator.
this, John. The fact that we're sitting here in 2025 and these studies still show these results shows that America doesn't fix its own problem, John. We
It
don't
does,
do
and
that.
it's 2026, my man.
Oh, you're right. Oh my God. What the fuck?
All good, man. All good.
Holy shit.
Yeah, man.
But it's obvious that America doesn't fix its own problem because it's still happening.
That's because none of us can agree.
But you're the one disagreeing with the facts.
No, I'm disagreeing with you, what you consider your facts. And you're disagreeing with
Then
me.
show
So you
me
have to look at it from my
Hey,
perspective.
John, you agreed with me earlier that my epistemology was a good way of determining facts on a scientific basis. And that's what we care about at this point, right? So if you're going to tell
What
me
was
that my facts are
wait,
wrong,
wait.
then what you need to do is give me alternative facts that override them. That's
Now,
how
wait,
you do
you're gonna take that
science,
you're
John.
gonna you're gonna take that one agreement versus all the disagreements we had and run with that on my total overall view of our conversation?
Wait, what are you talking about? I don't know what you're saying. I'm
You
just
said
talking
I
about
agreed with you on the one fact. Therefore,
no,
if I disagree with you,
no, I'm talking about when it comes to studying something on a scientific basis. You and I talked about scientific epistemology earlier. And we agreed that
right?
when it comes to at least on scientific issues, the best way to do like an epistemology is to say, hold no position until evidence justifies one, then hold that position until there is sufficient evidence on the alternative side to override it, at which point you have to switch your position. Now, if you're going to tell me I believe my facts, then you
Wait,
better fucking give me facts to the alternative, John.
wait, but what else did I say about that?
The thing you said other than that I recall is you saying, but you care about what is right and what is wrong. But that's not a scientific question. That's about like a policy to uphold
I
question.
said I
Right now,
said that
you're challenging my facts.
I said that I believe in right and wrong, and if we go by that belief, then heroes would not exist.
Okay. But right now we're talking about facts. You're challenging my facts.
Well, heroes win wars, which conquer countries. I think heroes have
Heroes
some
also lose
place on
wars.
heroes. On what what hero lost wars?
Do you not remember the Alamo?
Were those heroes?
I don't think so. I was willing to guess that you thought they were. I don't support the Alamo.
Hey, it was a reach. I'll give it to you.
I thought it was a fair guess.
It was a reach, man. I'll give it to you. You know, we're jumping around, man.
So you don't think David Bowie was a hero?
I'm not familiar enough with David Bowie to
Davy
respond, to be
Crockett?
honest with you. Is he who was the one that oh god, now I'm
Sam
reaching.
Houston?
Man, you make me reach. Who?
Sam Houston?
No, I don't know him. You're closer with David.
Davy
Was
Crockett. I
David
mean,
Crockett?
you're near the Virginians.
Yeah, who was that fucker that moved to? I'm sorry, I've used the F word twice, and I don't know if I'm allowed to do that on
Dude,
your
I've been
thing.
saying fuck so many times.
Okay, cool.
You,
So the
you've been
guy that
bringing the
moved
F
to
word out of me a lot, John.
well, I apologize, man, and I hope we're still in good standing, even though the conversation we had got a little heated.
I mean, dude, our local Nazi believes in democracy more than you do.
Well, your local Nazi, you're gonna use him as a point of defense?
I'm not considering it a defense. I would call it more of an offense. To say that a person supports authoritarianism over republicanism on any basis is a extreme concern. And I would challenge you to really think about that. That's do you realize that authoritarianism gives you no security?
What security have we had this year? Or I'm sorry, what security have we lost this year
John,
that we have had?
you're on a private platform talking about whatever fucking political opinion you want to. What do you mean what security?
Which hasn't disappeared in the last year.
Dude, the president issued a national security presidential memo allowing the security apparatus of the United States federal government to look into online content creators based on their anti-American, anti-Christian, or anti-capitalist speech. What the fuck are you talking about, John?
Wait, didn't Mark Zuckerberg come out and say that Biden administration did pressure him to censor free speech?
You know what pressure he's ever demonstrated?
Wait, didn't that happen though?
I'm asking you about more details. Do you know what pressure that he was able to evidence?
Oh, so you're saying the evidence was not there?
I'm asking you specifically what he referenced.
Well, that I just gave you the statement. That was the reference.
Do you know what pressure he said anything about?
No, we'll go with that.
The Biden administration requested that they, I believe it was apply their own terms of service as it comes to factual statements as it came to COVID. There was nothing further than that.
Okay, well, if the last administration was accused of doing it, you're accusing this administration of doing it, and the only other option was the vice president of the last administration. How would you get away from doing it?
Wait, what? Huh? Wait, what? What are you saying? I'm comparing.
Okay, so
These are vastly different things, dude.
the Biden administration was compared to doing the, limiting free speech. You're
The Biden
saying Trump is.
administration asked Facebook to apply their own policies to COVID misinformation.
Oh, so you're saying that's misinformation?
That's what the request was. It was to lock down COVID misinformation. Yeah.
To lock down COVID Okay, so it was to limit free speech.
No. Free speech is when the government limits your freedoms. The government asking a private institution to apply their terms of service and then applying no force to that at all, just making a request, is not a limit on your free speech.
They're asking a company that singularly focuses on the entire country's free speech.
Uh-huh.
So how is that not them directly attacking free speech?
Because what did the state do?
I don't know where you're going with it, but I'll follow you.
The state requested. That's it.
What state? We're talking about 50 states.
I'm talking about the federal state.
Actually, I stand corrected on the 50 states part, but continue.
Okay. I mean, I guess in one sense we have 51 states. We have 50
Right,
state level
yeah.
governments, and we have a national state.
Well, I'm saying so essentially you're worried about Trump is controlling our free speech, right? That's what you were just saying beforehand. And then I referenced that Biden
Well,
had the
this
same
isn't
exact
technically a
example.
control on my free speech. It is a threat against my free speech, and it is use of political power against specific Americans using their free speech, which I guess it is technically legally a violation of my free speech, because there's the concern of the legal concept of freezing free speech. If the government is investigating you, if the government is using its state power to look into you because of the type of speech you practice, that is a violation of your rights of free speech.
Right. And we got into the arbitrary argument of what declares what, and I was just showing you
Hi,
Biden
Biscuit,
did it.
welcome to chat.
So Trump did it, Biden did it.
Did
Kamala,
what? Hold on, no, you can't compare these things. You need to
I just
specifically
did.
say what the same thing is. What did they do that was the same?
Okay, so when Biden administration reached out to Mark Zuckerberg
Uh-huh.
and tried to control free speech on the COVID.
What do you mean they tried to control it? They requested that a private organization do something. And when if the private organization said no, then what did the state do? Like, nothing. There was no threat. There was no action by the state at all.
Yeah, but by what you just told me on my authoritarian problem is that if the Biden administration requested it, isn't that a problem we should really be aggressive towards?
No, because there's no threat. A request
No, there
isn't
was no.
inherently backed by a threat.
Oh, so them trying to do it doesn't mean it's a threat.
Not if they request it, and then there's nothing more than that. No.
Okay, so can you apply that same logic to Trump?
Trump is using the security apparatus of the United States, the executive branch, the FBI. They can use
Has
your
it happened?
speech. I don't fucking know, but he released a presidential memo directing the FBI to do this.
It hasn't happened, so it's not
You
a
don't
threat.
know that.
But you know that about
It was an
Biden.
executive memo. I know it was an order by the president, dude. It was an order by the president.
It's got to work both ways, man.
They're not the same thing. One was an order by the president to use executive power against American citizens. It was an order by the
For what?
executive branch to use executive power through an executive agency to investigate Americans.
To control free speech is what you're saying, right?
No, it doesn't necessarily control free speech. It looks into Americans based on their speech. It uses executive power differentially based on what speech people are applying.
So you have a problem with the FBI looking into speech?
Into people based on protected speech, yeah.
Protected speech. So you have a problem with the FBI looking into people based on freedom of speech?
Based on protected speech. Constitutionally protected speech.
Which would be declared as freedom of speech.
Well, I mean, some speech isn't protected, but so
Like what?
like threats of imminent harm, Like conspiracy to overthrow the government?
So you don't want the FBI looking into that?
No, I do want the FBI looking into that. I don't
So
want the
what's the
FBI
problem?
looking into Americans based on anti-Christian speech.
Why is anti-Christian? Where did that come in?
That's in the National Security Presidential Memo. Anti-capitalist speech? As a democratic socialist, I find that very alarming.
But you're not worried about Biden doing the same thing when
He
he
didn't do
came out and
anything.
was like,
Please, company, apply your terms of service to COVID misinformation. That doesn't do anything.
how is that not limiting free speech?
Because the state's not doing anything.
It's not the state. We're talking about Mark Zuckerberg, Facebook as a whole.
Okay, so if Zuckerberg does it, is that a limitation on your free speech?
If
Well,
requested by the President of the United States, then yes.
why? A request doesn't mean that they did it because of the government.
A request would mean that it was incentivized by
Okay, what's the
by the president.
incentive?
Hey, can you not?
That's
Can
not
you
an
practice
incentive.
your policy? How is that not incentive?
Like what reason does Zuckerberg have to choose limiting speech on COVID on his platform over not doing it?
Hey, you like being in this country and working without problems in this country? The president's asking you to do something. Who says no to the president?
A free American?
Oh yeah. You feel free?
Not under this administration, dude.
You didn't feel free under the last administration, don't lie.
Sure I did. I had no reason not to.
Is it because of lack of looking
You
stuff up, or is
you
it just because?
I'll look up whatever the fuck you want me to look up, dude.
Okay, so look
You
up
think I
Mark
wasn't you
Zuckerberg.
think I wasn't tuned into the political discussions going on from 2020 to 2024?
Well,
I
I'm
listen to so much
curious.
debate content, dude. That's my entertainment is debate content.
Well, I mean, come on, man. That's all of our debate content nowadays, is just looking that shit up.
What
But you
about being
acknowledge it
fired
happened.
to follow vaccination conditions? I mean, that's not an exercise of free speech. That would be a different freedom. That'd be an implied freedom under like the 9th or 10th Amendment. But
The vaccination thing was a forceful request for all of us to take a shot of something that has not been actually researched.
there was no force applied in that for your average American.
People didn't lose jobs for it.
Dude, we're talking about the state. Like your job can do whatever the fuck it wants. It's a free person. It's made of people who have their own freedoms.
Right, which is where we get back into incentive.
What was the incentive that was given by the state for companies that fired people for not taking vaccinations?
Hey, if you don't wear a mask, don't let them in. Hey, if they don't get the shot, don't hire them.
When was that said by the state?
That was done by the Biden administration during
When?
COVID.
Don't just fucking say
2021.
that, John. Don't just fucking say that. Give me a specific statement made by the state.
Dude, well, you said when. I was just about to say, do you need a date for when COVID was?
Yeah, I need substantiation for the mythologized world you live in. I am going to need you to operate on the basis that the stuff that you believe may not be true. So you're going to have to not just give me generalizations. You're going to have to point me to a specific case, because I don't believe a lot of the shit that you think exists.
So you don't have any recollection of being forced to wear a mask in order to enter a store?
Not because of the state, John.
Okay, so you do remember that was a thing.
I remember stores requiring you to wear masks. Yeah.
Okay, so we can call it a policy difference or federal law. I'm calling it incentive.
What the fuck? Just making shit up now.
I'm just making up the mask thing?
Like a federal law about masks?
No, that's not what I said. I said that we could call it a policy difference or a federal law But what I'm calling it is an incentive.
You need to provide what the incentive is. What
To wear a mask.
incentive? What incentive did the state provide?
Hey, wear a mask or you'll catch COVID.
That's not provided by the state. That's provided by COVID.
That was passed by who was it at the time? The COVID Foundation? Or whoever they were?
Talking about Anthony Fauci?
CVC?
What are you talking about?
CVC? Was it the CVC?
The CDC, the Center for Disease Control?
I think that's who it was. The ones that are
Okay.
doing all the COVID testing,
Are you
which
talking
is
about-
a federal, which
are
is
you
a
talking about when they
federally
release-
regulated.
Are you talking about when they release information?
They weren't. Okay, so yeah.
Okay, information isn't telling you to do something. They can advise things.
Okay, so you're going to minus out all of the Biden administration on all of the incentivized.
I'm going to minus out
efforts.
everything that you don't give me substantiation for.
So now when you do that, can you not respect when I do the exact same thing back to you?
Go for it, dude.
Perfect.
You know, most of the time it is you making assertions of things and me going, what the fuck are you talking about? Like DEI, like what are you talking about? What policies? What you're upset about policies that don't exist.
We went through that, and I can tell you what you said. So you told me
You
I was
never gave me
basing
an
it
example of a
based on
DEI policy that upsets you.
we went through this. I was going to give you your example to show you that I listened to what you said.
Okay.
So your example where you brought me into it was the culture part of it. Was I was not acknowledging the culture part of it. I was just specifically calling it a race part of it. So now I will acknowledge the race and culture part of it. But you could not persuade me outside of the race part of it.
I'm asking
Can
you
you
for
tell
a
me what-
DEI policy that upsets you. Because you're making the claim that DEI policies are racially discriminatory. So give me a policy that is racially discriminatory.
Wait, no, when we have the same argument twice, the move is not to do it twice. The move is to show that you listened to what I said. I showed you that I listened to a part of what you said. Can you repeat a part
Dude,
of what I said about DEI?
You said the flight attendants and when we were doing a push to have more diverse flight attendants.
I mean, what was my stance? You added in culture was a part of it. We need more differential culture in the jobs. So what was my stance on the DEI and why I had a problem with it?
I don't think you're even like framing my position on this right. So I never
we haven't
got
even
a
tried
good
on mine,
understanding
so
of
that's-
what your position is. It is nonsensical to me, John.
Well, if we can't list each other's reasons, I've tried to
Okay.
list yours.
Okay,
at
try telling
best.
me again and I will steel man it. I will steel man what you say.
You haven't even tried to tell me mine yet.
That's I'm offering to do this again. Like you give me the policy, I'll steel man it so that I am putting your position in the best framing that I can.
We've had a half-hour conversation on DEI at least. Can you at least tell me what my idea of DEI is?
Your idea of DEI is that the companies should be hiring people of other cultures instead of white people or races
Okay,
instead
yeah.
of white people.
Okay, yeah, I'll take that. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm still wanting a DEI policy that does what you're claiming they do.
It incentivizes people to do what you just framed my argument.
Which you agreed, if there is a systemic problem, is the result of balancing out to not having a racist policy. You agreed that's how that would happen. With the
No, I
5 to
agreed
1
that-
callback study issue. You told me
I
what your
agreed that-
solution would be.
I agree that private civilians should handle that solution internal, and it should not get to a state or federal legal
No, if you
level,
recall, we got to a specific policy choice conclusion that you agreed would not be racist,
which
which is
was
which was that somebody who's reviewing resumes could do
oh
that
yeah,
without
yeah,
reviewing
yeah.
names. Now that does what you said, where it would negatively impact the number of white people that were chosen, but it would
Yeah,
not be a racist policy.
yeah, if you were to ignore my point of the incentive completely and just focus on policy, then yeah.
So technically, that's not even an incentive. It is
The
removing
policy,
incentives.
the incentive, as you well and know but won't say, is what I've been referencing. But the one policy, yeah, I can agree with the policy. I don't see how that policy isn't already practiced.
Tell me the incentive in place for the example we just talked about. What does it incentivize?
It incentivizes hiring people outside of the white color.
No, it doesn't. Technically, you could just choose people that are white by doing that practice. Right? So what does it incentivize, John?
That might be a solid point. So you could hire people specifically based on just that.
That is the intent of DEI. The intent of
So once
DEI is not
so
to.
once again, it frameworks the point of what is the point of it if you're just going to do the exact, if it doesn't change anything, it doesn't affect anything. What is the point in even bringing it up? Why are we paying Congress to even talk about it?
I didn't say that it doesn't affect anything. I'm
Right,
saying
but this
that
was like a whole policy. This was like a big part of the Biden administration. We spent a lot of money on this, right? So what was the
no,
point? They talked about it for a while, man. You can't deny it. It's become a giant thing. A lot of people talk
I
about
agree
it.
it's
Biden
become a
administration
giant
paying
thing. I
for it.
agree a bunch of people talk about it. They talk about a bunch of fucking mythologized bullshit, John. The people who talk on your side talk about a bunch of shit that doesn't exist. Litter boxes in student classrooms for furries. That doesn't exist.
Okay. So you agree that the DEI was a waste of time then?
No. Where are
Well,
you
that's what
getting
we just
this?
said.
I didn't say it doesn't do anything. I'm saying technically that result can occur. Statistically, if you do it on a grand scale, then it would reduce the number of white people hired, but it would all the choices would be based on non-race based decisions.
So DEI was to get rid of racism,
Yes,
but racism can do whatever they want anyway, right?
racists can do whatever they want to anyway.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. Yeah.
I based on what?
You said white people could hire white people even if they wanted to, just based on skill.
No, not because they wanted to, just because they were hiring based on skill. It's
Right.
not
So
a
they could
it's not
just
a
completely ignore.
directional choice based on race. It's a choice based on qualifications, and if statistically it just so happens that they do hire white people, if all they're doing is targeting skill and race hasn't come up, that can happen.
What was the punishment for that?
There wasn't one.
Okay. So there was no punishment for any of DEI. So what was the point in DEI?
Hey, John, I as an example, I would like you to reconsider supporting authoritarians if it just benefits you. Is there no point in me asking you to do that?
I thought I agreed to that earlier.
No, you agreed that you would support an authoritarian if it served your policy preferences.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah.
I would ask you to reconsider that. Now, is there any point in me asking you to reconsider that?
I think the main point of that is to change the subject from DEI, but
No, I'm giving you an example of how asking somebody to do something for the benefit of the world and the benefit of the people has a point even if somebody can refuse you.
okay.
I don't think you disagree with that.
I think it's a proper ask, yeah.
Okay. Then is there a point to like asking the country to together like what was mandated in 9/11, like the aftermath where everybody came together? What was mandated in that? Did people ask each other to help? Could they refuse? It's the same fucking scenario, John.
There were a lot of heroes that jumped into 9/11.
I'm not going to deny that.
Right. Okay.
I
So
don't know what that has to do with anything. We're talking about whether things being mandated or not serves any like if things are not mandated and people can refuse, does it serve any purpose to ask them to do it?
yeah, which we just talked about for the DEI policies, the possible mandatation of it, and
You just asked me what the point was.
yeah, which there was no point. We just went through that.
Why? Why is there no point? It's a benefit to the people.
Why are the people already not doing it?
Because
Why are
they're
we assuming that
racist,
people
John.
aren't doing it? What?
Because they're racist.
Why are you assuming America is racist?
It's not an assumption, John. It's a statement based on measurements.
Okay, so you're taking a measurement of color of people in a European found nation.
Yes, John.
So you're saying
providing justification for
you're saying
racism.
founded this nation and it should not be majority white.
No, I'm not saying anything about majority.
You're saying we did the numbers and it turns out a majority of the jobs are held by white people, and that's a problem in a European found nation.
No, that's not what the left is saying, John.
Okay, so
the
go
left is
over one
saying
more time.
here's just a simple math example. If the country is 70% white, is it justified for 90% of the jobs to go to white people as compared to equally qualified professionals?
No, but I really doubt that's the statistic.
No, I'm not saying that's the exact statistic. I'm giving an example of how even if we're not comparing the majority. We're talking about like inordinate differences.
No, we are comparing the majority because we would do that just like I forget who the person was I was talking to in chat before I joined the call. But
Here,
when they
let me
asked
tell
me
you
to
how a leftist feels about that example, John. If the population is 70% white people, I would expect 70% of the jobs to be held by white people.
right.
That's not what that's not what the left is trying to fix. The left is trying to fix inordinate differences, ones where the percentages don't line up and consistently don't like demonstrate unfairness.
So DEI targeted specific businesses?
I have to know what policy you're talking about because DEI wasn't broadly implemented, dude. It's an idea.
It was broadly talked about
by the right more than the left.
So you don't have a broad definition of DEI?
I do have a broad definition. It's policy decisions that could be implemented by a state or by a business at the private or public scale to increase diversity on a that reflects the population of America, inclusion, so that other groups are given the same opportunities to be part of things like what are we talking about? Like making sure that job fairs don't target specifically like majority white or like when it could be reaching out to multiple communities. Like, are we making sure that we're other people getting same opportunities?
Making sure that job fairs don't target majority white. That's what you just said.
No, but I'm saying like inordinate, always inordinate. Like if we're located near like a black school, like an HBCU, where they could be like
a black school where? A black school
no,
where?
I'm saying, dude, I just said if we
a black school in a European found nation.
Dude, John, I'm saying if we, the business, are located near an HBCU, are we going out of our way to host our job fairs in white communities farther away? That would be unreasonable, right?
It's unreasonable that the government thinks they're going to reach out and control that.
The government isn't trying to control it, John. We keep going over this.
So who was talking about DEI? Was that Congress or no?
I don't know. You'd have to point me to any specific policy at all, any single one. You have, if you're
Well,
so upset about it, surely you can name me a policy.
You just listed off that they were talking about policy differences and what we were going to be changing and
No,
what we could
I'm talking about
possibly change
DEI
on
as
it.
a broad concept. I'm not talking about any specific policies. I'm saying what the concept is on a broad basis. If you want to point me to a specific, it's possible that any DEI policy could be a problem. You'd have,
You know, every time
I'm
I've
willing
asked
to
you for a
accept that a
definition of
DEI
this,
policy could be a problem. John, do you think that I'm willing to accept that a DEI policy could be a problem?
I've asked you, I think it's 3 times now. I'm trying to be accurate.
Okay.
And every time you've given me this definition on DEI, the white race was brought into it at some point on every single definition.
As
Have
examples,
you not
John,
caught that?
is
Okay.
let me use your logic. In a nation founded in its modern concept by white Europeans,
Right.
would my primary example not have to do with white Europeans?
Your primary example is having a problem with the majority of jobs being held by whites.
No, not the majority. An inordinate percentage. A majority is fine, John.
In
I
order
need you to grasp
okay,
this,
so
dude. Hey, hey, John, focus. Hey, look at me. Focus. I need you to grasp this. The left does not believe that it's a problem that the majority is white. I need you to grasp that. That is a fact. If you believe otherwise, you are a victim of propaganda, and I'm being super serious with you right now. You are
How
a
many times have you
victim.
called a Republican a racist?
What?
How many times have you called a Republican a racist?
Let me try to think if I've called a Republican a racist. I'm sure I can try to think of an example.
If you haven't, I'm very proud of you, and I think you're a wonderful Democrat if that's what you are.
I'm not a Democrat. I'm a Democratic
Okay, then I
socialist.
apologize.
John,
Oh, socialist, come on, man.
dude, I believe in a system that doesn't, by its definition, create poverty.
Yeah, you believe in a system that doesn't work. It's a great construct. I'll give you that.
Capitalism doesn't work. Capitalism kills people.
We're only 250 years old, man.
And people just keep dying.
We're
People
only
keep being dirt
250 years
poor and they
old.
don't need to be. I don't think it works.
We're a brand new country. You can't compare us to anybody else.
Okay, how old of a socialist country are you comparing us to?
Well, what's the youngest country out there?
Good point, John. John, like, do you believe that I can be 100% honest with you? I understand if you can't. I just try to put myself off as the most earnest possible person I can. And that's why I try to get to know you at the beginning of a call. Like, I want to get to know you personally, and you can ask me whatever the fuck you want about me. I will give you whatever answer you want. I won't give you whatever answer you want. I'll give you the answer to whatever question you want. I want you to think I'm an earnest person. You don't have to agree with me, but just for one moment, and I already did this, but I didn't do like the prelude where I'm like I'm being so earnest with you, and I'm looking at my camera so that I can look directly at you.
Oh, I'm not on there. Sorry.
Okay, well, whatever. I'm doing it anyway. I am looking directly at the camera to try to connect with you as a human being. Even if you can't see me, maybe you can hear it in my voice that I'm looking directly at the camera. It is very obvious to me that you believe a lot of things that have been said by people who are trying to use words against you. You believe that the left believes in things that the left does not believe in. At the very least, like a majority of the left. And this is the premier tactic of right-wing propaganda, is to make you believe that the left believes in sane things. DEI is not what you think it is. You have been lied to about what DEI is. You keep claiming that I believe things about DEI that I do not. This is not about me. This is about what people have told you. So, if anything, from this conversation today, what I want you to remember is not that I'm right about what I'm asking you right now. I just want you to remember that I made a sincere plea to you to question the shit that is being said to you from the right wing, the people who are in charge of saying things, pundits, politicians. They do this a lot. And like, if you want to challenge the stances on the left, I can show you where the analysis actually goes into it.
Wait, I have a question.
Yeah, sure. I'm trying to
You're
get back to being just
asking,
sincere and honest with you. Like I just want to be there with you on whatever we want to talk about, because a lot of things you've told me tonight have been super concerning.
okay, so your request was that I should reach out to left-leaning agendas
No.
and have a conversation with them.
I'll say it one more time, and I'll just say it simple. Just remember that I am honestly and earnestly asking you to just question what you're hearing from right-wing pundits and politicians. Because what they say
What am I
about
doing now?
you're believing DEI on the basis of nothing, dude. Like, I know we've talked about it for a long time. We've talked about it for a long time, and I've asked you multiple times, and I'm not going to ask you for it again. I've asked you multiple times for a specific DEI policy, and I know that you don't know one. We've gone over it multiple times, and we have just kept glancing off of it. But I know that you don't know one, dude. And that's okay. That's okay. I don't expect you to know one. And part of the problem is that one doesn't exist. One that does what you're one that you're afraid of doing what it is doing, where it's specifically targeting other races to fill slots. One that does that doesn't exist. And I'm sure that if it did, you would have it off the top of your head to reach for, because you would have heard about it already. So that's all I'm asking you to do, is stuff like that. Question that.
Can I ask you to do something?
Sorry?
Can I ask you to do something?
Sure. I'll do it right now, probably. It depends on what it is, but
So even though we're both, on complete different spectrums of our policies and politics,
Mhm.
I would like you to see me as a fellow American that is simply just looking. I would assume you're a good guy. I can tell from the way you talk. You don't like racism. You don't like hate. You don't hate. I mean, you don't hate anybody. You don't have any problem with anybody.
yeah, I'll even
And I
talk to
would
Nazis.
assume. Oh, yeah, right. Well, I agree with you there, man. Nazis, fuck them.
No, I said
So-
I'll even talk to Nazis. I will talk to a Nazi the same way I'm talking to you right now. I've talked to the bad boy like this.
Yeah, well, Nazis are, if you want to throw hate towards Nazis, I got no problem there.
Okay, finish your request, and then I have something to ask you about what you just said.
So my request is that when we look at policy difference, recognize that policy is set. Congress is more about diversifying the people than it is about actually making a change. And that goes for every president in the last 20 years.
Wait, you just said something
Biden
about
versus
Congress,
Trump.
and you said that's about the president.
Right. So the government in total, I'll just sum it up to that. How about that?
Okay.
None of them are going to make a change. The only person that can actually make a change is us. So if I want to change my life, I need to change my life.
Dude, you're talking about
Politics
you're talking to
is-
somebody. You're talking to somebody who wants to start a grassroots movement to have a constitutional convention. I agree. We're the only ones that can make a real change.
Well, then we can agree there, man. That's a good point to agree with.
Except we come back around to, like, you told me to see you as a fellow American, and that we need to make a change, and I'm supposed to include you on the concept of a constitutional convention, but you have told me that you are okay with authoritarianism. You are anti-pluralist. Pluralism is another core concept of America. And if you are anti-pluralism, then you are anti-American.
Why was I okay with authoritarianism?
Because you said that you would rather give power to an authoritarian who was willing to overthrow the democratic process if they
No,
aligned with you
no,
on policy. No, this is what you
no.
said.
I didn't mention democratic process or any of that crap. I just said that if I was willing to give power to an authoritarianism, if it fit the definition of right or wrong.
If they agreed with you on policy stance. That's what we
On
talked about
my
when we talked
stand,
about it.
no, on my definition of right or wrong.
Okay, sure. You are willing to give power to an authoritarian in opposition to pluralism, in opposition to republicanism, in opposition to the ideal of a limited executive, if they agree with you on what's right. And if I disagree with you, that doesn't fucking matter.
No, it does matter.
It doesn't, because you're giving power to an authoritarian, John.
No, I'm giving power to somebody different.
Who's an authoritarian, John? Do you know what an
That's your
authoritarian
definition.
is?
That's your definition.
No, it's not my definition. That's what we were talking about. We
What's the
said
term
an
limit on
authoritarian.
authoritarianism?
There is
What's
no
the term limit?
term limit on authoritarians, John.
Oh, so there is no term limit. But wait, I
On
thought Trump had a
authoritarians? Do you know
term
what an
limit.
authoritarian is?
So you said that I was given my vote to an authoritarianism, but you said that authoritarianism has no term limit, but this one has a 4-year term limit. I'm
I
confused.
corrected myself to say you're willing to give power to an authoritarian. An authoritarian centralizes power under themselves. So you cannot remove an authoritarian if an authoritarian doesn't want to be removed.
So if Trump's removed in, 2028, then this is just going to prove the whole conversation
Moot. But no, because you're still willing to do it. Imagine this. Imagine Trump.
Because it's your definition of an authoritarianism and not mine.
No, I'm just talking about an authoritarian. I wasn't even applying it to anybody. Look, imagine Trump takes power. He has power. Imagine 2028 comes along and he declares, based on his executive power, there's some kind of emergency and he wants to either postpone an election or he wants to disregard the results of an election. And because of that, for whatever reason, the Supreme Court says, we're not going to take up the case. He's sitting in the White House, and for whatever reason, the Joint Chiefs of Staff are just like, we will continue to advise that whoever's sitting in the seat of power in the White House, like, we will take those orders. And Congress isn't impeaching. Let's say it continues to be like a Republican-led House and Congress. They don't do an impeachment or a trial. Are you fine with this scenario? You just keep sitting there?
Okay, so first of all, that was a lot of guardrails to go through, and second of all,
I'm removing them. It's an argumentum ad absurdum.
Well, you forgot one really essential guardrail. Didn't Trump get shot at during this election? What makes you think he could make it a third term without getting shot?
Well, that has nothing to do with the political system.
It does, because when I reference guardrails.
But that's not a political guardrail. That is not our political system.
Is the government not defined by the people?
It is, but we have the rules set out by the people and not by individuals. Individuals can't do it. We do it collectively.
Okay, so if the Democrats shot at Trump on his second term, what makes you think he's going to be
a Democrat either, right?
I'll give you that. But so if whoever shot at Trump during his second term, what makes you think that won't happen again on his third term?
I don't see what that has to do with your support of him in the case that the political systems fail to remove him. Would you still be supporting him?
There's a lot.
I care about John, dude.
There's. Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah. You're
There's a
welcome.
lot of
I am legitimately concerned about you, my guy. I am trying my hardest to figure out what the hell's going on, like where the programming is.
well, may I kind of point out a little bit more?
Okay.
I'm not
Oh,
convinced.
wait. I said I had a point I wanted to get to after we talked about that. Can I do that one first? Do you want to write yours down real
Yeah,
quick?
go ahead. Go ahead. Yep. Yep.
Okay. You were condemning the bad guy for being a Nazi, and you said that's a bit far. What
Right.
do you consider too far about them that you do not fall into?
The belief in white supremacy.
The belief in white supremacy. Okay. So if
They get
okay,
nasty with it.
the bad guy doesn't believe in white supremacy. He doesn't like Jews though.
Doesn't like Jews.
Yeah, he doesn't like Jews, and he couldn't really tell me why.
So he has hate.
Yeah, he has hate.
Okay, then I disagree with the hate in general.
Well, you're willing to uphold systemic racism. I don't understand what the point of that is.
That's your point of view. What about my point of view?
You believe that disrupting the current balance would just be unfair. Somehow.
Are you referencing the DEI policies on that?
Yeah. Dude,
I
the bad guy.
think
No, APAC isn't the Jews. My God, dude, you do not know how to differentiate groups. You and I have been over this. There's a difference between APAC. There's a difference between APAC and Israel. There's a difference between APAC and Israel and the people who live in Israel. There's a difference between APAC, Israel, the people who live in Israel, and Jews. And even as you pointed out, a difference between cultural Jews, religious Jews, people who practice the Torah. You don't even know what group you hate. Last we went over this, you said one thing and then you
take it easy on him, man. Well, I don't know. It's your stream.
yeah, I
I
mean
don't know.
this is
Yeah, yeah.
this is one of those things where like, I sit here like you and I talked about this for a while. Like, can you prove that you took something away from that conversation?
I've taken a lot away, and I think you're genuinely. I think you are a good guy. I know that you and me land on different fields. I would like to say I have a lot of respect for you.
You're
I
okay with my rights being taken away, John?
I'm not okay with your rights being taken away. If that's what you
You
got out of the conversation,
no,
then you weren't
dude,
listening.
you are. If I lived in Arizona, you are okay with my voting rights being taken away.
The federal government's taking away Arizona's voting rights.
Trump fucking tried, and you would have been okay with it.
Wait, tried. Okay,
And
so
you
we're
would
running
have
into
been okay with it if he had succeeded.
I just told you I was reliant on guardrails with Trump, and I'm happy that they're there, right?
But you're willing to support somebody who tries to flaunt guardrails. I brought this point up earlier, dude. If someone shot at your daughter, you would be okay if they kept trying until they hit her.
What was our other alternative?
Kamala Harris, a career civil servant whose politics lie in the center, who has a ton of experience in different aspects of government.
She has more experience on being president than Trump.
Dude, that's a fucking stupid point, John. I'm sorry. I need you to realize that that's fucking dumb.
That's a stupid point. We should ignore DEI, right?
Huh? DEI?
Well, I mean, if you're doing DEI based hiring, then Trump would be your president, right?
If I did DEI based hiring?
You would go with the one that's most skilled for the job, correct?
No, not if I think he's shitty at doing his job.
But he has more experience.
A bunch of experience being shitty at his job. That is not how we judge performance at work, John, and you know that. You're trying to get a gotcha point and it doesn't make sense. I need you to pause for a second, realize that your point doesn't make sense.
Oh, so you're saying they did a shit job in 2016 to 2020?
Yes. If all I could point to was the fact that he fucking tried to overthrow an election then yes.
And you're saying Biden did a good job.
I don't see a reason to think that he did a bad job. Other than Israel. Israel was really poor decision on his part.
Well, I mean, we can agree there.
Yeah, I mean,
I did
I'm
mention
totally
the
happy.
funding.
If you want to point out another flaw of Biden's administration to me, I'll own up to it. Like no
I did.
policy flaw is going to overcome this massive polity flaw. If someone doesn't support your system of government, why are you trying to put them in your system of government?
Okay, so do you think that solar power and wind power is something we should push super hard for?
Push super hard for?
Yeah.
For one, when you say things in that way, John, I don't know what you mean. But renewable energy sources are a good idea, yeah.
Do you think we should shut down oil lines and only push those?
I feel like we should phase those out over time.
Well, that's not what Biden did.
What do you mean?
Remember, he shut them down in 2021.
Biden approved more drilling leases than Trump did.
Trump's. Are you talking about current day now? Or because we've done this conversation on the religion thing, so I want to make sure that we're talking about all 5 years of Trump's term versus
Yes.
1 year.
Biden and Harris approved more drilling leases than Trump did in his 4 years.
So then why is. So you're saying that the drill baby drill is just marketing?
Dude, Trump says so much shit. He said
I
he'd solve
agree.
Israel on day one. What are you talking about?
I agree. Trump's an asshole, man. I 100% agree with you, and you'll never hear me deny that. All right.
Yeah, he's also a rapist.
Well,
And a
again,
felon.
we're getting into the whole gossip train rather than what
Nope,
affects.
those are facts, actually. That's a legal fact. Hey, hear it from an attorney. It's a legal fact that Trump is a rapist.
Yeah, I've been down this road.
Okay. Has somebody told you that it's a legal fact before?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's the gossip on that then?
So the gossip is so. Can I give you a little background?
Sure.
So I had some buddies that were guys, and one of them
You
got
sexist.
charged.
Sorry, genderist.
Yeah, I've seen. No, you're right. You know, that's that's who I am. You know.
Man, I had a girl drop me after 2 dates because I have lady friends. Some bad decision
seen
making
it.
out there in the world.
I've seen it go backwards enough to where the woman was lying, and I understand that this is going to be more my opinion than maybe the majority. Maybe I'm being more, singularly charged versus this. But I have seen it go against the man on situations that were just wrong. So when I look at that charge, I don't look at it through the eyes of, oh, he was charged with rape. I look at it as judgment of the woman as well. And I look at her character and I'm like, dude, she was not an upstanding citizen. She was not somebody that was like, oh, yeah, I would like my daughter to be
please
like.
Stop talking, please.
Why?
This is gross, man.
Why?
Because of how whatever you feel about a person that somebody did something to them that they were not okay with, that they did not invite, they did not expect, like that's on them. I can't even tolerate that, man. That's like person to person, that's really gross, and you need to analyze that.
So you're saying that there was no woman that lied about rape?
No, I'm not saying that.
Well, that's what I was
I know
referencing.
somebody in my life who lied about rape.
Okay, so if I've seen enough of that happen, then why would I immediately give credentials towards this case?
Well, this case was before a fact finder, for one. It was under oath. There were 9.
Who is she?
Huh?
Who is she? Tell me about her.
Who's E. Jean Carroll?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know a lot about who she was in her personal life. I know she wrote a magazine article and then she wrote a book about her experience with men. I
Yeah.
also know that his first wife accused him of rape. Um,
How come you did all that research on him, but didn't do any research on her?
because what people feel about her doesn't really impact me as an American.
Oh, okay. So we can just ignore the whole rape thing altogether, and we can get back
Wow,
on
Elaine's
policy.
still here. Okay, yeah. I'm sorry, Elaine. Like, I gotta go through this bit by bit. I didn't actually expect to get to the issue of like rape, like victim blaming or rape claim doubting. So you disbelieve all 28 women who have accused him of sexual assault?
I would like to see one.
So you disbelieve all 28, including his first wife.
I'm gonna say that I believe them up to a point.
And which point is that?
I don't believe it was rape
Because
because of money.
so you're saying that you believe all of the acts were consensual,
Yeah.
even though Trump himself said that the things that he does, you don't even have to ask.
Oh, was that in the court findings?
No, that was in the Access Hollywood tape.
Correct. So why is it relevant?
Because he boasted in private that he sexually assaults women and you don't even have to ask.
So we're just taking anything he said in his entire lifetime and throwing it into this?
No, we're taking it in corroboration with other evidence. That what he
So again,
says he did is exactly what E. Jean Carroll claims that happened to her, which a woman on a plane who was reseated with Trump in first class said it was the exact same thing that he did to her, which is the exact same thing that the supposed letter from Epstein to Larry Nassar says is what Trump does to women. There's a lot
so
of
what about all
people
the women that
there's a
said
lot
he
of people
didn't do it?
claiming that he does this, including Trump himself.
So what about all the women that said he didn't do it?
I believe them. Do I think he's done it to literally every woman? No. What?
No, I'm asking what about all the women that says that these women are lying?
How the fuck would they know, dude?
Well, how would we know?
We don't. We know their claims. But there's no one who
Right.
there's no one you can listen to say he never did that to them and believe that they know that. How would they possibly know? Are they
Okay,
God?
so take that same logic and apply it to what we're talking about right now.
You dude, you can't, because one is an assertive claim and the other is a negative claim. You can't make a negative claim about the lack of existence of a thing happening, except
Okay,
from
so
their own personal experience. They can say, I've never seen him do it, which doesn't mean it never happened.
Trump was charged with sexual assault, which, I'll give you that the
He
judge
wasn't
came
charged
out
with
and was like,
sexual
hey,
assault.
he was charged with sexual assault. And then the judge came out
No, this was not a
afterwards and
criminal
was like,
case.
hey, okay, so what he was charged with rape.
He was sued for sexual assault and slander.
That's what I just said.
No, that's a completely different thing. I'm sorry. You're using legal terminology. I'm just correcting it. You don't have to stick to it. I'm just saying. He wasn't charged with anything.
I said he was charged for sexual assault.
He wasn't charged with anything. That's a criminal case. This is a civil case. So we can just move on.
Oh.
Like, he was sued for and found liable for sexual assault and slander or libel.
Okay, so he was never actually charged.
Right, in a criminal court.
Okay, so why? Come on, man.
What difference does that make to you?
Well, if you're a millionaire, how many haters you got?
Less than Trump.
Maybe. You know how many feet you got to step on to be a millionaire?
Probably more than I'd care to. Actually, to be a
Right. So
millionaire these days isn't that big of a deal.
you might have a couple of enemies.
The bad guy. I'm sorry. I'm on a phone to phone call. What's up? What do you if you make a move and kiss a girl that when vibes are good, is it sexual assault if you do it without saying can I kiss you? You
And that's
should
gonna be,
you should at least have an indication that you have consent.
yeah, 100%, yeah.
If you believe vibes are good and it's clear to everyone else around you that they were not good, then that is a judgment error, and we'd go to a reasonable person standard, which is a legal concept. Would a reasonable person, under the conditions that you were under, have considered that you had consent to do that?
That's where it gets tough, man, because that's where you wind up putting somebody down as a sexual assault person when they're not.
Well, it's not that difficult because we have standards of evidence.
What if they just misread the situation and kissed somebody they shouldn't have?
Well, then would it have been reasonable under the circumstances? Would a person in your shoes who was a reasonable person have made that determination on the basis of a jury of your peers, on the evidentiary standard of more likely than not, or somewhere more likely than that?
Yeah, we could
Guess
add it
what?
all.
And hey, guess what? In a case where there was like a jury of 9 and they decided unanimously when they didn't have to.
Hey, listen, understanding's just understanding in general.
I don't think a kiss is enough to get you on a sex offender list either. But I think
It
that
is.
wasn't the question.
It definitely is.
To get on a sex offender list?
To wind up with sexual assault, yes.
I think there are lesser charges that you could get for that you would not get sexual assault in most states. I'm not sure on that though. But I was basically responding to whether is that okay, Elaney? It's not okay. You should get some idea of what consent is, or whether or not you have consent. Oh, right,
you should get a wingman. You should bring your own jury with you. If the wingman nods, yeah, go for it.
You can sexually assault a coworker? Yeah, you can, of course. Yeah.
That's kind of a silly question.
Sexual assault and being a sex offender are two different things. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So. And he's got his whole history with organized crime, so that's not cool. His dad made his wealth on like stealing American tax dollars. That's not cool.
Are we talking about Trump or Biden?
We're talking about Trump.
Oh, my bad.
We're talking about why I, as a fundy Christian conservative in 2016, was disgusted by the idea of voting for that person, and I cried when he was elected on election night in 2016.
You said anti-Christian?
No, I was a fundamentalist Christian conservative in 2016.
Oh,
and
okay.
I had standards for human beings, so I did not vote for Donald Trump.
Don't get wrapped up in politics, man. That's
Politics affects every single one of us in every aspect of our lives. You're talking to a
so does your so does your treatment towards me, but you don't. I mean, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. You're handling yourself better than most of the other people I've chatted with.
I mean, I hope that you can see that I'm being very earnest with you, and I'm trying to be as patient as I can, but like some of the things that you said are so concerning and offensive to me that like this is how mad I get. This is me at my most aggravated, and I'm still trying because I still want to reach you as a person. Let me ask you. This was one that I suddenly realized. I don't know why I didn't think of it sooner. I live in a state that not only would deny my daughter life-saving care if she needed it in the case of a pregnancy, in the case of a rape pregnancy, not only that, but also I live in a state that has passed laws that require her to have the 10 Commandments in her classroom and to have the Bible in her curriculum in public school.
Weak, weak argument. That's sad.
What? What even was my argument? I didn't even get an argument out before you said that.
You were talking about abortion and Christian education, correct?
Well, my main point, I just had to throw the abortion in there because that also is a major concern of mine. But I was more curious what your thoughts were on the forcing Christian education on my daughter in public school.
Forcing Christian education on your daughter in public school
Yeah.
in a Christian foundation.
What do you mean by Christian founded? What does that mean to you?
It means that this nation was founded by Christians.
Okay, but it was also founded to be secular.
By Christians.
Yep. They believed in both of those things at the same time.
Okay, so why would the education not represent that?
It does. They determined that the state should be secular in nature. So public
So
school
if
is a
they,
representation of the state, and the state should not have the state education should be secular.
no, because you're dividing it. You're saying that a
They
Christian
divided it.
foundation should only. You're saying that a Christian foundation should not teach Christianity. It should only teach that religions exist.
Yeah, because our founders designed the state to be secular.
Why would they not teach Christianity when we're a Christian foundation?
Because our founders in the Constitution designed the state to be secular. I guess that's not a reason why. The reason why is because they all had experience of people fleeing religious persecution, and they themselves did not believe, even amongst Christians, that Christians should be demanded to uphold Christian standards, that other Christians should be like, they didn't believe in like political or religious oaths for people who hold office. They didn't believe in taxes to like help the church.
Yeah, the Knights Templar. They were the original pagans, the original Vikings. They were here in 1300s, and they
What
became the Freemasons.
the fuck are you talking about, dude? I'm talking about the founders of the country.
You don't see where Freemasons ties into the founders of the country?
The vast majority of whom were Christians, and many of whom in public promoted that society must be religious to uphold the moral fabric of the country.
Why did the Knights Templar flee when the king chased them down?
Dude, I don't know the history of the stuff that you're referring to. Which of
Okay,
the founders are you saying were Knights Templar? Are we playing
well,
Assassin's Creed?
no. No, but you're familiar with Freemasons.
My grandfather was a Freemason. I'm aware it is a fraternity that does like charitable work in their communities. What more do I need to
Okay,
know
so
about
I'm
Freemasons?
I'm a huge history buff. I metal detect.
Conspiracy
I dig
theorist.
up stuff. I love history, man.
Okay.
And this probably is a conversation best left
Cool.
outside of
Thanks,
the
bad Glenn.
political region. But as far as if we're worried about Christianity reaching schools,
Mm-hmm.
while In God We Trust is on coins
Dude,
and on dollar
when was In God We Trust added to coins?
1864 on the
Uh,
2-cent coin,
okay, it's
which ran from
unconstitutional.
1864 to 1873. The 1872 was actually the most limited version with 300,000 minted.
Okay, great. It's unconstitutional.
In 1864, it was unconstitutional.
It still is.
Why was that unconstitutional in 1864?
Because it is a law that concerns the establishment of a religion in violation of the First
You know
Amendment.
what else? You know what else people argued was unconstitutional in 1864?
Slavery.
Yeah, that's right.
Or abolishing slavery? I'm not sure which one you're referring at that point.
Well, both. There was a civil war, so it was they were arguing both.
Actually, I don't think that people were really arguing that slavery was unconstitutional. I think they were saying that it should be abolished. And then it was constitutionally.
I thought the Confederacy fought against that.
They did, but nobody made a move to do it unconstitutionally. The North was threatening to change law so that slavery was not legal anymore.
Yeah, and then I thought we killed each other over it.
Okay, I don't know what your point is.
You said that nobody made a move to go against. I mean, essentially against it.
Nope, didn't say that. I said they wanted to abolish it, but they didn't say it was unconstitutional.
So it's the perception on it.
No. It is
as far as the.
It's a textual issue, dude.
No, it's the perception on it through the
Hey, you want to know a fun thing about perception? How about how the 1797 Senate and the president at the time all unanimously agreed to the language of a treaty that said that America is founded in no way on the Christian religion. The American government. Huh?
Are you? I thought we weren't Googling stuff, man.
I actually didn't Google that. I don't have any issues against Googling, but I didn't Google that. I know that one because I love that one. That's the Treaty of Tripoli, 1797. Do you want me to Google
Treaty
it?
of Tripoli?
The Treaty of Tripoli.
Tripoli. Who is Tripoli?
Tripoli is I believe it was a nation at the time. I may be wrong on that, but I believe it's a city now. And it had to do with issues with the Barbary pirates in the Mediterranean off the coast of northern Africa at the time.
Okay, so before we dive into it, are you going to agree with them or disagree with them?
With America? With the 1797 Senate?
With Tripoli?
With Tripoli? No, this was our Senate. That was our language.
Okay, so you're giving one example of one situation.
The entire 1797 Senate and the President of the United States at the time all agreeing to the language?
Okay, so one example.
Okay, let me bring up my research on that specific issue.
Which was right after the revolution.
Yeah, I know, right? So they knew what the fuck they were talking about what they meant when they set up the government.
Yeah, we've often made good decisions after a time of war, as reflected with 1917.
I'm not even making a value judgment on this, dude. I'm just talking about what the Constitution says and what the people who wrote it believed it meant.
No, you're saying that we made judgment. Yeah, I'm just showing a reference of history of our decisions after war. For instance,
So you're saying fuck the Constitution?
No, I'm saying after war we make shit decisions. You realize federal tax was developed after war, getting off the gold standard after war.
So fuck the Constitution. I get it, dude. You don't care what the Constitution says or what the people who wrote it thought it meant.
No, history shows that we often combat the Constitution.
These are the guys that wrote it, dude.
You're on your one situation, but what about my three?
You didn't give any examples that were related to whether or not the Constitution was designed to be secular.
Federal income tax.
What does that have to do with a secular country, John?
Did the Constitution say that we should not be taxed?
No.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. That was a founding father.
And even if there was like explicit, I mean, maybe, you know what, I will say, I don't know the Constitution forward and backwards. Let's imagine for a second that there was text in the Constitution that said there shall be no tax on income. How was the federal income tax implemented, John?
It was federal income tax was 19.
How was it implemented, John?
It was implemented. I believe I can't remember if it was World War One or World War Two. It was somewhere during the later time of the war, in
By
which
what
case
legal
we
mechanism,
requested.
John?
Well, I'm trying to answer you.
Okay.
It was implemented when we were going through World War One or World War Two. Can't remember that one. And we needed more help, so
World
we
War II.
required more money. I believe it was World War Two, and we required more help. After World War Two ended, and they pretty much promised that it would disappear after the war, they just went, no, we're
Well,
gonna keep it
that.
going.
What you just said is bullshit.
Okay, when was
I'm not calling you a
implemented?
bullshitter. I don't know like if you're just repeating it or whatever, but like what you just said is bullshit. If you repeated it, it's bullshit from someone else.
Okay, so tell me where it was from.
Do you know? Okay, so the legal mechanism by which it was instituted was an amendment to the Constitution.
But no, I was giving you the history of why it was brought in.
But to say that there was the promise that it would just go away, it was an amendment to the Constitution, John.
Okay, what does an amendment to the Constitution have to do with a promise? You're saying that I'm wrong on it there was no promise?
Yes. And you can
Okay,
call me
well
out, and
then,
I will admit I'm wrong if you can find it. I'll admit I'm wrong, but I think that's absurd that anyone would ever believe that, because an amendment is very hard to pass. And once you pass it, it doesn't just go away. You have to make another one to get rid of it. There's no reason to believe that it would just go away. I wouldn't just believe that any amendment would just go away. We've had that happen once. And it involved a lot
I,
of people dying across the country. And I'm
I
talking
don't
about
mean to laugh at that.
prohibition.
It's terrible whenever anybody dies over stupid shit.
Now be it known that I, John Adams, President of the United States of America, having seen and considered that the said treaty, do by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, accept, ratify, and confirm the same and every clause and article thereof, including, as the government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion, as it has in itself no character of enmity against the laws, religion, or tranquility of Muslims, by the way, and as the said states never have entered into any war or act of hostility against any Mahometan nation, it is declared by the parties that no pretext arising from religious opinions shall ever produce an interruption of the harmony existing between the two countries. Constitution says, but no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. And as the Supreme Court has found, I didn't even include any of that in here. The Supreme Court has found that, like any action by the state is included in Congress shall make no law, because the executive branch is merely supposed to be enforcing the laws like imposed by Congress, not making their own fucking laws, John. And here
Oh,
is
so
here's a
we're
letter from Jefferson to the Danbury Baptists, believing with you that religion is a matter which lies solely between man and his God, that he owes account to none other for his faith for his faith or his worship, that the legitimate powers of government reach actions only and not opinions. I contemplate with sovereign reverence that act of the whole American people which declared that their legislature should make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, thus building a wall of separation between church and state. Here's Madison. Written by Madison in opposition to a Virginia bill for a general tax for teachers of Christianity, a religious subsidy. The religion, then, of every man must be left to the conviction and conscience of every man, and it is the right of every man to exercise it as they may dictate. This right is in its nature an unalienable right. It is unalienable because the opinions of men, depending only on the evidence contemplated by their own minds, cannot follow the dictates of other men. It is unalienable also because what is here a right towards men is a duty towards the Creator. It is the duty of every man to render to the Creator such homage and such only as he believes to be acceptable to him. This duty is precedent, both in order of time and in degree of obligation, to the claims of civil society. Who does not see that the same authority which can establish Christianity in exclusion of all other religions may establish with the same ease any particular sect of Christians in exclusion to all other sects? Well, John doesn't see that, James Madison, because the bill violates that equality which ought to be the basis of every law. Whilst we assert
Abraham
for...
Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln was president when "In God We Trust" was put on the coin.
Do I give a shit?
About Abraham Lincoln? That'd be unfortunate if you didn't.
I care about Abraham Lincoln. I don't care whether he was president when that was put on a coin.
You don't think it'd be relevant
No.
as opposed to John Madison or...
Do you think if the Supreme Court was deciding a case on the coin, do you think they would look to 100 years after the nation was founded to see who was president at that time and how that would impact that case? I need you to think a little more critically, John.
I got more critically if you want.
Okay, go for it.
All right. You're going to have to give me like 2 minutes of free time here.
To find an argument that supports you?
No, to explain where you're coming from for the 1700s.
Okay. And when we say the
Okay.
1700s, we mean the law that we're referring to. That is still in effect.
The
Okay.
essential basis, the first written one. So,
well, actually, it's the
19
supreme law of the land, John.
the first law was that freedom of religion, correct?
Do you mean the First Amendment?
Right.
Okay. I mean, technically, that's not
Okay.
the first law. That's an amendment to the first law being the Constitution, but okay.
Well, that's you're a lawyer, so
I
yeah.
am, so I ask you to defer to me on my knowledge on some of these things.
Well, yeah. I'm a simple man, you know.
And I ask you to remember that, too. I don't mean that to be insulting, but, like, a lot of the things that we're talking about are things that people spend the entirety of their lives building a, like, expertise level knowledge on. They go through, like, academic rigor, like peer review. All of their, like, findings are held to account. Like, experts are people who should be trusted, at least when they're trusted among their peers in their field.
No, God, no. Please don't. Your buildings will
Jesus.
fall down, I promise you.
Jesus Christ. How would your
Listen,
buildings fall down? It's the experts in that field who designed what the laws should be for the safety of those buildings.
No, it's the builders that look at the engineers and go, "Damn, why the fuck you do that?"
So we're relying on the engineers?
You're relying on the builders.
Okay, so we're relying on some experts in their field.
No, the builders never went to college. The expert that went to college is the engineer.
I didn't even say people who went to college. I literally said experts.
Which would be the engineer.
Or the builder. In
No.
their respective areas.
The builders are never considered experts. They're just considered manual labor.
Oh, I see what you mean by builders. Okay. You're just talking about the laborers. Gotcha.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, the college guys, they all go and they read a book. So I would discern that between the difference between
God damn it.
intelligence and wisdom. So intelligence is you read a book, you apply it to your life, and you become intelligent.
No.
Wisdom is you go out in the world and you fuck up and you go, damn, and you learn from that lesson. That creates wisdom. People that went to college lack wisdom, but they have a hell of a lot of intelligence.
The
People
difference
that have
between
gone through
the two
the
things that you just described is one person could go, damn, I shouldn't do that thing again. And the other should go, wow, I have read about all these different things that I shouldn't do. And now I know all these things I shouldn't do, and I don't have to do it myself to fucking do it. And I can apply what I've learned to all these scenarios so that I can determine what could happen in these scenarios before I even fucking do it.
Yeah, theoretically imply until they actually get into the field.
Yeah, it's better than a coin toss, I guess.
Well, you got one guy with experience that he learned from the School of Hard Knocks in the field.
Great. So
and
how
then
many times
another
is he
guy
fucking it up before he learns?
Oh, I'm sure plenty.
Okay.
So I mean, I don't
And
see
so
where
the
one's
guys who
better
are
than the other.
so the guys who are going to college they're the ones who are suddenly in charge because they went to college and read some books?
Well, they are the ones in charge, are they
No,
not?
they're not. The guys who have been fucking doing it for decades. They're the new guys. Do you think that's how this works in law? People who work in law in the first few years fuck up all the time, but their mistakes are caught by people who have been doing it for decades.
I wasn't talking about law. I was talking about construction. I've
It's
been in
the
construction for 16
fucking
years.
same, dude.
No. You get all right, so tell me if this sounds the same to you.
All right, let's bring this back
You're
to
working
religion. I don't. It's already 4 o'clock in the morning. Let's bring this back to religion.
okay.
You had something you
And
wanted to say about religion.
I do, and it's more for the chat than it is you.
I didn't realize that's what we were
So
doing, but okay.
my current conspiracy is that when the Knights Templar ran away, they were in charge of protecting the Second Temple treasures, which was the Ark of the Covenant and the Holy Grail. When they were chased out, they ran off to some unknown country, and we do have evidence of them being here in the 1300s, right about the same time. Christopher Columbus set sail for the Americas in 1400s, right after he married into a Knight Templars or Freemasons family, because the Knight Templar eventually turned into the Freemasons. Knights Templar, they changed their name to Freemasons as soon as they got into America. When you look at the 1700s of America, it's based on a lot of Freemasons. And all they ever wanted, because when they were attacked in the 1400s, was freedom of religion, which was the very first amendment put into the Constitution. So if you ignore the Bible and the prophecies, which, by the way, the prophecies have all come true, when you look at the Third
That's not
Temple,
true.
which prophecy hasn't come true?
World peace.
Which was in what text?
That's a messianic prophecy. I can look up which one it is, but it's one of the prophecies about the Messiah is they'll bring world peace.
Okay, so that's in Revelations,
Okay.
which is the apocalyptic part of, that's the end of the world.
Okay.
Okay. So
You
then
said all of the
before that,
prophecies have come true.
all the prophecies so far have come true.
So far.
I will correct myself.
So all the things that the book said would happen were completed in the book. Cool.
No, outside of the book as well.
Like what?
So, okay, so you're derailing me off of this.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
When we look at the prophecy of the third temple, where is the third temple located? It's over in the Gaza Strip. So when you look at the war of Israel versus Gaza Strip, where they have the Dome of the Rock, which is supposed to be the third temple, there's nothing anybody can do about that war. That war is always going to happen because they believe that they have to take control of Gaza to get control of the third temple. Once the third temple is built, then the Ark of the Covenant will return, Jesus will arise on the mountain, and then revelations will begin. So as far as my consideration in acknowledging the Bible's existence, there's nothing anybody can do about that war specifically, because that's how it's going to be. They're going to fight, because we can change our minds, fund whoever, but they will not change their minds. They are going to fight until they get control of that rock. But I would urge you guys to look into the Knights Templar and
What the fuck are we
Freemason.
doing, John?
Well, if you listen, then you might have some idea.
I don't know what this has to do with whether or not it's okay under the Constitution for my daughter to be forced to learn the Bible in school.
Okay, so you just brought up the 1700s, James Madison, right?
I brought up the supreme law of the land as it is in effect today.
Do you think psychology has an impact on law?
Yes?
Okay, so do you think we should have relevance of what was going on at the time of the people?
Only insofar as it impacts how we are to read the meaning of the law.
There should be no limit on that.
Why? If it's written down, it is the law. And then we are to interpret the law. And so we need to interpret the law to know what it means. So we have things that we look at to determine what the law means when we read it. We have rules about how we are to read sentences as sentences are constructed. We have rules about looking into definitions as they were used at the time that the law was written. We don't look to anything else to determine like what the words mean.
You have rules that were determined by researching the person and their time period and
Mm-hmm.
what they were going through.
To determine what the words that were actually written down and agreed to by everyone meant.
In relevance to the time period they were going through,
Uh-huh.
which is the psychology.
Okay. So the
So when you look,
majority of founders were Christians who believed the state should be secular.
I would like to lean more on that they were Freemasons.
Okay, what difference would that even make? If they're Freemasons who wanted the state to be secular.
Freemasons were pagans.
So they were pagans who wanted the state to be secular.
Right. That's more an accurate fitting.
If that were even true, what difference does that make?
So if they were Freemasons or pagans in the 1700s when they
So it's
founded
not a
the
Christian
country,
nation?
then by the 1864 when Lincoln came into the picture,
Mm-hmm.
the country over that 90 years progressed into Christianity.
That doesn't change the law.
It does change the law.
No, it literally doesn't change the law. To change the law, you would have to do a legal act to change the law. Which is
So
a
to show
surprise.
you,
Hey, surprise, there were like 3 really big amendments that were passed around that time.
so
And they
if the
did it through
Bible
a constitutional mechanism that was included in the Constitution to do it.
so the Bible entered our Constitution and our laws in 1864
Mm-hmm.
on our coins and on our money. And what
Mm-hmm.
else happened in 1864?
What are you referring to?
Was slaves were freed, right?
Well, some might disagree with you, but when was
I mean, the
Juneteenth?
war was won. The Civil War was over.
Civil
The
War ended in
slaves were free,
1865, right?
technically.
Okay.
So when you look at the Bible and where it directly entered,
The Bible never entered the Constitution.
no, it just entered our money and our beliefs and our majority.
Okay, that
Everything
still doesn't
else,
change the Constitution.
the Constitution was based on right or wrong, which was also based on the Bible.
Nope, the Bible based its concept on of right and wrong on human notions of right and wrong that have existed in human philosophies and consciousness and religions dating way back before Christianity. This is why I say Christianity doesn't have a monopoly on any belief.
You just said they based it off of human philosophies, human something, and human religion, which I just said it was based on Christianity. So
Right,
we
but
agree.
it goes back to religions prior to Christianity also. And probably back
Sure,
to human notions of religion.
but does that exclude religion?
I just said probably goes back to before human notions of religion, but I wouldn't be able to prove that.
So it could possibly have something to do with Christianity?
What? No.
Why? You just said it just had something to do with religion.
Yeah. Not all religions have
It
something to do with
has something to do
Christianity.
with religion. So yeah, it has
Not
something
even
to
all
do with
religions
religion.
have
Not even
for
all religions have a god.
most religions have a god.
I didn't. Yeah, great job. You didn't disagree with what I just said.
You said that. Are you hearing yourself?
Yeah, you're saying things are based on Christianity that happened thousands of years after what I'm talking about.
Thousands of years after, so it would have given
How would
people
that be based
thousands
on
of years.
Christianity?
So people had thousands of years to read the Bible.
No, the Bible didn't exist.
When America was founded?
No, I'm talking. You said based on things from Christianity. I'm saying these things that they didn't originate with Christianity.
You said they okay, so you said that they weren't based on Christianity. They were
Mhm.
based on religion.
Human notions of right and wrong that occurred in human philosophy, human religion, human
Okay. So
ethics,
occurred in human religion.
even non-religious ethics.
So we're just going to exclude Christianity and accept everything else?
Dude, I'm saying it came from tons of shit. Not even religion.
Tons of shit, including Christianity.
I mean, except everything in Christianity by that point is just borrowed.
Well, I mean, if you're
Good
going to
night,
jump
everybody.
into that, you just understand New Testament, Old Testament, and Ethiopian Bible.
Okay.
Do you understand that?
Nothing new there.
There was a lot. The New Testament is new.
None of the ideas are.
The New Testament is literally a new idea.
Nope. What's a new idea in the New Testament?
Jesus Christ is a prophet.
Oh, just a specific guy?
He's the Son of God. That's
You
the
think
New
the son of
Testament
you think the
reference.
Son of God is new? Do you even think Jesus was the only guy claiming to be Son of God, even if he even claimed that at that time?
He did claim it, and no, I don't think he's the only one that claimed it. There were
I think
5
some
books
people would
later.
disagree with you on that.
Of course, some people would disagree. That's a wild concept. Of course, people would disagree with me.
I mean, I think some Christians would disagree with you.
Hey, I get in disagreements with a lot of Christians because I believe
Okay.
that gays are not going to hell.
Yeah, I mean, every Christian thinks every other Christian is wrong, so
Well, my Christianity belief is that gays are not going to hell. How does that line up with the whole Christian belief in your world?
my belief doesn't matter at all because every Christian thinks every other Christian is wrong. Yeah, the Bible disagrees with you. The Bible disagrees with you on everything.
Well, for reference, I'm the Christian that's out here telling all the other Christians, gays, they're not going to hell. Shut up. Stop saying it.
What do you think about abortion in the Bible?
I think it's wrong
Why?
because it's murder.
What makes it murder?
How is it not murder?
Because it's not a human being, and it's not unjustified.
You think just reaching into somebody's uterus and yanking out a clump, as far as I think you would refer to it, just reaching into somebody's uterus and yanking out a clump of cells is natural and forgiving?
What does natural and forgiving have to do with anything?
It
What is
will be
this What is
forgiving.
this language?
It's wrong
What does that have to do
regardless.
with a murder? Natural and forgiving. What makes it wrong?
Well,
Instead of asking me, maybe you can clarify for me this time.
okay, so if at any point you decide that you're going to reach into somebody's uterus and
Wait.
yank out a possible kid,
A possible kid.
yeah, possible kid, yeah, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
Okay. What if I don't want a
Just
kid?
exception. If you don't want a kid, then don't have sex.
Well, if I don't want a kid, I want to get rid of the thing that could become a kid.
Do you not want responsibility either?
This has nothing to do with that.
Oh, kids not responsibility.
No, kids are a responsibility, but this has nothing to do with responsibility. You don't
Oh,
believe in
so you
that.
just don't. I don't believe in that.
Yeah.
Well, that's just a. That's just a. I'm
No,
sorry
no,
to do
it's
the whole.
true. It's true. If you want to if you want to drive, do you want if you get in a wreck, do you want an ambulance to pick you up?
No, and I've done that several times now.
You don't want an ambulance to pick you up?
No,
Okay. If somebody could help you to get medical care, you wouldn't want somebody to help you get to medical care?
hasn't happened before.
What?
It hasn't happened before.
That's not the question.
Well, then okay, then no.
So you want to just lie there bleeding while on the side of the road while everybody walks past you?
I've made it to this age on I'll figure it out, and I think I will make it further on the concept of I'll figure it out.
You'll make it further dragging yourself to the hospital? You
In
don't
your
believe this, John.
theoretical
You don't
situation,
believe this.
in your theoretical situation that you've placed me in,
Hmm.
which I really don't know how I've got into this situation,
By
but
driving.
in the oh, okay, so driving's a problem then, right?
Driving's a problem?
Yeah,
Depends
we
on
should
what
not
you.
drive.
Is that your opinion?
No, you're telling me it's dangerous and I shouldn't do it because it might kill me.
I'm not telling you shouldn't do it because it might kill you.
Then why do I need to rely on an ambulance to save me?
I'm not saying you do. I'm just asking if you would want somebody to help you get medical care. Or if you would rather just try to drag your own crippled body to like a doctor or anybody who could provide you medical care.
Can I not just call somebody?
So you do want somebody to help you.
I could call a neighbor,
You want your neighbor to help you.
or I could have a tourniquet.
You could have a tourniquet. I'm not sure how much that's going to help you if you're lying on the side of the road after a car wreck.
Well, if I'm lying on the side of the road, chances are I'm passed out already.
Yeah, but it's also possible to save your life.
Okay, well, how much care does somebody have when they're unconscious?
How much care does somebody have? They could get a ton of care.
No, how much do they care when they're unconscious?
Oh, so once you're unconscious, you don't care what happens to you?
Essentially, yeah.
No, do you not care right now what would happen to you when you're unconscious?
This probably isn't the best direction for us to
Oh,
go.
you don't like the hypothetical? Maybe I can give you a different one. Um, let's say you go out to eat at a restaurant and oops, there was like rat feces in the thing you were served. Turns out it had a parasite, very dangerous parasite, and that parasite is eating you out from the inside.
Okay.
You just gonna die?
Not slow and steady.
But are you gonna seek healthcare for that?
Mm, possibly if it's affordable.
Let's
Hey,
imagine
hey.
a doctor was offering to give you that service for free.
Oh yeah, then I'll see. Oh yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Why? Aren't you
Well, because
responsible
if
for
I
eating out at a restaurant?
yeah, absolutely, it's my fault
So why are you getting healthcare?
because it's free.
Okay, so if an abortion's free, it's fine.
No,
Don't you believe in responsibility?
why is saving my life and ending a life the same thing?
Oh, so if it doesn't end your life, let's just say that it caused you pain for the rest of your life.
A kid causes you
medical
pain for
care?
the rest of your life?
No, I'm going back to my parasite example. If it just caused you pain for the rest of your life, you wouldn't get healthcare?
A kid is 9 months.
No, actually, it's for the rest of your life. You have gone through that pregnancy for the rest of your life.
Oh, so you're saying a kid is a parasite all the way up until he's 18?
No, I mean, you could put the kid up for adoption. That will still have impacted you for your entire life.
Okay, so whether you
It
put him up
also
for
risks your
adoption,
life, by the way.
you just hate kids?
No, I have a 10-year-old. I love my kid.
I'm
You just told
confused where
me
the concept.
you just told me that we're dealing with a possible kid, so I don't understand where a kid comes into the equation at all.
You're talking about abortion.
Right, for a possible kid. This is not a kid.
Okay. So after 9 months, it becomes a kid.
It won't if I don't want a kid.
But after 9 months, if you haven't made that decision,
Great, I made the decision. I don't want a kid.
is it a parasite after that decision?
No?
Okay, so then it's a kid.
Yeah, once it's a kid, it's a kid. Amazing.
Okay, so at what point do you draw the line on abortion?
Sentience.
Which is achieved at
where the kid can experience suffering.
which is achieved at
20 to 24 weeks.
Okay, well we're closer.
Great.
I think
Before that there's no harm, so
no, I disagree with that.
who experiences harm?
Well, the mother.
She experiences more harm being denied the thing that she wants than what she would experience by having it. That's what a decision is. She made the decision that this is a preferable thing, so it's less harm.
Yeah, I've seen pregnant women often are very radical and make good decisions.
Oh, so they shouldn't be allowed to make decisions. Got it.
Well, let me ask you, does the man have the decision power on that?
No, because it's not his body.
So he has no choice in that?
No, because it's not his body.
Okay, so it's only the woman's decision.
Right, because it's her body.
So we're just going to exclude the man again?
Exclude the man. He has no role.
He has no role in a pregnancy?
No. She
One
has
more
the
time
right.
here.
She has the rights to not consent to further action.
The man. Okay, but if the man decided that after the kid was born, he wanted no right to this kid, what's his
My
options?
dick is in you. You're going to have my child in 10 months.
So
9
what's the
months,
man's
whatever.
option for if he wants to back out of a kid?
If a man wants to back out of a kid, I mean, you can rescind paternity.
Right, in which case you can still wind up on child support.
Sure, you did your role in it.
Okay, so we don't get to back out of kids, right?
You get to back out of kids up to the point where you have anything left to give to the process. You have nothing left to consent for. Now,
Right, but we
now
can
your role is in ensuring that children are taken care of.
So you're saying the woman gets an extra right on this. The woman can back out of child, 4 months in, but a
No,
guy
because the
has no
mother
right
also
to
has
do
to
that.
take care of the kid.
Well, but the man doesn't.
The man does have to take care of the kid. The two
But
people
why does the
responsible
woman
for the
get
child's existence have to take care of the kid.
why does the woman get the decision to back out of the kid or keep the kid while the man doesn't?
That the man also has the role of what?
No, the man doesn't get the decision to back out of the kid or keep the
Sure he
kid.
does.
Only the woman. Right? That's what you just said.
Sure he does.
Where?
At the point where he doesn't be in the child's life. He doesn't want to take care of the kid.
In which case she can still trial him for child support, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so he will be forced to partake in the child's life.
No. He just has to help
Well, if
support
he
the kid
would.
that he brought into being.
Okay, now if the woman just backs out of the kid altogether, she can just have an abortion, correct?
Yeah. She
which
can
winds up
she
with
can she can revoke consent.
how much child support?
What? There's no child.
Right. So why does the woman get to back out of it and the man doesn't?
Because if the woman's not taking care of the child, she also has to support the child, unless somebody takes up that responsibility. If the kid ends up
But
with the
the
father, then the
decision,
mother could have to pay for child support.
so the man has no place. He just has to obey by
Yurinoko, the
whatever.
father cannot force a woman to have an abortion. What the fuck?
He should have a decision.
No, he shouldn't, because he has no role in the consent process. He's
But he
not.
has a role in the taking care process.
Yeah, because the state requires that.
That's a double standard.
It's not a double standard because the mother could be in the same position.
You don't get a right to decide on whether the child lives or dies, but you have to take care of the kid if he lives.
It same goes for the mom.
No, because the mom can just abort the kid.
The mom can revoke consent to her body, yeah.
Okay, so if the mom
Which
has a bailout, and
the father has that right too. Nobody's leeching on his body, so he doesn't have to like do that.
oh, so the guy
He's
can
already
abort
got
the
an
kid
out.
if he wants.
No, he's
So the
already
guy
got
can
an
abort
out.
the kid.
No,
Okay, well, if the guy can't abort the kid and the woman can, then that's an extra right that women have that men don't.
no, it's not, because he already has that right fulfilled. Nobody's
How does
using
it?
his
Okay,
body
so
against his will.
if a guy does not want a kid, how does he get out of it?
Um, the same
You're a
way,
lawyer.
the same way that a woman does. What do you mean?
Well, a woman has the right to an abortion. She can just abort the kid, and there is no
The
kid,
woman
and she
has the
has.
right to revoke consent to her body, and the man has that right too.
So if a man wants out of a pregnancy, the
Mhm.
kid's been born, guy wants no part of it. He does not sign his name on the birth certificate.
Mhm.
He can still get tried for child support, correct?
Yes. Same for a woman.
But a woman has the right to abort the kid beforehand.
The woman has the right to revoke someone else's use of her body, which the man also has. Nobody can force
woman
him to
has-
carry. Nobody can force the man to carry the child.
Well, the man's not going to carry the child anyway. It's a man.
I mean, science could foreseeably allow a man to carry a child, and he would not be forced to carry that child either.
I'm
He
really
has the
into
right.
biology.
He has the right to revoke consent to his body, just the same way a woman does.
Okay, so then he'll just revoke that I don't want to carry this child that the woman is currently carrying. I don't see where that rectifies anything. The woman
Yeah,
has a right.
They
to
both could
abort-
deny. They both could deny someone using their body in a way that they don't want them to.
Okay, so you haven't explained to me. You've explained to me how a woman gets out of a pregnancy. You have not explained to me how a man gets out of it.
He is out of it.
How so?
He is already out of it.
On what stance?
Because he is not forced to carry some. He's not forced to use his body to let another live.
But for the next 18 years, he might have to pay child support.
Same for the woman.
No, because a woman can just abort the kid in the first 4 months.
The woman can revoke the use of her body.
Yeah.
Which the man has already done.
The man hasn't revoked it because that would entitle that he had a decision, which he didn't have a decision
Are
because
you
he doesn't
saying-
have a uterus.
Are you saying that he has a benefit that the woman doesn't have?
No, I'm saying the woman has a benefit. I'm saying the exact opposite.
Oh, but you just said that he doesn't have to do that part. He doesn't have to revoke consent because he didn't have to have that part forced upon him in the first place.
Forced upon him?
Yeah. If it's forced on her every minute that it has to happen where she doesn't want it.
So sex is just forced upon everybody now?
As long as they don't consent. Consent has to be continuous, my guy. If a woman says no halfway through, you have to stop.
Sex?
Oh, you should not
Most
be
of the
laughing
time-
at that one, dude. You should not be laughing there.
Get little targeting. Don't start targeting over stupid shit, man. Come on.
Dude, that
You know,
you just freaked me out,
Listen.
man.
No, I didn't. You knew exactly what I was laughing about. It's stupid shit, man.
If you were laughing about something else, then I didn't get it. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, then I'll explain it.
Okay.
All right. So with women on a normal pregnancy, it's consented. I don't
You
know
mean
where
a typical pregnancy? I would say most pregnancies are normal.
the majority, the
Okay.
typical, the
Yeah.
90% of them. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So as far as sexual assault, I don't know why you're talking about the first 4 months. Most abortions are going to be, I didn't want this. This is not what I wanted. It's they did the same thing the guy did.
I wasn't bringing up a rape case. I like just I agree that most abortions happen within the first trimester
Okay. So when a
because
woman gets to make that decision to abandon
mhm,
a kid in the first 4 months,
it's
where
not a
is
kid.
that man's decision?
You already said it wasn't a kid.
Where was the man's decision on that?
He didn't have to make one because he had the benefit of already not having another use his body without his consent.
No, he doesn't get a right to make one.
Doesn't sure he does. Like once science gets there and he can bear that child on behalf of the woman, then he can decide not to.
Okay, so the woman is the only one capable of deciding whether a kid is born or not, correct?
I'm pretty sure a biological male has at this point carried a child. I think that has happened.
It depends what you consider a biological male, and I would be scared of what you consider a biological male.
The fuck?
Also,
Why would you be scared
college,
of what I consider a biological male?
because you mentioned that you went to college and your consideration of biology is concerning.
Why? You don't even know anything about my consideration of biology, and I'm willing to bet that it aligns with science.
So a male can carry a child.
Oh, uh,
Once he's scientifically messed with, then maybe, right?
sure, but you don't have a problem with medicine, do you?
Why is why is adding a uterus to somebody medical?
Because it's an alteration to their body?
That's a medical alteration. Do you consider plastic surgery a medical need?
I didn't say a need, dude. Why are you introducing this word?
Oh, okay. So just a medical plastic surgery will just be a medical thing then.
It is a medical procedure, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna lean into the. You're saying that males just whenever they want uteruses, they can just get uteruses and have kids, and
Why not?
that's
Aren't you pro
just a natural thing.
freedom?
Yeah, I mean that's freedom. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Is that common practice?
I don't care what's common.
I mean, as far as we're referencing pregnancy as we know it and as we understood it for the last 20 years, because I know you and me both been alive for the last 20 years, and what you've been referencing is that men were commonly doing this, and it vetoes what I've been arguing.
I mean, we're just proving that men could refuse to consent to carry a child.
Oh, so the one
Even if you think it's a freaky thing to do that they would maybe ever consider it, it just goes to show that they can refuse. You agree with them refusing to do that.
so your 1% beats the 99%.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
The 1% of guys that have had a uterus and have carried a child beat the
What is
99% of women
beat? What
that.
does that fucking mean, John? How are they beating the other 99% of men?
Okay, so I'll say it again. So women can abort a child at 4 months,
Mm-hmm.
and men don't have a decision at all to abort
Women
a
can
kid.
revoke consent at 4 months, and men can too.
No, they can't. Where?
But any time that they could consent and then choose not to.
When?
At any time within the first 4 months, when the woman is like, "Oh yeah, you could carry this child if you want to," and the guy's like, "Yeah, sure, I'll do that," and then the guy goes, "You know what? Actually, I don't want to do this. I don't like doing this, and I'll revoke consent."
Okay, so after he revokes consent, is he still eligible to be attacked for child support?
Yes, just like the woman.
So he could still possibly be forced into dealing with this kid.
Oh shit, are we saying both the woman and the man can revoke consent to bearing a child, and the woman and the man can both be liable for child support? Yeah.
Okay,
I believe in
so
equality of the sexes, sure.
if a woman aborts a kid, can she be attacked for child support?
If the man is raising the kid, yeah.
No, because she got rid of the kid.
I mean, well, wait, hold on. What?
So if a man
If the man
decides
bears the
that
child and the man births the
no,
child.
no, get rid of the man bearing the child. Get rid of the 1%
No, I believe in
argument.
equality of the sexes, John.
Yeah, I would like to hear it. You haven't exhibited it yet. So
Sure.
if a woman
Both
is
parents
bearing the
have the
kid,
right to revoke consent to have a thing living off of their body, and both parents could be the parent that is liable for child support under similar circumstances.
okay, so if a woman aborts a kid, where's the man's right? Does he get a decision? Could a man jump into a woman's life and be like, "No, I want to raise that kid"?
Let me flip this. If the man is bearing the child and the man decides to want to get to pregnancy, does the woman have the right to say, no, you have to carry it?
You're arguing about a 1% versus 99%.
Yeah.
Okay, can we stick to majority?
No, let's treat them equally.
We're trying to, but you keep
No,
dodging
you're
it.
not. No, you're not. You aren't treating men
No.
as having this, like, how they would be treated in the same situation. It doesn't matter how likely it is. Are we going to treat them the same if they are in the same situation?
Okay, let's treat them the same. So we have over 2,000 years of women dealing with it. And how many years have men been dealing with it?
Well, I can't change how they used to be treated.
Okay, so you want to add a woman's job? You want to give that over to a man?
I don't believe in such a thing as a woman's job.
So you're just gonna wind up giving over this whole pregnancy thing. You're just gonna say that men and women they can do it, even though we have 2,000 years of women doing it. We got 2 years of men doing it, maybe.
If two adults consent to it and there is no harm, then why would I refuse?
You're a lawyer, man. I know you've heard me on this conversation. I know you see the point that I'm trying to make.
I think you think you're making a point.
If you haven't heard me, I know chat's heard me by now. We've
Dude,
done the same.
I've heard you the whole fucking time. You just think you're making a point, and you're not. You just like things to be the way they have been. That's it.
I'm gonna do this one more time.
Okay.
If a woman,
can I answer it by saying that both adults have the right to revoke consent, and both adults could be liable for child support?
Where does a man revoke the consent?
At any time that he could be the one responsible for the child living off of his body.
Okay, so you're saying if a man had a baby, he could have an abortion, therefore he could revoke the consent.
Yeah. He could also revoke consent at any point before he was actually carrying the child.
Would you agree that it's a new thing and has not been exhibited by the entire society of life in the last 2,000 years?
I don't give a fuck, because that doesn't pertain to the situation at all.
Right, because you would argue 2 years over the 2,000 years.
Because the 2,000 years have no bearing.
Women have no bearing on raising kids?
What difference does 2,000 years have to make on now? How do the past 2,000 years of people make any impact on my decision?
Women have raised kids and birthed kids for the past 2,000 years. I'd say that had some bearing. Right.
But how does that impact my decision right now?
So I would say that women have done that job, and it's a painful,
like the way things have been, and you want to force other people to do things the way they have been done.
No, it's the way that things have been done for 2,000. You can change it if you want, but you can't deny that that's the way it's been for 2,000 years.
Who's doing that?
Women. What?
What? Nobody's denying how it's been for 2,000 years.
You're arguing a 2%. You're talking about men having kids. That's only been happening for like maybe 2 years, if it's happened at all.
But the fact that men have been doing it for 2 years doesn't make a difference.
Between women's 2000, you say men's 2 years equals women's 2,000 years?
No.
That's what you just said.
No. I'm not calling
Yeah.
them equal. I'm not putting any kind of value on these things. What the fuck are you talking about? Where is value coming into the question?
Oh man, we're gonna go in circles on this one, aren't we?
I believe in people's rights. Amazing. I
Yeah.
believe in the father's rights, I believe in the mother's rights, and I believe in the child's rights. Amazing.
Well, I don't know that you're fully acknowledging father's rights on any of that.
Sure I am. Are his rights not recognized? He has the same ones the mother does.
Yeah, he just has to go get a uterus installed and then
No,
go get artificially
he doesn't have to consent to
inseminated.
that.
To get a uterus installed, he doesn't have to consent to that.
No, he doesn't have to consent to that.
To get a uterus installed, he does not have to consent to that.
No.
Are
Why
you
would he
still
have?
with me? I know it's
Why?
early.
Why would he have to consent to that?
To getting a uterus installed?
You want to force men to get uteruses installed?
What the fuck are you talking about?
He doesn't have to consent. Why would he do that?
So he would get a uterus installed.
I think you think by not having to consent, you think I'm saying that people can do it without his consent?
Obviously, he would need consent to do that.
Oh, okay. So he has the same rights to bodily autonomy that a woman does.
No, because there's no other life present.
Like, we can imagine that a person could just hook the baby up to the man instead. Should we force him to do that? It's very simple. Neither adult should be required to have something connected to them to grow off of their body if they don't want it.
You're just gonna ignore the last 2,000 years and only base
I'm
it
not
off the
ignoring
last.
anything, man. I don't know what you think
So
I'm
he-
doing with those 2,000 years. I'm not doing anything with them. They're still
Okay,
there.
so 1970s.
Uh-huh.
Who was having a kid?
It doesn't matter that no one was doing it. You still couldn't force it on somebody. For the last 2,000 years, a man couldn't have somebody forced to be hooked up to him to live off of him.
1970s, could a man be sued for child support even though he did not want the kid?
Yes. Just like a
Okay,
woman
so
could.
a man could be forced into dealing with a kid even though a woman had the right to an abortion?
A man could be forced into what? Dealing with the kid?
Yeah, a man could be forced to deal with the kid. Meanwhile, a woman had the option to eliminate the kid.
In that situation, I'm going to say this again. Both parents have the right to refuse to have another depend on their body. And both parents could be required to pay child support for the child that needs care. That has always been true.
So where does abortion come into that? Because if she could just get rid of the kid
Abortion
at
is
4
just a
months,
specific example of a way in which somebody could be required to give their body to like let another live.
so how did somebody get rid of a kid as a man in the 1970s without having the possibility of a court hearing?
They don't.
So they didn't have that right
They do have that right.
in the
The
1970s.
right remains even if it can't be done for a prenatal child. It still couldn't happen with a famous violinist. A man couldn't have a famous violinist hooked up to his body to live off of his body. Both parents have that right.
Where does the man have a right to remove a kid from his life?
Anytime that a kid would be hooked up to his body.
Anytime a kid would be hooked up to his body, but
Yeah.
not to his checking account.
Same goes for the mom.
No, because the mom has a right to remove the kid before he even hits the checking account.
Yeah, and a man has a right to remove a kid from his body anytime a kid is hooked up to him.
But a man doesn't have a right to remove a kid
Yeah, you can
when a
keep going
woman
round
has
and round in circles. Both parents have both the right and the responsibility.
Okay, so women have the right 99% of the time, and men have
Because
the right
99%
2%
of the time, they're the only people. It's so weird that they're the only sex that has people forced to be hooked up to them. But if
Yeah,
it happened to men, they'd have the same right.
Oh, okay. So I see. So we're just going to assume, hopefully, men will wind up with 50% of pregnancies, and then we'll have the rights transferred, rather than acknowledging that the law is indifferent towards this.
The law isn't indifferent to this. Both parents always have the right to bodily autonomy. You're focusing on one example in which bodily autonomy matters. There are other examples of bodily autonomy. Another cannot, like, for instance, if you got a kidney from, if a man got a kidney from a transplant like donor, the donor can't then later go, you know what, I want my fucking kidney back. That's mine. I grew it. I'm gonna come take it from you. No, the man has the right to the bodily autonomy, like the integrity of his own body.
Come
Huh?
on. You're a lawyer, man. You know damn well that's a stretch.
It's not a stretch. It's the same right. Both parents have the same right. You're just focusing on one context.
You're talking about a right to. We're talking about two completely separate things.
We're talking about two contexts of the same right.
If a woman wants to remove a baby, she can do it completely by herself without a man's acknowledgement or anything.
Okay.
If a guy or a woman wants to remove a kidney or any of that type of stuff, there's going to be way more involved in that.
It's the same right, though.
But there's going to be way more signatures involved on that, and
Amazing.
oftentimes the
It's the
wife
same
will
right.
sign
They
off.
have the same right. You
It's
can
not
try
the
to
same right.
complicate it all you want. It's the same right.
Can a guy get an abortion?
Yes.
And how many times has that happened in the past 2,000 years? Okay, yeah, because you want to argue a 2% versus 98%.
Hey, guess what? A man has a right to bodily autonomy. I believe in equal treatment.
Right.
Both men and women have the right to bodily autonomy. Period.
So you're saying he's got a right, it's just never. I got you. He's got a right, it's just never happened before, and we're hoping it'll happen sometime in the future. But it's never happened
I didn't
before.
even say that.
No, but you're implying it.
A man has a right to bodily autonomy. He just never has to. Elaney, we have. Oh fuck, Jesus Christ, Elaney, we've already talked about this. Both. So the man has the same right to bodily autonomy that the woman does. He just doesn't have to use it as often. That's the simplified version of what you're saying. That's great for him. I'm so happy for him that he doesn't have to call that right into use as often as a woman does. A child is off a man's manual labor. Hey, guess what, Alini? If the man wants the child and the woman doesn't, then the man can have the child and the woman might have to pay child support.
But if somebody has to die for the kid, it's going to be the man, right?
No.
All right, so what wars were fought by women?
What? Do you
what
think
wars
I'm
were
not, do you
fought
think
by
I'm
women?
opposed to women joining the armed services if they want to?
No, I'm asking if you know history.
Why are you so
How many
stuck
women?
in the past? You're so stuck in the past.
Why are you so stuck in?
I prefer equal treatment in the moment that I live in. Why am I so stuck in the place that I live? Or Elaney, or the woman has to use her body to pay child support. Equal treatment of the sexes. I don't care how many women have been drafted. Treat them equally. What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh, Jesus Christ.
Okay, so gender.
How does the past affect now in terms of what we should do? If we should
Okay,
have
for
done it
instance,
back then we should do it now too.
the Constitution, I think that's relevant.
It's still the law.
Right. So that would be something that's relevant from the past, correct?
It's also relevant in the present.
Civil War, I think that was relevant.
The Civil War was relevant, but if something should have been done in the Civil War, it also should have been done now.
So the Civil
Elaney,
War.
I'm sorry. Like, you can go to bed.
Yeah, honestly, hey, I will be back on your channel, man. I've had a great time.
Can we talk about one more point? Since I've
If
been
it-
entertaining this one point on abortion the whole time. Do you
What's
believe that the Bible supports the pro-life stance?
Do I believe the Bible promotes the pro-life stance?
Do you believe the Bible that textually supports the pro-life stance?
Which Bible?
Whichever religious text that you depend on.
I don't depend on any of them. I research all of them.
Okay, so do you believe that Christianity supports? I guess I'll have to dig into that a little bit more. Do you believe Christianity supports the pro-life stance?
I do not believe Christianity supports it. I believe Christianity forgives it.
Forgives the pro-life stance?
Yeah.
It forgives it for forcing women to carry pregnancies to term?
Pro-life being you need to carry the kid all the way to term without abortion.
Yeah.
Okay, so
It
my bad.
forgives that?
No. That would be accepting that. There's no problem with that.
Okay, but do the strictures of Christianity require the pro-life stance?
Yeah.
Elaney, that's totally up to him. Where does it do that?
You mean like what verses? Because that's gonna be like a whole conversation on getting into the verses on it.
I just want to know one. Like if you got one, then that would be enough.
Thou
for
shalt
me.
not murder.
It's not murder.
By your context.
No,
You
by
ask
the definition of what
you
murder
can't-
is, dude. Murder is the unjustified killing of another human being. You don't even believe it's a kid. So it's not murder.
acknowledge it was a kid.
What?
I did acknowledge it was a kid.
No, you said it would become a kid.
Okay, then
you told me early on it's not a kid.
Well, then I will disagree with myself.
So when does it become a kid?
It becomes a kid at 0 weeks old.
Why? Where does the Bible say that?
It doesn't.
So why do you believe that?
Because it's right versus wrong.
And where does their sense of right and wrong come from?
From the Bible.
Okay, so where does the Bible tell you that it becomes a kid at conception?
Thou shalt not murder.
But the murder murder says that it's like the taking of another human being's life. Where it's the unjustified killing of another human being. So that doesn't tell you when someone is a human being.
It doesn't have to.
Well, that's what I'm asking is how do you know when that is?
It doesn't have to tell you. It's just common sense. You know it's a
not
human.
Common sense. Not
Well, no,
because
it's
everyone
not
disagrees on it.
Yeah, everybody disagrees on it because they just want to. I mean, it's.
I think it's common sense that it's not a person until it can experience harm.
Until it can experience harm.
Yeah, until it can have a subjective experience.
So to be human is to feel pain in your reality?
No, to be able to feel pain.
That's what I said.
No, you said to feel pain. You don't have to feel pain to be a human. You just have to be able to feel pain. You have to be able to have a subjective experience. Otherwise, it's impossible for you to be harmed.
Yeah, no problem. No problems with that. Why can't you just let a kid be a kid?
I want to let a kid be a kid once it's a kid.
I mean, do you just not? Do you think there's too many kids?
That's not true, Elaney. You're talking about physical pain. Everyone is capable of experiencing harm. Everyone with a subjective experience can experience harm.
Not a kid from 0 to 4 months, according to you.
Yeah, because it's not a kid. No shit. You have no basis
It
for
is a
believing
kid.
that it's a kid.
You have no basis to believe it's not a kid.
Sure, I do. Because the human, it doesn't have the opportunity to have a human experience.
This has been an argument for 20 years. You think you and me are going to break through this?
I'm just trying to get any kind of basis for what you believe, and you're not giving me any. You just say it just is. And I'm sitting here telling you, well, it is when there is an opportunity to have a human experience. Like, you're just saying
Okay, so
it just is.
I gave you a Bible in 2,000 years of history. What's your basis?
Hey, dude, the Bible, in
No,
the
what's
Bible,
your basis?
in the Bible, God commits
What's your
abortions.
basis? What is your basis?
My basis is that the thing shared by all human beings is human experience.
Okay, so you have no book, no basis. Your best basis was men can get pregnant at 2 years.
Oh, now you're just lost, dude.
Okay.
What does that have to do with when life starts?
With pregnancy?
Do
A
you know
lot.
that
It's got a lot to do
you
with
know that all the founders didn't think life started until the first kick, right?
all the founders also didn't believe that men could get pregnant.
I don't know if that's true. I think there's a good chance that many of them thought that medicine could develop to such an extent that might be possible someday.
I think you're gonna have to go through one hell of a rabbit hole to try and disprove it.
I mean, they believed in medicine.
In the 1700s, you know what the medicine was like? It was morphine and alcohol for babies.
Yeah, but they were developing like prosthetic legs, they were developing like bifocals. They knew you could change the aspects of your body to suit your needs.
George Washington was chewing on a mouthful of lead. That's what made him jump into the revolution and cross a fucking frozen river to attack everybody on Christmas Day.
Dude also had dentures.
That was a prosthetic at the time, and it was nothing but lead. It caused it.
So he had so you're saying that he was able to change the body to suit his needs, as limited by what the medicine could do at the time? Yeah.
It changed his body and it made his brain batshit crazy.
So have you come up with a reason why when the sperm enters the egg that's somehow special?
Yeah, so actually science has actually shown that there is a emission of light when the sperm enters the egg.
That's actually not true. That was due to
Oh, okay.
treatment during that experiment, so that they could see
Oh,
it when it
so-
happened. I actually
Oh,
saw something on that one recently.
So I'm curious. I'm gonna wind up diving more into that because I'm not
Okay.
sure that you're 100% on that.
Okay. Yeah, I don't care about the potential of life. Potential of life starts before sex. Do we make parents have
Correct.
sex?
No,
No. So potential of life is stupid.
I don't know that that would declare it stupid.
It's a stupid basis because you can't determine when in the potential of life suddenly we need to care about the potential of life.
You care about life as soon as it's created.
Why at the moment, like you're saying at the moment of biological life, the moment life processes
The
start?
the moment of conception, which is the
Uh-huh.
moment of creation of life,
Okay.
you care about it.
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, so if let me ask you this. If a woman is 3 months pregnant and somebody kicks her in the stomach, is
Uh-huh.
that a problem?
Yeah, she didn't consent to that.
Can she attack somebody for a homicide if that kills a kid?
If someone kills a kid, actually, I looked at this recently. I think it was it wasn't our Nazi. It was either far right guy made me look into this. The majority of states would not call that a homicide. They have separate laws for that.
So you're saying that she couldn't get away with calling that a homicide?
In many cases, no. And actually, I would support calling it a homicide, but only because I would support the mother's intent to bring that to be a life and being. So I would respect the mother's intent at that point. So to her, it is a life.
So you would make both decisions and go both ways based on the woman's view.
I don't know what you mean both ways.
So
Well,
if a woman wanted to end a child's life
I
at
care
3
about
months,
I care about the harm. Yeah, if there's no harm, then who the fuck cares?
no. It sounds like you care more about the woman's opinion.
No, I care about harm.
Yeah, because if a woman wanted to end the child's life at 3 months, then you'd be fine with that. But if a
Okay,
woman
walk me
got
through the harm in
killed,
both situations. I want you to do this homework yourself. Walk me through the harm in both situations.
okay, as you said, if a woman wanted to end the kid's life at 3 months, then it's not a kid.
Mm-hmm.
But if a woman got kicked in the stomach at
No,
3
talk me through
months
the
and
harm.
wanted
Talk me
to,
through the harm in both situations.
did you not see the hypocrisy?
Walk me through the harm in both situations, John.
Okay, so the harm is that you are listening to a woman and making it whatever you want to believe. You're
John,
not
don't be a
upholding
fucking
one
coward, John. Hey,
standard.
if we're gonna wrap up this conversation, don't be a fucking coward. Pick out the fucking harm in both situations so you can steel man my fucking argument.
You not just hear what I just said?
Yeah, you were telling me the bullshit of like the harm of what the woman's opinion is.
We're taking literally both sides of the opinion. You can't take the same story and choose both sides.
Okay, John, let me ask it a more simple way. The woman wants to have an abortion before the child is sentient. So she terminates her pregnancy, the fetus dies in whatever way she does the termination. If she just magicked away her will to let her body give any resources to this thing, it would just die in there. So at that point, who's harmed?
The kid,
No, it's not.
he didn't just die.
There's no harm. No one's experiencing harm.
Is death not harm?
Not to somebody that can't experience harm. There is no one to feel harmed. No one has any experience involved in the process at all where they are feeling harmed.
But if a woman gets kicked in the stomach and loses a kid, then she shouldn't feel harmed then.
Why not?
Because there was no harm.
There is harm to her.
I mean, to the stomach, but you and me have both taken a kick to the gut. It sucks, but it only hurts for a day.
So she is physically harmed and she is deprived of the child that she wanted to bring into the world, which is also harm to her.
Theoretically. Maybe she wanted to bring it into the world. She still had options.
But she's been deprived of an option.
That is
also considered a harm in the legal world.
Wait, so are we including depravity of options? Because the guy never got an option, right?
The option
I
for
thought we were
what?
including that. Well, does the guy get an option?
You're about to do a dishonest framing of my opinion, aren't you?
I'm not doing dishonest. This is what you said.
Because,
you said the guy gets an option.
Elaine, she's the only one who's being harmed in this situation. She's the only one experiencing harm. That's why. It's a really simple answer.
But if a girl aborts a kid at 4 months and a guy wanted to have that kid, does that not do harm to the guy?
Does that not do harm to the guy? That is an interesting... You've presented me with an interesting hypothetical for once. Let me think that through.
Yay.
Okay, so I think at this point we have to do a balancing test. Yes, he does experience harm because he is deprived of something that he wanted. But the problem is he wants something at the cost of her right to bodily autonomy. And that right, I think, is overpowering one's wish for how someone else uses their bodily autonomy. I think that is the ruling on that one.
Of course it would be. That's what I've been saying.
No, potential life doesn't have any value. Otherwise, it's just forcing people to do what they don't want in any situation.
Can I repeat what you just told me?
Yeah, sure.
Potential life doesn't have any value.
In and of
You
itself,
like
no.
that? Okay. Well, then, listen. I'm gonna leave you with that remark, which I hate
don't
to
feel
say,
bad
but
about that remark. Potential is a dumb argument.
potential life has no value.
In and of itself, what people want with potential life has value.
Well, can we shake hands and agree to disagree for now? And I will come back on the channel, and maybe if you would let me, we can do
John,
another.
You are merely a fascist, and you are anti-pluralist, and I
Oh,
can't.
come on, don't make it negative now. Come on, we've had a good talk. We've been buddies up until this point. Let's end it on a good note.
Can I summarize for you real quick? You want my daughter to be forced to learn a religion that she doesn't want and that I don't want for her. You want to force her not only to carry a child that she doesn't want, but in enacting that upon her, she also has to be denied life-saving medical care in the account that she needs it, because that's how the law works, actually. You want her to, like, fuck that. This is a nightmare world. This is a nightmare world that you are presenting for me and my child.
You're reading off Republican standpoints and not at all what we discussed.
What? No, you said that it should be okay for Christian teaching to, you said it should be that Christian teaching is in school.
Yes, I agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, and you also think that she should be forced to carry a pregnancy she doesn't want.
Forced? Never said that.
If she can't make the decision not to do it, then that's a force. If she can't revoke consent, you are forcing her. That is essentially a rape. You are forcing something upon her body that she doesn't want. Eleni, you are welcome to ask kind of clueless any amount of questions he wants to take from you.
No, I'm going
you want
to bed.
You want to force an authoritarian upon me. That's great. I love that. He never said what.
You guys got to take everything I say into context with this.
What fucking context? Did you say these forceful things are okay?
Okay, so you said that guys were going to be... No, I'm not following this back into the same rabbit hole, man. We done had a whole conversation for like 2.5 hours, man.
Eleni, he supports legal enforcement of the pro-life stance.
Okay, when did I say that?
Because you said it's murder. Murder is a legal term.
Oh, okay. So as somebody that's not a lawyer, you're going to take everything I say as a legal understanding?
Great. So you're just opposed to abortion? You think it should be allowed for other people to have them?
I think abortion is a terrible thing. I think there's many roads we need to travel before we can land on a compromise.
Mm-hmm. What does a fucking compromise look like?
Well, for instance, it would be taking it out of federal hands and putting it into states' hands.
Why would that be better than putting it into individuals' hands?
Well, the states' hands would be closer to individual hands than federal hands.
Because it was never in federal hands.
So
you guys have this so fucking wrong, it's infuriating. It was a right.
So Kamala didn't promise that she was going to make it federally legal for abortions?
She was going to make it federally protected.
So she was going to make it federally legal for abortions.
Do you know why? Because of what exactly? No. Listen, this is because of exactly what happened. Because the Supreme Court recognized a right.
And that means the individual holds it, not the federal government. The individual held the right. So giving it to the states took it away from people. And when the
The
Supreme Court
individual already
recognized it,
holds the right. You already said the woman holds the right.
I believe it's a right. I think it's being violated.
It's being
So
violated
when you
even though
give
it's
the,
been maintained.
it hasn't been maintained. It's been given to the states. It's been taken from people and given to the states.
Taken from women. You said people, excluding men.
It's been taken from men too. If men ever had a baby hooked up to them and the baby would die if it was disconnected, I would hope they would enforce it the same way. It would be
Yeah,
sexist
baby.
otherwise.
What would you call child support?
Taking care of a life and being.
So having a kid hooked up to you?
No, it's Jesus Christ. And also, if a kid's hooked up to you and it's sentient, do you remember what my stance on that is? Huh? God, I feel like we can't keep anything straight.
I don't think we are.
So if a kid's alive, yeah, you got to keep it alive. What an amazing thing to think.
Unless it's 0 to 4 months.
Then it's not a person. It's not a child.
Yeah, it's not alive.
There's
Doesn't.
basis to believe that.
Yeah, there's nothing there. I don't even know what we're talking about.
Well, something that the woman doesn't want in her body anymore.
Well, what? There's nothing there.
Aliana, this person is infuriating. That's why I'm frustrated. He wants to vote. He's okay with an authoritarian as long as he agrees with his definition of right and wrong, or aligns with his definition of right and wrong. He wants my daughter to be forced to learn the Bible in school. I don't know what there is to save here. Just completely anti-pluralist. Completely all the American values that were instantiated from the beginning.
We're getting along good, man. Let's get it ended on a good note. Agreed? Let's shake hands.
I forgot.
Happy New Year, man.
I forgot to ask you my most important question at the beginning of this call.
Oh, come on, man. We just did this. Don't keep dragging it on.
No. It's a simple question. Now I'm really curious since I forgot to ask it. What would you consider to be your core value, or if it's a different answer, what we should as a species, as a society, promote? For me, it's egalitarianism and pluralism.
My biggest theory would be get off your phone, go garden, or go build something.
Can you give me an honest answer?
That was my honest answer.
So you don't care if everyone around you is being tortured, if you're getting off your ass and.
I think you don't understand the psychology of what changing, building, all that type of activity, how it changes people's psychology and how it would lead to a different society.
I think you have a very simplified view of life, John. I think it doesn't.
I
think you are very limited in your imagination about what a state could do to people if they ran things the way you thought they should.
I've always told everybody, if you can't understand it, break it down to its most simple version and then just go with that.
Yeah, just give power over to one guy that you think agrees with you. That's cool. Just force everybody to learn your religion. Yeah, simple. Simple and clean.
All that type of stuff.
Simple and clean. Force your life upon everyone. Love that.
Well, if you were elected with Kamala, would that not be what you would do?
No, stupid. Leftists don't think of that. Leftists believe in pluralism. Everybody should be allowed to believe their own shit and not be forced to live by your fucking ideals. Jesus Christ. Don't get an abortion if you don't fucking want one.
Except for the men.
Including the men.
Okay, but if a man wanted to, no, we're not gonna keep going through the same damn circle.
Dude. My sincere message to you is, like,
God, I'm so resisting just to say like
Be
I'm only
nice.
I'm gonna say the two words that I thought of because I want you to understand the level of anger that I'm feeling, but I also want you to see that like I am being honest with you about what those are, but also restraining myself so so I can demonstrate the anger to you while trying to get back to a honest, earnest place. I want so bad to say fuck off, John. But I want to go back to the place where I looked you in the eye and you couldn't see me, and I hoped you could hear it in my voice when I was like, please, please consider the possibility that people who are trying to tell you what you should be valuing are using words against you because you believe in a very mythologized world. That's what I've got for you.
Fair enough. I'd love to see you on any of the Republican sites that I'm on, vice versa. Um, as far as your views, I appreciate it, man. You seem like a good guy. I don't like where your head went towards the end of it, but I'll blame it on tiredness.
It's exasperation. I'm honestly, I'll give you the word. I'm a little heartbroken. That's how I'm feeling. That's where I'm really at
Well,
right now. This
well,
conversation
I mean,
was really demoralizing.
I'll
Somebody
tell
can
you, I
believe the
didn't.
things that you do, and I can't get through to that person. That's demoralizing.
May I enlighten with a little note there?
What?
Man.
I can't hear you.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm losing connection here. I'm losing your connection.
Okay, well, good night,
Oh,
man.
there you are. Oh, hey, I just thought of one last thought. It's just a short thought.
No, no,
I
I'm going to bed.
Dude, I want you to not
No,
just I want you to not just care about other people. I want you to care about people without using your framing as to how their life should be. Think about from
that's
their position
assuming
whether they want their life to be like what you want it to be and care for
you're
them
assuming I'm
despite
not
that.
doing that already. Come on.
You're not because you're okay with things being forced on people. That's
Yeah,
not
right.
okay. It's not okay. It's not okay. All right, good night, dude. Take care. Hope you have a good 2026.
You too.
Elaney, I'm sorry uh, that I had Happy New Year, Aliana. I talked to him for hours and hours and hours. Maybe you could message him on Twitch and maybe ask some stuff. I am curious about what your question was. Yeah, it was extremely headache inducing. My question to you is: you have a wife in a hypothetical scenario, and she say she gets raped, right? Let's say pro-life is forced, and then this woman is eligible to make you pay child support for the child because of the fact that you are married to her, or she divorces you and gets half your stuff. So then would you agree abortion in the case of that? It's okay. He's not fine. He's indicative of a really big problem. And I'm forced within the matter of like 3 days, I have to go, yay, our first official lefty convert, and then to talk to somebody like him that's just like, yeah, literal authoritarianism is fine. Yeah, literal fascism is fine. Yeah, forcing religion on other people is fine. I'm just kind of sitting with it at the moment. Aliana, you've spent too much of your life radical one way or the other. I think you should find a safe middle. Not middle, but find somewhere safe on the inside where it doesn't have to be radical. A lot of people only care about their own backyard. That's true. However, my philosophy on that is if you can get somebody to change stances based on how it impacts them, then they're liable to change stances again as soon as the wind blows a different direction for them. My goal And the best success that I've had so far is finding the humanitarian value at somebody's core. Because I think most people believe in their heart that they are good people, that they are helping other people, that they want to help other people, or that they promote things that help other people. And then most of the shit that's built on top of that is where the lies are. And it really feels like with him, there is just a lack of care for any other person. And once you're there, I'm like, what's the point? What's the point? I can fix it. What changed your mind, Aliana? I don't remember. I it it does make me happy that I can be. I know there's just like 2 of you in chat right now, but it does make me happy that y'all can see me this defeated. And it's not like he won on anything. I'm defeated because he didn't have a good stance or argument on anything. He did give me one good hypothetical. And I think, I don't even know if it was a good hypothetical. I think I may have just been tired and it took me a minute to think about it. But I'll give him credit to say he gave me one thoughtful hypothetical. And despite all of it, none of it matters. I don't feel like I even gave him anything to think about. I don't think he's going to walk away from that thinking about anything. I hope that at least my heartfelt plea twice in that conversation will stick with him. I don't know what it will do to him. I don't know what it'll do for him. But I hope at least that part he'll be like, he really did try to say something meaningful to me. Well, Eleni, he did think that it was right to force kids to learn Christianity in school. Yeah. I feel like by the time we got to the end of the authoritarianism talk, I felt like he was just like thinking that I was just naming a political philosophy and not like a mode of enforcing your will upon the entirety of like. I mean, so much is just broken about his thought process in general. Like, well, in the 1860s, we were kind of different than we used to be in like the 1700s. So that changed how the laws worked. I'm like, that's not how that. Nope. You can't change the Constitution without constitutional means. That's not how that works. Now he would have just said it was a white European nation founded on Christianity. That's all he cares about. Really just sitting and thinking on this one. I got to do the processing afterwards and be like, what could have gone different? Could anything have gone different? What do I need to take away from this? How do I need to strategize differently? I don't think I've had a more defeated feeling walking away from a conversation in my life. And I don't know if I could have done anything better. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Hopefully, like, I think that's what's most frustrating to me is like, I didn't feel like, I feel like you can feel like in a physical way when somebody starts to go, oh, I'm thinking now. And I don't feel like there was any of that give at any point. Yeah, usually I can feel that though. I can feel planting a seed of doubt. I know when I've done that. You can hear it. There's a changing in the clockwork. There's an interruption. Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to explain it. There's an interruption in the pace of the cogwork. And I don't feel like there was any interruption that whole time. But maybe I just need to stop being negative. Maybe I just need to sleep. I've got like 3 hours to sleep before I need to get up and go to work for one day this week. And I kept wanting there to be something to hang my hat on to get some rest. There was nothing. Okay, well, I love you guys. I'm glad y'all were here. I'm glad that y'all stuck with it the whole time. I feel like, Elaney, I feel like I wronged you in some way. I'm sorry. You were so patient sitting here through this whole thing, and you wanted to get questions out, and he said he was going to come back. I don't think he wants to come back. All right, Elaney. I'll try to be more responsive to your needs as a partner. Okay, I'll do my sign off. I'm Know Nothing Attorney. I know nothing, so you can too. Because it's only in embracing that we know nothing that we can learn anything. I don't know how much we learned tonight. And I don't know how much that our guest learned. But he could do with a good dose of realizing how little he knows. Knowing nothing is so healthy. Embracing that you know nothing is so healthy. We need to do that. And maybe I got him on DEI a little bit. I can hang my hat on that. And I'm proud of you guys. I don't need to know you personally for that to be real. You deserve to hear it, and it's true. At a minimum, because every day is hard. It's been hard and always will be hard. And the way you face every day, the way you do is remarkable. So stay remarkable. I'll see you guys tomorrow night too. Hopefully I'll have recovered a little bit from this then. Good night. Y'all are the best. Thank you for being here. Y'all are so cool. Good night.